code that we got. Wait. Oh, I was gonna say it's only numbers. Come on. N, V, E, 7A. Why did I do that? 7A. Be easy.
Hope everyone's ready to chill and enjoy WWE Champions together. Could log into Kick on my wife's PC and stream the YouTube stream for 5 hours.
Uh-oh. Time to pretend to be confused. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh at you for giving me a suggestion, you dumb fuck.
You confused me. I don't know how that would work.
Fake laugh confusion combo. What do you mean he don't know how that will work? Come on, dude. Stop.
Brandon, you tip. What you?
You got Logan, you got Making of Deadpool and Wolverine, you got Deadpool and Wolverine, Deadpool, Saru stream, you got Wolverine, you got Gambit, you got Hugh Jackman and Deadpool. That's all I watched today. You got Deadpool and Wolverine and Deadpool. And Wolverine and
missed it.
I'm collabing today with Calidora Lambros, who you might not be able to see, and because of all the chibis,
They covered me.
It wasn't your fault.
My name is Calidora Lambros, and I am the daughter of Medusa. I tend to focus on more unusual content, be it mods like this, ROM hacks, or...
Oh, you really are still
never
frozen.
Really
Okay, let me
yeah, I told you my phone died.
Cover you back up. Sorry.
Sorry, that was probably incredible. I will alter the sound. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I did not know that game was so free.
This plant's growing on me.
go down.
Curse you!
Fuck me.
I am an arbiter of the maiden. Cower before.
It's annoying.
Ha! I can smell your rotting flesh.
I'm gonna restart that. Guess we were standing.
Flaunting this power you were given, trying to avoid.
Not enough sauce. Not enough sauce at all. And not enough cheese spread. Where's the cheese? Like if I come over here and I look at this area, where's the cheese? Where's the cheese? Look how burnt this piece is.
Gee, thank you. Thank you. God bless you, sir. God bless you, Mr. President. God bless you, Mr. President.
go. Corey, paying us by the hour.
So what's nice, your flashlight puts night vision on the sniper rifle, which is really good.
I've detected Covenant stationary guns in the next pass. I recommend using...
Also, Kaido, would you take Cortana? Yes, I would. Yeah, I would. I don't care if anybody clips this. Yeah, I would. Jabari? A caller? Affectionate pet names.
There is no way on earth that this is real. Full stop. Don't even believe this. I don't even know why on earth anybody's believing this. Bull fucking shit. Get out of here with this. This is a chandelier with tits. It's no way this exists. If this exists, fucking Game Freak has lost their goddamn minds. There's just no way that's a thing. I fucking refuse to believe that. You fucking get out of here.
By Fauna, they said due to irreconcilable shipping logistical errors.
No.
Be quiet, be quiet. The boo's asleep. What are you talking about? Why are you fucking with me? You're acting like I don't know.
Because it's at 16 a star.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, you have a fucking key, Dingus.
Shut up.
You.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Hello everybody. Hi there. Hello, welcome. How do you do in hullabaloo? And all that good stuff too. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Happy Mother's Day to all the dinguses out there. The dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the swollen double-underscore ones, the dingateers, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons existing in the right here, right now, present day, present time, currently listening to the sound of my voice. And bigger big ups out there to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the swollen double-underscore ones, the dingateers, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons who may or may not surely be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. big ups and happy Mother's Day all around to everybody out there, whether you celebrate it or not. Imagine not celebrating Mother's Day. Your only excuse is if your mother is no longer with you on this mortal plane or otherwise, or if you just have a bad relationship with her, which is completely understandable. But we're not going to get into that. If you do have a good relationship with her, you owe it to yourself to have done something today. And if you didn't do anything, you're basically a heartless devil heathen and you need to go to hell. Post haste. Too sweet, even. But I hope everyone had a good Mother's Day. I know Anne's gonna drop in any second now. But once he does, I'll let him know what I did. But long and short of it is, the Dinger Brood planned a little. I guess it was a surprise, but she was kind of here while we were doing it. Well, I guess it was a surprise for the first couple of minutes, and then. Eventually, she came around and found out what we were up to. But we had a nice little get together. Let me get some shout outs. We love giving the shout outs, you guys. That's what big streamers with check marks do, don't you know? But big ups to the first person here. It's allegedly Golem. I'm not sure if I believe him or not. I was supposed to see Dogsplaying. Dogsplaying was here lurking. Dogsplaying wanted it for himself. He fucked over Dogsplaying. Big ups with Hodo_Simp, J Frosty Beats, Discord_Merchant, Pabuku and Babimi. Hello. D-Side, Zerpachi. We got Algernon, Krusty Punky. We have Brett, check. We also got A_Shybot, Chanty Roo, Toontown, what a toddler. Yes, I did grow up on Toontown, and then Disney shut down the public server. But guess what? They can't keep a good Dingus down. I found out about the fan server, so here I am. Hey, JC. You're not seeing Gooby. Gooby doesn't wear shades. I think. Hey, MTC dude. Low, put in. Hey Patchy, full projected so hard he's broke the projectors and the string. I got gaslit into tuning in because some fucker gave him memberships under a fake Expand Dong account. Very funny how he remembers Expand Dong, but doesn't remember that there wasn't 4 fucking numbers trailing after the Dong part of the name. Big ups Pim Pam. Big ups Juzzy51. I wasn't late. Big ups Call Me _Astro. What are you doing on this site? Isn't a good look for you, Dingus? Yeah. Expand Dong. No space between the expand or Dong. 3568. I guess this motherfucker just banned the 3,567 expand Dongs that preceded him. 67? 67? 67. So yeah, I am being falsely maligned. I'm being exposed, allegedly. But obviously that was not the real Expand Dong. The real G's know what the real Expand Dong account is, because that's where you go to watch clips from the Kino Casino whenever I feel like doing them. But no, I was falsely accused, falsely maligned. They were skinwalking as me, chat. The funny thing is, again, so, Clerk Phil, by the way, I'm over here fucking talking about Phil. It's like, Clerk Phil, I can't get away from this motherfucker. I go to other people's stream, I get accused of being the Dark Side Phil guy who can't stop talking about Phil. Oh, if these other people, if they only knew about some of the other guys in this fucking sphere. I can't even play another game without being reminded of his existence. You get a shout out for Chanty. If you like streams where DSP isn't brought up at all, you might like Chanty Roo stream. But yeah, so the guy comes in, gives them memberships on his quartering React stream. I think it was just one membership, or I saw the alert, so I think it's just a single membership because I saw a bronze crown. But he reacts to it and says, "Oh, Expand Dog, oh, I remember you. Yeah, I used to come here a lot. Yeah, I remember you, man." So he remembers that I used to come there a lot to harass him for various things. But he doesn't remember that he banned the original Expand Dog account, now at Swollen Dingus, no space, on YouTube. He remembers that I used to be there. Doesn't remember that he banned me because I called him out for being a fake Metroid fan during the Metroid Dread playthrough. I guess he got real heated by that and just silently banned me. Because after that stream, I realized that my messages weren't going through anymore. It's not like nobody else was like moderating for him that stream either. I know it was him that did it. So I realized that I couldn't chat anymore, so I was like, oh man, I wonder what comment finally did it. What Raz was the final straw that broke the camel's back there? The back that got healed allegedly by the Seattle Lair. Turns out it was me calling him out for being a fake Metroid fan. He's played like less Metroid games than me somehow. I'm not even a Metroid fan, really. I'm a Metroid tourist. What does that make him, a Metroid super tourist? But no, I was banned after that, so I became Expand Dong the second. You know, just to continue my little Raz game over there. told the story before, but I continued going into his YouTube chat, right? Hey, Sasha. Is this Animal Crossing but Goofy? No, I'm not Goofy. Goofy does not wear a pilot's hat. Goofy doesn't wear a Jimmy Neutron shirt. Hey, Sasha, welcome in. Yeah, expand Dong the second. He could if he wanted to. I mean, there might be one of those, you know, like those how-to Goofy cartoons. There might be a Goofy cartoon about learning how to fly. I think there might even be. No, this is the legally distinct Goofy, Rolly Dizzy Doodle. And no, look, this is the name I had when I was playing the public server as a kid. So no, it's not like, it's just a coincidence that it sounds like another name for penis. You know, Dizzy Doodle. But I didn't come up with that as a dingus. You know how these kids games worked where you just select a name from a randomized list of words? I just combined Rolly with Dizzy Doodle. I didn't come up with that name, but it just kind of stuck around, so that's the name I have now. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so Expandong the second got banned, but so I made Expandong the second to continue chatting in his YouTube chat. The issue with this, I think, is this. So, I know that he banned Expandong, but he kept Expandong the second around. So whatever I did to Razum was enough to ban the original account, but it wasn't enough to get rid of me, period. And hey, Salad Assassin 213. Whenever I think about that, I think back to the Discord leaks. I think it was the Anonymous Discord leaks, or it might have been the second leak. No, it was the Anonymous Discord leaks. The one about him playing dumb. Like, oh, he knows what's going on, but plays dumb sometimes. And also the other message that was like, oh, I let them stick around as like some kind of... I let them stick around as a courtesy. I'm paraphrasing here, but you might remember the message. Where he talks about, like, he knows how everyone's a troll, but just gives them that little bit of leeway. Like, he allows you to be in the chat. So I guess me getting banned on the original Expandong account, that was like the first strike. I wasn't so... my presence there was not so heinous that he thought to get rid of me completely, but as some sort of black mark against me to kind of hold it against me. I guess he just kept me there on the secondary account. So I stuck around. I got banned again, but for that account, Expand on the second, I don't know what the ban was for. I literally cannot remember the stream that it would have been in. And by that point, I was done razzing him, like, anyway. Like, the LARP... Like, we entered the, LARPing is gay and unfun era by that point. So I didn't bother doing, like, Expandong the third. And again, this is weird, right? So, he banned me, obviously. He banned both accounts. He banned the first account, but then let me stay on the second account as, like, some sort of first strike, another one and you're gone forever kind of deal. Like, oh, I'm such a control freak, I'm gonna let you stay here, but I know what you did. Like, I'm not allowing you the privilege of having your original account back unbanned. I'm just gonna leave that account banned. I'll let you stay on Expandong the second, but you'll never again have the original account in the chat. I can't. I'm not in his head. But if you had to ask me, why would he allow me to stay on the second account, but not the original account, I would have to assume it's some sort of control freak factor, something that he's weighing over me. He remembers banning, he remembers me and me being there and, like, razzing him, never giving him money ever, but he forgot when he banned me twice. This part I don't get. So whatever I did was whatever I told him on Expandong the second, because I don't even remember what it could have been. But whatever I told him broke the last fucking nerve in his head, his dented and demented head. The last straw. He bans Expandong the second. Years later, he cannot even remember that I did anything in the first place that was offensive to him. I think it's a thing where maybe he just memory holed it, or he has a selective memory. The only thing that his memory will allow him to remember was that Expandong was an account that would razz him ever since the Twitch days, but in a manner that was just ever so slightly teetering on the edge of, you know, going from sneak dissing into flat out being mean to him. So he remembers the positive memories, the positive razzing, but doesn't remember whatever it was that he considered to be so offensive that he got rid of me for, whether it was the Metroid dig on the first account or whatever it could have been on the second account. He doesn't remember whatever he actually banned me for. He only remembers the positive memories. Otherwise, like, here's the thing. If he did truly remember what he banned me for, he would have banned the fake Expandong tonight, but he didn't. He was like, oh, Expandong, I haven't seen you in a while. I wonder why. What do you mean you wonder why? You were the one who got rid of me in the first place. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, well. He always had selective memory, to be fair. He probably remembered because it's a penis thing. He's gay! Not that there's anything wrong with that. He kept you there as a reminder what happens to people who don't support him, always thinking you could be gone whenever he wants. I honestly have to assume it's that. Because why would you keep the original count banned? He knew Expandong the Second was Expandong. I didn't make it a secret. And I let him know, too. It's like, hey, if I'm here, if you allow me to be here on the backup account, the secondary account, why not just unban the original account? Like, what would be the reasoning other than I'm keeping you on the secondary account as a punishment? You're not allowed to be here on the original account in the chat anymore. But I don't hate you so much that I want you gone completely. Because I would always be told that I was a good guy. I was a known quantity. I was a known chatter. He would always refer to me as a razzer, but someone who didn't, you know, someone who did not hate him, I think is what he described me as. I forget what stream it was, but I had asked him what kind of viewer does he consider me to be, and he essentially described me as a razzer, as he would later go on to describe the Kino Casino. I don't completely hate him, is what he said, but I don't have his best. I'm not someone who doesn't have his best interest in heart. Like, I'm still looking out for him, even though I nudge him with my elbow every now and then. Sure, yeah. I guess that was my characterization as a viewer, if that's what you want to see it as. Yeah, I'm a fair viewer who held his feet to the fire when necessary. Only remembers when you deny him money or you're more successful than him. Didn't he ban you after saying his internet was shit playing Mario Golf? No, he did not. So that was me. Again, I made no secret about when I called him out on Twitter, right? I made no secret that I was Expandong and that I had played Mario Golf with him. He didn't ban me for that. He didn't ban. So that would have been the same year as Metroid Dread. But he wouldn't ban me until months later during the Metroid Dread playthrough. Just for saying, again, that he's a fake Metroid fan and you haven't played many Metroid games. I wasn't even that mean. I bring up the Metroid Dread thing so often, I kind of want to bring up what the original message was. I just do add-on tips to Dave. You Phil's social credit store went down. Timu, Goofy. Goofy's arms aren't blue. Goofy has the bison hat on. No, it's called the pilot's hat. The pilot's hat. He didn't remember the lolly thing in Three Houses you did to him? When I gaslit him into marrying Sothis, and he went for it because it was an actual, because I told him that it would change the story, and that it was, canon or something. I said something to him that motivated him to do it, because otherwise I knew that he was going to pick no one. There's a message, if you haven't played Three Houses, there's a critical plot point later in the game where you have a decision to pick a bride, and there's a list of bachelorettes to pick from. And these bachelorettes they're ordered by who you supported throughout the game. Now, at the very top is no one. I knew he would default to no one. If you have a high enough support with Sothis, she appears as a silhouette. So I told him when that choice was gonna appear to pick the silhouette option, as it would lead to more story developments. And I didn't think he would go for it, but he did. See, he did. And then he got the Sothis ending. Is it the funniest thing ever? Well, not really, but it did make him a little bit uncomfortable. Like that part's funny, I think. But again, I only did it because I knew he wouldn't pick any other option. I knew he would go straight for no one, because this was around the time when he was getting real. He was beginning that real weird thing that he still continues to this day, where he's uncomfortable around women. So I was like, okay, well, I can kind of foresee him not picking anybody, especially if there's a big fucking option at the very top of the Bachelorette list that says pick nobody. So I was like, okay, maybe I can get him to pick the Sothis choice, and then just tell him it's story related. Who's making noise? Someone training their doodle here? You can't train a doodle in the playground, can you? Anyway, that's why I did it. It's kind of amusing. Again, it's not. I'm not going to toot my horn that loudly. It's not the most gut-bustingly hilarious thing that a troll's ever done to him that wasn't involving an illegal crime. But it got a few chuckles. Hey, Foyd. When I say that, it sounds like an insult. How many people do we have logged in today? Am I even going to be able to do anything in the game? Oh my god. Okay, this is the laggy district. Okay, we got a good 1,000 people logged in. It feels like whenever I play this game at night, it's anywhere between 1,000 to 1,200 people. The most populated server has 300 people on, and I think they're all congregating here. This is always the most populated room in the most populated server. The reason being is you get returned here after doing the boss battle, the raid boss of this area. So people just kind of AFK here waiting for these unite phrases. You get this as a reward from the raid boss. And the one people are waiting for, like they go AFK here for the jelly bean ones. For example, this rewards 200 jelly beans, which is the freebie currency of the game. So if I just do this, everyone who like felt that got 200 beans. So look, they're all thanking me. You're welcome. And then I do a little dance. All 4 people are on. No, look, come on, this is more than 4 people. Tell them that you're a Twitch partner. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'll probably tell the people that I do raid bosses with that I'm streaming. Out of respect, not because I'm flexing my E-penis. Maybe they don't want to be on camera. Speed of Dave, he beat the Big 4 today, and it was as cheesy as you'd think it would be with 2 legendaries and 2 resets. One less reset than me, if I recall correctly. I hope he had fun though. I saw he rage quit at Agatha. Okay, so 80 cogs Cashbot HQ, 140 cogs anywhere, 80 cogs in Lawbot HQ. This is the only story task I have. For some reason, I still don't have my boss bot suit. The end game in this game, if you don't know, is just maxing out the 4 raid bosses. On the public server, back when Disney owned it, I had all 4 suits. On the fan server, which has been up since I want to say 2013, 2014, I'm still on the same account that I used back then. I have only maxed out the Cellbot suit, which is the first raid boss. Upgrade? What the? What? Is this new? You'll be required to gather a promotion experience again, defeat the VP in order to promote your upgraded card size. However, you still keep teleport access to Cellbot HQ, the ability to battle VP without a promotion ready. Upgrading allows you to freely choose your suit's appearance. Oh, okay. There are no additional benefits for your toon when upgrading. Oh, so that's why. Oh, man. That's a neat little cosmetic decision. You know, if you don't want to stay as the Mr. Hollywood suit. This decision cannot be undone. Are you sure you wish to upgrade? Well, I don't know if I want to do that. Even though there doesn't appear to be any drawbacks. I'll think about that. But I still have to max out the Cashbot suit, Lawbot suit. I'm like a fucking backstabber. Which is this level of cog. You work your way up from the bottom to the top. So Lawbot, I'm like right here. Maxed out one, Cellbot, I'm already like Mr. Hollywood. I'm literally Hollywood Dingus. Cashbot, I'm a robber baron, but I still have to do I have to do the raid bosses more to max out the robber baron suit. As for Bossbot, I don't even have the suit complete yet, so I'm a fucking flunky. I gotta gather the remaining suit parts, of which they want a 5-story Bossbot building. Now, what I actually accomplished in the game today is determined entirely by the fan website. So if you want to do anything with anybody in this game, you have to sign up for the fan website. You have to dox your account to the fan website, and there are like these little boarding groups in the game. You find your parties through there. Nobody actually queues up in the game organically. What? Dead internet theory is real, so they're all bots? No, look, they're just AFK. They're just AFK. If they're asleep, that means they're AFK. He rage quit once as well. Favorite part was when she spammed double team after the 3 misses, he just reset the game. It ain't that serious for now. I do have some videos to watch, of course, since it's a Toontown night. I'm gonna see how many of these I can get through. Let me just close out some things. I have a new way of watching videos without needing the Brave browser, so I can have one less thing open. I'm just gonna see if it's gonna work. If it doesn't block out ads, I might just go open up Brave. Oh, he was running out of time? Oh, so he did the Elite Four at the very end. Did he commit to doing Sevi Islands? Yeah, we hate ads. That's why I just want to see. I just want to see if it's gonna let me do it without the ads. I was workshopping some methods of getting the YouTube embedding system to work again to play videos like how I used to. So if it works, it works. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Oh, within the last hour. VLC to play videos without ads. The idea is that I have as few things open as possible. So right now I have Chrome open, OBS, Mix It Up, VNyan for the VTuber and Toontown. If I have Brave open, that's one more thing. And then basically I want to be able to play the videos through the OBS browser source, which is what I used to do. I actually don't want another browser open to watch shit if I can help it. So let me test this out. VLC is pretty low impact, but I can just play the videos directly to it without like having to download the videos themselves, because these are just like videos I'm only gonna watch one time. Let me see if this works. Hey, UNF. Now, because Arlo has spammed my sub box as of late, they will all be Arlo videos. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Thank you for the UNF shoutout. UNFW1, the person who played Zelda Four Swords with me yesterday, we're going to continue that next Saturday, I believe. We have one more run to do. I did some more research. For the Hero Key run, UNF, there's going to be 9 floors to Vati's Palace and 4 boss battles. 9 floors. The basic bitch levels, the main 3 levels have 2 floors each. Vati's Palace on Hero Key difficulty has 9 floors, so it's probably right of us to have, like, suspended that for next week. That'll probably be the whole stream. Hey, look, it's Rupsy, the other guy who's with us. I enjoyed the game. I very much enjoyed the game. And those medals of courage do actually have a purpose. They affect the GBA version of Link to the Past. Not to a significant degree. You get like a new move and a new dungeon out of it. So I would like to farm those so that I can unlock those, because I want to play Link to the Past after Four Swords. But yeah, the complete run of Four Swords requires 3 runs. 1 for silver keys, then golden keys, and then the hero keys. The hero's keys require a run through of each of the 3 levels with 5k rupees. Yeah, so okay, Rebsy already knows. So we have to beat the stages with 5,000 rupees by the very end. Gotta do the busy work. No, I wanted to play the game anyway. I only found out after last night that they actually did something for Link to the Past, because I was wondering what the medals of courage were for. The game wasn't explaining it that. I thought they may have been just for show, but no, they actually have a purpose to them. Okay, video. We'll mute that. Arlo? Is it gonna work? Ads? Oh my god, potentially no ads? I do have to wait for the video to load. So this video is entitled Mario Galaxy movie lore may affect future games, plus more news stories. Topic Arlo today. Now I'm gonna be nice. We're gonna do this at like 1.25. Reason being, it's a half-hour video about him talking about news. He used to do these videos under The Gamer's Brief, but he has since rebranded it. Well, he abandoned it, then brought it back, then rebranded it, and now it's back on the Rambling channel. But videos of this nature used to be on the original, well, the main channel, rather.
No rules when it comes to YouTube channels, but with Topic Arlo in particular, I try to keep things fast and loose. You know, I like to shoot from the hip. And I think it's time for a little reckless experimentation, because you know, I'm always like trying to figure like
reckless experimentation is just him doing what he used to do.
To make a video about. I know like the overall idea of Topic Arlo is like I can talk about anything. The stakes are much lower. It doesn't really matter what the views are, but like,
there are no stakes.
There's still like a thing. Like whatever I put out there, I like the idea that people are gonna want to watch it or whatever. So I get a little bit lost in trying to figure out what I should make videos about, and then the real problem is there's always going to be like little stories that probably aren't worth their own videos. And you know, so I've like toyed with this idea, like do I do like the main videos and then I do like a leftovers roundup at the end of the week or something. I think there was like one time we tried to just make it a news roundup, and that went okay. And basically today we're gonna do a very similar thing. Like basically news roundup, but instead of just having it be like all of the little leftovers that weren't worth their own videos, there actually are like 1 or 2 stories in here that probably could have gotten their own videos. But I also I got stuff going on today. You know, there's
he's such a busy person.
And yet there's all of these things I would love to talk about in the news over the last like couple of days. So I just thought, you know what, let's just talk about it all. Let's just throw it all into one big old fat video. What is this? Is this a Nintendo news roundup? Is this another return of the Nintendo news roundup?
What are the boarding parties looking like right now?
Like, that's the thing. Yeah, again, there's no rules. I don't have to like establish a consistent format, consistent like branding. You know, I gotta like commission a logo or something. I don't know. Like what even this is. I'm just gonna talk about a bunch of the news from today. This
you still remember the brownie thing?
That's the name, I guess. Is it a thing now? Is it a thing I'm gonna do? I don't know. Is it a thing
It's
going
a
forward?
thing?
Will I be commissioning the logo, the little like animation at the beginning, the little theme song or something? We'll figure that out later. However, I am gonna use the news roundup music that just like last time. I had commissioned a bunch of music for.
If you guys don't remember, Arlo was invited to PAX East. I think it was PAX East. The PAX that's near his oh no, was it PAX East or PAX West? If it's near his house, and it was probably PAX West. He was invited to like the super cool exclusive game journalist room, and he ate all the brownies that they. I think it was a Nintendo. It was like a Nintendo event thing at PAX West, previewing new and upcoming games. They had like a plate of brownies out for the attendees, and he spent like this one video we were listening to eating. He was talking about how he was eating all the brownies there that it was meant for everybody. But he ate all the brownies. What an asshole. Why did he do that?
Roundup 2.0, and I never got to use it because we never did that. But I'm going to use it here because it's really good. Northman, he does great stuff. And I do want to mention real quick.
He wasn't very apologetic about it either.
You know, news roundup style thing. I got plenty of comments talking about how it would be nice to have footage to match each story. Just some kind of like, you know, visual representation of what I'm talking about. And that's really, really valid. And I really do like to listen to feedback like
Who's
that.
spamming beans?
Like sourcing and downloading footage and like putting in graphics and stuff.
No, he said they were good.
You know, it's not a tremendous amount of work, but it is some. And I think I really do want to focus on making this something that I can really get out there pretty quick. You know, like I really want to be a little bit faster, a little bit more, you know, topical with this kind of stuff. So I'm going to try to strike a middle ground, have like some footage be kind of related when it works, but then other times it'll probably just kind of be B-roll.
God, no wonder the video's 30 minutes long. He has to introduce, because it's the first video of this type that he's done in a while, so he has to reintroduce the concept to his audience. He feels like he has to reintroduce the concept of this video to his audience. So it's like a 10-minute pre-stream you get before he actually talks about the news topics. And I'm talking about the raid from Anley that I got with the Party of 24! Big ups Aloof One, big ups Rebsy, big ups Juzzy51, big ups Ann himself, the guy. Remember when this game felt GPM? Precious memories? Yeah, I did. I do.
My name is Anne.
Hello, D-Sipe. Thank you for the Ann shout-out.
The echoing laugh.
The precious bean laughter. When's the bean stream? Alright, I joined the group. Zapwood on Maple Street?
Oh, well, we lost the cannon, Wayne.
It's gonna work? And teleport to the party? I play this game every couple of months, and they, like, do subtle changes, and I just don't know. I don't read the update. I don't read the patch notes, so I don't know what the hell's going on. Alright, I guess we're locking in. Thank you, Anne, for the raid. I'm grinding Toontown cog suits while watching Arlo. The Arlo update situation. Guess what, Anne? How was your Mother's Day, Anne? Anne. If you say, guys, I didn't do anything, even though I love my mom, I didn't do anything, you guys. I just sat in my room and watched anime all day, guys. Actually, that would be evil. The most evil thing you've ever done. Mom's overseas, I physically cannot do anything. Did you at least text her? Did you send a message? Did you do anything? You sent a memo? Did you get that thing I sent you? Do none of these tunes have lure? Oh well. No one's training lure? No one is training lure. Well, big ups the DS Pikachu Real. This game destroyed our Windows XP machine. I had to use the family PC to play it. And there was a time where the family PC wasn't in the living room, and it was in Brother Dingus's room. So you have Brother Dingus with his baby girl, and they're trying to watch like movies on their laptop. and then I'm on the family PC in his room playing Toontown, and they very obviously wish that I wasn't in the room watching, playing Toontown, so they could like snuggle and watch Netflix and chill together. Very, very morbid memories of playing Toontown as a kid. Welcome in, DS Pikachu. What was I saying? Mother's Day. Was too busy playing Flash games. I play Flash games as well. I like the Stick RPG and the Classroom, the game where you have to cheat and shit. I'll be the one luring then. Fuck it. Sent me a photo reunion of the reunion of Filipinos. Well, we kind of tried to make it a surprise over here, Anne. So Mama Dingus was kind of out, like she was out and about. So the Dinger brood kind of prepared a little get together. She found out before we were ready. But we made her a big stinking pot of Menudo. We're talking cartoonishly oversized. Like, this is the reason why the title is what it is. A ridiculously oversized pot of Menudo that was about as big as the oven whose stovetop we prepared it on. And we also picked up some barbacoa, as we are wont to do every Sunday. We also got her a big-ass gift basket, bouquet of flowers. I got her, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything. I got a little purse. I got a little purse for her. And this is kind of more convenient timing, but we also got an air fryer because niece Dingus broke the air fryer. so we had to get a replacement air fryer that we kind of already had, but we just didn't set it up. It's like the backup air fryer. So technically, she has a new air fryer, but only because niece Dingus broke the old one, and we just kind of had one already sitting around. But other than that, we also smoked sausages. So we had a big-ass bowl of sausages. The whole family was there, immediate family. So, you know, I was there, of course. Brother Dingus was there. Sister Dingus and her family were there. All the niece Dinguses, Papa Dingus, Mama Dingus. I talked about it to Tevin, and Tevin was like, it's basically a second birthday. It's Mama Dingus's partnerversary. It's like, I couldn't help but agree. I couldn't find a reason to disagree with him on that. Yeah, it was kind of like Mama Dingus's partnerversary if she had one. Yeah, I liked Insane Aquarium. I played Insane Aquarium. I streamed it last year. The checkmark bunny coming in with a luxury purse from Mama Dingus. No, come on. It wasn't like a Gucci thing or anything. Wow. Is that the one with beef tripe? Yeah. It's the one with the lining of cow's stomach, beef tripe. Also onions, red chili peppers, like a red chili pepper base broth. Is it hominy? The little corn kernels. A lot of that. Onion. A very, very good quinoa. If you've never had a good pot of Menudo, I have sympathy for you. I'm glad some of the old school PopCap games made their way to Steam. Yeah. I also played a lot of Plants vs. Zombies growing up, too. But Insane Aquarium was always my favorite. I remember playing Polar Bowler as well. Polar Bowler? I was into Congregate. I didn't do a lot of Congregate.
I'm the best!
Thank you for the follow, buddy boy! The only game I remember from Congregate was the one where it's a platformer, but it's a gimmick platformer. So the first enemy you run into, you die, and every time you refresh the game, it shows like people coming in and then talking about you being dead. And every time you refresh, the story progresses until you're like 6 feet under. Love Menudo, oh my gosh. I love it too. I don't know, for some reason Mama Dingus thought I didn't like it.
I love you too.
You play the most dusty ass game, shit trash. Did you know, Carl, this game is older than World of Warcraft? But no, I do like Menudo. For some reason, Mama Dingus thought I didn't like it today. I was like, no. You're thinking about Brother Dingus. I'm the one that likes it. But I've always been kind of a pozole guy. I do think pozole is a bit better than Menudo. It's not like I dislike Menudo. I had 2 fat fucking bowls. I had a plate of sausages. I had an Old Man Windbreaker sub. Tier 1 Old Man Windbreaker. Guys, let's get some applause. Thank you, Old Man Windbreaker, for the Tier 1 on this, the loveliest Mother's Day of the year. The only Mother's Day of the year. How did you eat that much? Again, it was just that good. And if I didn't eat it, it would make Mama Dingus feel bad. Even though she wasn't the one that made it. It was me and Sister Dingus and Brother Dingus. Oh, okay, we gotta act fast. Go. The bear's taking too long. Okay. Good morning, good evening, Dingus in chat. Welcome in, Old Man Windbreaker. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in, Tevin. I was just regaling the audience, Tevin, with the Mother's Day situation that I told you about. We got her a purse. We got her a gift basket. We made the menudo. We smoked sausages, big ass plate of sausages, and we picked up some barbacoa. Can we? Okay, they're not gonna. I got organic traps. Now, I know that sounds fucked out of context, but if you play the game, you know what an organic trap is. You can plant your weapons in the game, which are called gags. You can plant your gags at your estate, your in-game home, and if they're organic gags, they will do more damage than gags bought from the store. So I can say that I have homegrown organic traps. Yeah, don't forget the cream pies, the Reddit forced cream pies. That's what the title would have been today if it wasn't Mother's Day. Big ups, Eddie B43. How's the Momma Dingus? You'll feel bad if you don't eat all the food you made yourselves. Okay, do they want a sound? The emergency room story will be 10 years old next year. We're gonna have to... I'm gonna have to, I don't know, shout out the Kino Casino clip of them talking about it. But no, it was a very, very good Mother's Day. And as for what Renchik was saying, how was I able to eat all of that? Well, yeah, I mean, usually I don't eat a lot. And when I do eat, I have to eat very slowly. I can't just, like, mash, get up. What do they call it in fighting games where you, like, get up, mash? I can't get up, mash my food. Or, I'm just not supposed to do it. I don't know, I made an exception. And my tummy doesn't hurt either. And I didn't feel bad afterward. It was the mother's love. It's soup, so it's not like there's anything that slows you down. Well, yeah, there's that too. It was just little pieces of hominy, little chunks of beef tripe. It's not like it was anything that required, you know. I feel like the more I talk about this, I'm like Phil talking about like eating the meat off the bone. Wait, what was that one meal he ordered? It was like Chinese chicken or something. Oh my god, they really expect me to get the meat off the bone and shit. Oh, such an ordeal. It's just fucking soup. So yeah, I had like 2 bowls and then a plate full of sausages and I was full. TBH. Oh wait, no, I had like two of the barbacoa tacos. 2 barbacoa tacos, 2 bowls of soup, and a plate of sausages. Very, very fucking full after that. Was it Thai? Thai? I think people say Thai. The H is silent. Yeah, the chicken adobo. Yeah, wake up super Jap mash. Respect to the mothers. Devour. But yeah, it was a very nice, kind of homey affair. A homey affair with the family. If you guys did anything for Mother's Day, I hope it was swell. I hope you, if you were not able to be with her today, I hope you at least texted her or called her. Even Phil calls Linda, you guys. So you're a very bad son if you didn't at least call her, or if she's no longer with you. I hope you keep her in your thoughts. Do I solo one of the buildings? I don't think I can. I don't think I'm strong enough to solo a building on my own. Okay, I gotta do one more. Let's go restock. 11 hours in a factory. I'm a bad son like Phil. Found my mom's keys that she lost. Does that count? Phil didn't call on the day Leanna was in the emergency room, shaking my head. And springing it up. Wait, was that... Oh, you're saying it's 10 years, if it's gonna be 10 years old. He was so distracted by Leanna that he didn't call his mom on Mother's Day? What? Worked, but I gave her a gift before I left. Oh, see, look, that's nice. As long as he did something for her. I don't want to gaslight people, make them feel bad if they weren't able to do anything, but come on. It's Mother's Day. I saw this one tweet on the Shrek Twitter account. It was like, thank your mother for allowing you to see Shrek growing up. It's like, well, you know, I'm thinking about it. Well, yeah, it was my parents who bought Shrek on VHS, so I guess that is true. I don't know if I would say they allowed me to watch it. More like they just happened to buy it for me incidentally. Because I didn't see it in theaters. I felt like in that era, you kind of just saw everything on VHS. At least I did. I didn't go to the movies. I didn't start going to the movies until a bit later. say when I was a preteen, we had this kind of phase, me and Papa Dingus, where we would just go to the movie theaters every Sunday, and we would just watch whatever slop was in the theaters that particular week. Just kind of, no matter what it was, we had no particular adherences. I guess if we had like a genre adherence, it'd be like action. Sometimes it'd be like a cartoon movie just for me, or like a comedy. I remember we watched Are We Done Yet? The sequel to Are We There Yet? I remember walking out the theater. I was looking at Papa Dingus. I was like, "What did you think?" And he told me it was corny. We have a grizzled Papa Dingus telling me Are We Done Yet was corny. Oh well. He did it for me. He knew it was a movie that I was not like I was begging him to watch it. He just kind of watched it because that's what was there that weekend. I know a lot of sheltered kids where if it wasn't PBS, it wasn't on. I didn't have cable growing up either, for the most part, till later. Hey, Coggers. But yeah, I grew up a lot on PBS Kids, like fucking Arthur and shit. Arthur is a Kino show, though. It's a shame they don't make it anymore. Was that kind of show where the characters were voiced by children, so you had like Arthur changing voice actors every couple of seasons. Like it kept the authenticity that it was actual like children voicing the characters, but it was kind of annoying where the voices would change ever so slightly. Like you knew it wasn't the Arthur that you remembered listening to last week. And you can also kind of tell, like, if the overall season was bad, you could say, oh, if Arthur has that voice, that means it's one of the bad seasons. They ended up doing that with Gumball, too. Gumball was also a show where the characters were voiced by children. So every couple of seasons, the children hit puberty, they got to recast the kids. But that show did it in a funny way, where they had, like, a story reason for why they kept changing voice actors. Like, there was one where I think there was, like, a universal ending threat or something. And at the end of it, Gumball is affected, and his voice just sounds different. And then another season, it's just like something casually happens to him. I think like he gets hit by something, and this just causes his voice to change. Now, Gumball was a good show. I hear they're bringing it back, so I hope they don't make it worse. Big up Summer Ant. Arthur swapped the Flash animation style before it died. It was horrible. I had already stopped watching. I heard about it. I heard about how they made Mr. Ratburn gay, which is honestly fine, because if you can't look at me and tell me Mr. Ratburn's slamming pussy, I don't believe you. So I'm actually one of the few people not affected by Mr. Ratburn being gay. It just is like, I mean, if we were gonna go down that road, I mean, if we were gonna make like any character gay, like Mr. Ratburn being gay makes the most sense. But that was during the time where the show had switched to Flash animation. Like I had stopped watching. Like by that time, it's just I was too old, you guys. We had WB and Fox, which did cartoons in the afternoon. I remember when Kids WB had they used to do it afternoons. Like every day was like kid shit, and then it got to a point where it was just like, okay, only Saturdays we'll do the kid shows. I remember liking Lunatics Unleashed, which is the one where they made the Looney Tunes and the superheroes. And I talk about that show to people now, streamers who are, I believe they're older than me, and they're like, Dingus, what the fuck is wrong? You like Lunatics Unleashed? Like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, I was the target audience, bitch. Like, what do you mean? Like, I thought it was cool. People over here acting like I committed a sin or something. Remember when Gumball called Dream a fig? I do remember that. Why was he hanging out with Dream? This is the clout you get when you're a Cartoon Network voice actor. Even new Animaniacs dunked on Lunatics. I didn't watch the new season. Again, Animaniacs was before my time. And that was like on Fox Kids. We didn't have Fox Kids. For some reason, our Fox affiliate never did like because I assume it was a decision. Each Fox affiliate had a decision whether they wanted to do the kids block or not. Our affiliate didn't do it, so I didn't have any of the Fox Kids programs. Some of them aired on like the sister channel under like the 4Kids block. So you either had 4Kids, which had like Kirby Right Back at You, the 4Kids dub of One Piece, which I didn't see very many episodes of outside of Granny Dingus's house because she had cable when the show got moved over to Toonami. But no, I didn't watch the 4Kids block that they had. I was like, if it wasn't on WB, I didn't watch it. And I know like all these other networks had kids blocks in the 90s, like CBS, NBC, and ABC. Like this is all before my time. So when I was growing up, it was literally Kids WB or for kids. The kids Saturday morning cartoons had degraded to just that. It was either Kids WB or for kids, and I didn't like watching for kids too much, so I didn't watch like the One Piece for kids dub until like later when it was on Toonami. I thought Kirby. With a few episodes I caught of Kirby, I liked it. Just they didn't air it a lot. I don't know if they were embarrassed by it or something. Oh, are you doing this building too? Where's your... Do you have a lobby for it? Are you just hanging out? Oh, no, let me go here. Sorry, I'm leaving. I'm abandoning you. Mega Man Access, you freak? Brother, I may have seen one episode of that. This was in the era where they wouldn't actually finish shows. So shows like the F-Zero anime on 4Kids, I may have seen like one episode of that, and then they just stopped airing it. Maybe they dubbed more episodes, but they just didn't care enough to like show them. They would just air the shows part way and then never finish them. I may have seen like one Mega Man episode on Kids WB, but I don't think they actually finished it. They didn't finish dubbing the Kirby anime either? Really? I thought they did. I thought that was one of the few they did finish. I missed out on all the shitty Deke cartoons. No, I had VHS tapes of the Mario cartoons from the late 80s, early 90s, because even back then I was kind of a toddler. Kinda. Like, I had the GBA, and I liked Mario, but we didn't have, like, you know me. I've relitigated my childhood more than enough times on stream. I didn't get my Nintendo shit for the most part until much later when I was older. So as a kid, I just had the GBA and the Brother Dingus's Game Boy that he lost, and I don't know what happened to it. But I had my GBA and I liked Mario. We didn't have many opportunities to engage with the Nintendo IP. Ah, yes. But Momma Dingus knew that I liked Mario, so she got me like old VHS types of the Mario cartoons and the Donkey Kong Country cartoon as well. Was Static Shock Deke? I think that was WB Animation, right? If it has a specific name, I forgot. DC Animated, whatever. What are we doing? I'm luring. Let me scroll up. I'm gotta like balance my attention between the game and chat. If you've never seen gameplay of this before, I'm sure the combat looks confusing. Fucking Disney getting kids to play RPGs. And of course the bears are flirting with each other while I'm talking. The 80s Mega Man show, I've only seen that on like throwback streams. Like I'll see it in my recommended videos, I'll see like retrospective videos talking about it. I'll see like these throwback streams that air old cartoons, show episodes of it, but it's not something I watched growing up. I did see Static Shock. I did see Static Shock and Teen Titans. The Batman, the show that was just called The Batman. I thought that was pretty good, but looking at retrospective discussion of that, people hate that one too. I didn't see Justice League. I think Justice League was only Cartoon Network. Batman Beyond, I did not watch. Which is weird, because that would have been on Kids WB around the time that I would have been watching it. It either came on too early for me to tune in when I did wake up, like it was already over around when I woke up, or maybe, I don't know. It feels like I should have been watching that, but I didn't.
Enter, engage!
Thank you, Amran, for the 20 months at Tier 1. I'm revealing my age? You missed out? The Batman leaned too much on the Joker being the villain? I like that he had dreadlocks, but apparently nobody else did. Did I watch Street Sharks or Gargoyles? No, because Gargoyles, that was on Disney Channel. It has to have been on Kids WB or 4Kids. If it wasn't on either, I didn't see it. Oh, did they want... What do you want? Do you want squirt or throw? Maybe I didn't see Batman Beyond then. Maybe it was before my time. The thing is, though, like, I clearly remember watching episodes of Pokemon, like the Hoenn season, and then The Batman, and then Lunatics. But I'm pretty sure The Batman and Lunatics Unleashed were after Batman, after Batman Beyond. So maybe Batman Beyond was before my time? I did have VHS tapes for Pokemon, so I would watch, like, the original series of Pokemon. I do remember like the original season, but maybe I only watched them through the VHS tapes. I remember watching the Hoenn season like actually on TV. Are we luring? What are we doing? Are you training lure? Like, oh, okay. Okay, I guess we're all luring. That shit was ass. I liked it. Again, look, I was the target audience, okay? Oh yeah, I forgot we were watching Arlo.
Of whatever. I'm kind of leaning into the like podcasty nature of this, you know. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that is seen as something of an okay middle ground. Well, we got a lot to talk about, so get that water heating up or
yeah. Sorry, we're actually having fun conversations
because it's time for Topic Arlo today.
Is that a little theme?
Let's start out with the main story, the main headline that I think probably would have been its own video because I do have a good amount of stuff to say about it. This pertains to a story element from the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Technically speaking, this could be seen as a spoiler for anyone who has not seen the movie or heard anything that came out of the movie. I guess I apologize putting this right at the beginning of a long video. I feel like probably everyone's heard about this by now, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you might want to skip ahead or something. Yes, this is about Peach. Are you ready? Are you ready? This is about Peach and Rosalina's whole relationship as revealed in the Super Mario Galaxy movie. The whole Peach-Rosalina thing has always been kind of
when he
weird.
says it, it kind of sounds like Yuri when he says it like that.
Princess, like, why does she look like Peach? You know, again, as I've said, I was like, is that just like lazy design?
I never really thought Rosalina looked like Peach, though. Like, if you think they're the same character visual, like, you might be colorblind.
They just didn't want to come up with a new thing. They wanted her to be like really familiar. But yeah, like so.
I never thought they had to be related.
Here and there, that maybe there's.
I never thought it was weird that they weren't related, like in the games.
Sort of related, especially with all this like Rosalina's storybook stuff, kind of added into Galaxy. Just like it's.
I figured from the storybook in Galaxy 1 that Rosalina. It doesn't make any sense. How is Rosalina her mom? How is Rosalina her mom? It's like. She doesn't look that much older than Peach.
It's been possible, and I'm sure there's been plenty of fan theories, probably plenty that basically.
It's okay that they're not related.
But the Super Mario Galaxy movie basically canonized the idea that Peach and Rosalina are sisters, and I think that's great. I think that's perfect. Yeah.
Explain this then. Rosalina's storybook in the games says that Rosalina has a brother. We have never seen Peach have a brother. We've never seen it stated that. Well, if Peach is. The theory is supposed to be that Peach is the mom. We've never seen Peach have children. We've never seen the Prince of the Mushroom Kingdom. Explain that.
I mean, like, I'm tempted to really, really talk about this.
Like, it's okay
really
if she's just her own character.
You know, looking back in retrospect, what it all meant. But I won't go too deep into that. But Miyamoto did say recently in an interview that, like, when they made Galaxy, they sort of had kind of a nebulous idea that they would be sort of related in some way. Like, there was some connection there, but they hadn't, like, firmly established what that was, and they figured they...
So, conceptually, originally, she was supposed to have some kind of relation, unclear, with Peach, but it's not represented in the final game at all. Like, it's clear that concept was dumped. The movie just went ahead and fully realized it, but that doesn't mean it's canon to the games. Like, we're not going to get Mario games coming out that all of a sudden acknowledge that they're supposed to be sisters. Like, they're still not sisters in the games. People understood this with the last movie. People understood that the movie canon was separate from the game canon with the last movie. So why is it such a debate with the Galaxy movie?
It was just kind of like, okay, maybe we'll play with it again later. We'll just keep it ambiguous for now. But then the Mario Galaxy movie, of course, was like, okay, well, we're adapting this material with a much more substantial story than you would generally find in a Mario game.
It's the selective ignorance of it that bugs me.
Open up the whole discussion again, approach it all from...
Like, okay, the first movie says Mario and Luigi live in Brooklyn, right? Just like the cartoons from the 80s do. The games instead say that they live in the Mushroom Kingdom and have always lived in the Mushroom Kingdom, according to Yoshi's Island. These are clear contradictions of each other, but people understand that the movie canon is for the purposes of making the story easier to understand for American audiences who probably have nostalgia for the old cartoon. So we understood with the first movie that it was a different universe. Why do we have issues with the sisters thing for this movie?
A new perspective, and that was when they did decide, like, yes, let's basically canonize this relationship. And it basically is canon now. In the same way, I think that there's always been sort of an idea that Mario came from like the real world, came from Brooklyn, and found himself in the Mushroom Kingdom. That had not really been alluded to, represented at all in any real way in the games themselves, and yet
because of Yoshi's Island.
Kind of, played with that idea. I never really knew if that was exactly canon, but then like the Mario movie itself, not that there is like a consistent canon, but in a sense, I do believe the first Mario movie really did like confirm, like, yes, that is where Mario comes from. That is the story set up for this whole
Explain
series,
Yoshi's Island.
And
they're different canons.
I do feel like that's kind of what's happening here.
There's no game that says he's from Brooklyn.
Just be like, yes, that is what happened.
The movie doesn't
that's
dictate
where Rosalina
shit.
Came from. That's where Peach came from. That's
Does Fox McCloud exist in Mario's game canon now?
Which is pretty cool. And basically, Miyamoto has confirmed in another interview with a Japanese media outlet, Nintendo.
I thought they were going to assist me.
Yes, this idea is basically being canonized. Not to say that moving forward, there's going to be like, a bunch of Mario games with a bunch of deep story or anything. Probably not going to like really explore this a whole ton. But it's kind of one of those like, what do you call it? It's like word of God, like the creator of this property has said something. And so we all just kind of have to like take that as
How come they didn't use the movie Fox design?
In
I'm kind of fine with them not using the movie Fox design. That might be an unpopular opinion, but something with his face, the way his head is shaped like a bell, like I'm not completely like over it. No, I should say that I am over it. Like I'm not too big a fan of his head looking like a bell. There's something about his attitude though in the movie as well. It's not consistent with how Fox actually is portrayed in the games. How's this game? I remember seeing clips of it back in the day, but I've never played it. Ever wonder what it would be like to be a toon? Well, here's your chance. But always see those ads playing on Cartoon Network at Granny Dingus' house. The game is fine. Very, very fun. It's a nice little time waster game. It taught me, and many, many generations of children, the mechanics of a turn-based RPG that isn't Pokemon. But I'm kind of like in the end game period, Rennie, where all I'm doing is grinding raid bosses. Do I heal? What are they going to do? The cogs are lured now. When you lure a cog, that means they won't attack. The order of gags you see here, it's the order of which... the order here determines the order that the weapons will go out in. Get it? Alright, I guess I'm doing this. Yes, Toontown has raid bosses, and that's the end game. The end game is you grind the bosses repeatedly to build up your cog suit and maximize your cog suit level. The game has music too, but I muted it so that we could listen to Arlo. But yeah, so it's RPG gameplay, battles of 4 versus however many enemies they put you up against. You got tune-up, which is healing, traps, you can lay traps, lure, you lure the cogs so that they either don't attack or fall for the traps. Sound is a multi-hit attack, and then you have throw and squirt, which are your basic abilities. So this guy's gonna heal by telling jokes. It's a low-level heal that heals all the units in the party. And my laugh meter in the bottom left is how much HP I have. Your HP is also your level, so I have 119 laugh, meaning I am level 119. The maximum amount of laugh in the original Disney version was like 132. I think this fan server I'm on has exceeded that to 150 something. But anything that's like a pie or a cake is classified as a throw gag. These have high power but medium accuracy. The squirt gags have high accuracy but low damage. Now, to motivate toons into working together, you can only get 6 of the 7 available weapon types, so you have to forego 1. I chose to forego drop, which is the one that most people choose to forego. Drop gags are very powerful, but they have very low accuracy unless someone has attacked the cog beforehand. But the drop gags are like, your standard cartoon safes, your anvils, and like. But you start off small with like small little pies and shit, and then you progressively get to bigger pies as you gain experience. Like the final pie weapon is a giant wedding cake that attacks all the cogs. So I planted the trapdoor. He lures the cog with money. It's some kind of money creature, and then the cog falls for the trapdoor. I'm not playing with viewers, shaking my head. No one plays this game! Brother, there's barely 1,000 people logged into it. Despite the fact that the game is completely free to play and has no membership and no way to, they don't even have like a Patreon. The second this game tries to fleece money out of you, Disney is going to shut it down. Let me plant another trapdoor. I assume these guys are trying to train lure, so I guess I should help them out. But yeah, this is a free-to-play fan server, completely free-to-play. You cannot give them money, even if you tried. You could throw thousands of dollars in their faces, they would refuse you every time. The second they start accepting money, it's fucking over. Disney is allowing this fan server to exist out of a courtesy. Yeah, just literally doing it for the love of the game. Here's my friends list. I got no one's on. This is my in-game pet. His name is Dagwood. Continuing the theme of me choosing everything with a penis name. Plingy the cat. Cocoa Puff. Danny! Not that Danny. It's all the friends I have who aren't online. Quagmire. Ugly Fumbleburger. But this has that thing like many kids games back in the day had, where if you couldn't think up of a name, you could choose from like a predetermined list. So the predetermined list has like a lot of silly cartoon names. So that's why we got like Ugly Fumbleburger and Skippy Jiffy Pop. And then you have like normal names like Trixie. Well, if you're gonna help me train Trap, be my guest. But you have like a universal timer to select your gags. Like you can't stall them out. The game doesn't seem very Disney coded to you. So the reason why the enemies are like robot businessmen, they were intended to be real, like living human-style businessmen, but the actual execs at Disney at the time got fucking pissed off and thought it was an affront to them personally. They took it personally. So at the last minute, they changed them into robots. And they're like, oh, okay, they're robots now. That's fine. But the reason why you're attacking them with gags is to make them laugh. So you're not really killing them, you're making them laugh. And the businessmen can't laugh because they're not programmed to laugh. So if you make them laugh, that causes them to self-destruct. And then we do a little dance. You got like little emotes. You custom emotes and shit. Your little stock phrases. The stinky phrases. Hey, you stink! Please go away. That wasn't nice. That's not very toony. And then you have the freedom chat. Back in the day, there was no freedom chat. You could only communicate with the speed chat. You would have to make like, I think they call it secret friends. You would have to like tell someone the secret code. And once you were secret friends, then you could like freely chat, but the chat would still be moderated. But here's the map. Here's Toontown. In all my years of playing the fan service, they have never revealed what's under this cloud. Here's your servers. 800 people online! Oh no. Here are the gags. So, like I said, we got tune-up for healing, traps for traps. You lure them into the trap, or lure them just so they don't attack. Sound is the way people, if you want to like really grind the raid bosses, sound is your best friend. Sound has low damage, but high accuracy. And if you use it at the same time as other tunes using sound, the damage is stacked. So, you know, whenever you see me do like raid boss grinding, you'll see me like spam the elephant trunk just to get through multiple waves of cogs. Then you have the standard throw, your pies and shit, your Reddit forced cream pies. You got the squirt, and then you have the drop, which is what I didn't pick. But it starts out small. Like you got your banana peels, your little tiny cupcakes, your little squirt flowers, and then as you gain more experience and unlock the newer, the stronger gags, you know, it gets more bigger. You get bigger and better pies. So you get like the whole fruit pie, the whole cream pie, the birthday cake, and then the wedding cake. Which that strikes the entire it strikes every cog in the battle. But I know it's a fun game. It's a fun little game that I like. Actually, semi-impressed that 800 people still play this. Being completely free helps. It's not on Steam though. You have to download the launcher. So I can't call it a game. It is a game I'm playing on PC, but I'm not using Steam to do it. It's Toontown.Rewritten.com. There's another fan server called Corporate Clash that I don't play out of principle. Because the people who play that are very annoying. I remember I was streaming this game back in the day during the year one of Dingus content. I was streaming this game, and because I was on the wrong fan server, I had fuckers coming in that were like Corporate Clash shillers. If Juzzy's here, Juzzy might remember. I would have people shilling Corporate Clash, the rival fan server, and they were trying to tell me, why are you playing on this server? Why aren't you on Corporate Clash? Why aren't you on Corporate Clash, bro? Don't you know Corporate Clash is cooler and has better things in it? And like out of principle, I have refused to play Corporate Clash because the fan base is insufferable. The Toontown fan service beef. Like Corporate Clash is the server that strives to do like more fun things. Like it's not striving to replicate the original experience of the game, which is what I want. I want the game as I remember it. And Toontown Rewritten is that. Toontown Rewritten aims to replicate the feel of how the game used to be under Disney, while Corporate Clash is more so bringing the game back and adding more shit to it. But the shit that I've seen, the new shit that I've seen in that game, it just does not look appealing to me. Wait, where do I go for this? I finished the task, right? Oh, Shep Ahoy at All for Nautical on Seaweed Street at Donald's Dock. Get it? Let's go.
Irrefutable element of this fictional universe. Let me just read the quote here. He says, because we don't know what kind of game we'll make next with our characters, having too many character settings would become a constraint. I'm fine with being bound by
Fusion
the
Ball,
gameplay,
I saw a
don't
commercial
want to
for
be
Fusion
bound
Ball,
by
never
having
played it.
created a story, which has been the reason for not making movies for many years. So before making this movie, I hadn't decided on the character's backstory, but now that I'm making the movie, it's become fun to expand on the character in various ways. Therefore, I would like to adhere as much as possible to the settings created in the movie in future games. Now, this is I believe this is a pretty new interview and perhaps a newly translated one. I get the feeling the word settings might not necessarily be perfectly accurate. I know there's always like it's tricky to translate this stuff from Japanese directly, but like he's talking about the characters and he's talking about the story and using the word set. I don't think he means just like the physical places. I think he may mean more like
Kiwi farm shuts coming here to shrill. No, just Corporate Clash people.
This and yeah, like it sounds like he's basically saying now that we have firmly established this element of the story.
They were being very annoying. Like all I want to do was play the fucking game
in at least some way moving forward. And I think this is wild. I think this is really, really interesting for a number of reasons. One thing to consider before anything else is it's kind of funny hearing him say this because he has been very, very separated from the development of Mario games for a good number of years now. Like it sounds like he's barely had a hand in the last few. You know, I think they go to him to get like opinions and stuff, especially when it comes to like just like
Miyamoto's like an idea guy now.
What do you think of this thing? But yeah, he's really.
Miyamoto says at this point he'll only play new Mario games for like 30 minutes just to make sure if they pass his like his personal Mario check, if it's Mario enough for him. He'll only play the first 30 minutes and then drop it. He's a busy man, a busy guy. He has been actively involved in the development of a Mario game since Mario 64. Here and there he'll suggest ideas. Like I remember Paper Jam, Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. He was the one that suggested the ability to dash in that game to better get around the overworld. But no, not really in a developer anymore. They pay him to be an idea guy.
Just not been that involved, especially since he began production on the Mario movie, the first one. It seems like that's really been taking almost all of his focus. So moving forward, you know, even if he does want to explore these things in future games, is that actually going to happen though? Like, is he going to like return to game development in order to do this? Or is he just kind of speaking generally? You know, he's just kind of like, I hope it happens. Or maybe the fact that he's Miyamoto and all he has to do is just give a suggestion and maybe people will run with it. You know? He may be able to just go up to the
comes in, says it needs more Mario and leaves.
And just be like, can we touch on this? And they may just be like, sure thing, boss. You know, like,
really redesigned Boss Bot HQ, huh?
To be Miyamoto, to be the guy who made Mario, and everyone wants to make him happy. So that's kind of interesting. Like, is he going to be bringing this stuff to future games?
Here because the original Disney server had this shit empty.
Like, that's just, I don't know. it's always so funny, you know, Miyamoto's whole relationship with story and like, you know, oh no, he hates story and that whole like thing. You know,
he kind of does though. He kind of hates story
first, like pretty much always. And he's only now he's admitting himself. He's only now getting into the story because it kind of has to, you know, because it is necessary for a movie. It kind of has to have a story, and that's got him kind of thinking about it. So like, is this him just kind of being like, I don't know, it would be cool. Like maybe he doesn't have like a solid idea. He's just saying like it would be neat. Or is this like, no, this is actually a thing that we're going to see moving forward? Because, yeah, like, as always, Mario games don't really have deep stories. I don't even know exactly, like, what they would do to explore this relationship with, between Peach and Rosalina going forward if we're not going to, like, retell the story or, like, the revelation of what happened. Like, I don't see that happening. I don't see them making, like, a Peach-Rosalina backstory game.
No, they don't.
Just, like,
No. Don't tell me you want to see that. Don't tell me you want to see that. Don't tell me you want to see that.
Experienced me for the first time imagining a Peach and Rosalina prequel game where they're like star children. You could even do like Mario Galaxy. Okay, this can't just become a whole like the whole like game design thought experiment. Let's design the Peach and Rosalina, but my mind is racing. Yeah, you could use like Mario Galaxy elements, you know, but like it would totally be styled after like Little Prince, because that's kind of like what the whole like Rosalina, little star child on the little like moon, like it's totally like Little Prince. Like you could make a whole entire game.
No one here lobbying?
Hopping between the planets and the stars and stuff. Oh, it's delightful. Oh, it's
midnight moment,
like after like the storybooks. That's amazing. We need that. We need that so much. Okay, no, probably not super duper likely. So barring that, how really do you explore this relationship in the games? Maybe it's just like, I don't know, acknowledging it in some way. At the same time, like when have Peach and Rosalina ever even like spoken to each other? You know, like Rosalina, she's not like a part of the games, you know?
Maybe if she appeared in RPGs, that would alleviate that issue. But yeah, like actually within the games, can you name Peach and Rosalina having a scene together, like sharing dialogue? You kind of can't. Even in Galaxy 1, she more so talks to Mario directly than Peach. Like Rosalina like makes allusions to Peach, but they don't have any real direct interaction in that game per se. If Rosalina appeared in the RPGs, that would alleviate that issue, but she's not in any of the Paper Marios or any of the Mario and Luigi games. She was in Mario plus Rabbids, if you count that as one of the RPGs, more like a tactics game. I guess it has RPG stats in it. But she was in a second Mario Rabbids. Still, she's at the very end of the game, and she still doesn't directly interact with Peach in that game either.
Galaxy 1 and 2 was when she was like a part of the story, and she had
and that's why I don't think it can work if you try to force this relationship into existing in the games. Like they didn't have any interaction before, including in Galaxy 1, which is a game that introduces Rosalina, and all of a sudden they just acknowledge that they're sisters when they've had like, what is it at this point, almost 20 years of not having any direct interaction.
Like dialogue and stuff, but after that, like she's just a guest character. She's just someone else. 3D World. Now
yeah, Nintendo's a gameplay first company.
She's just another character.
Like I don't need my Mario games to have more story.
Exchanged.
Unless they're an RPG.
Word. Could there be a future Mario game where they're actually like both like a part of the plot or something? I mean, I love the idea. You know, I don't think Mario should ever have a super deep plot, but I think you could do something like that, something along those lines, and still deliver like a good, fun experience that has like just enough of a story. So yeah, I don't know how realistic that is, but I like the idea that Miyamoto is talking about it. In some way, he wants to integrate this new piece of the canon into the games going forward, and I think that is a very exciting prospect, however it ends up materializing. If it does. Oh, they could like...
Oh, good, they have sound.
They could like
the name scared me. I thought they were lure only.
Galaxy locales, but like they're all storybook
locales.
And then the end of the game, like the very end is like they get separated or something. Like the very last scene in the game is like Peach like coming out of the pipe, and it's like the same gameplay, except it's like just her, and like that's like when she like gets discovered by the Toads.
You guys like the lo-fi music for the video?
Let's do this later.
He used to use like Nintendo music. Now we just straight up got lo-fi.
Let's do this together. You and me. We'll have this conversation later. We'll dream up this game.
Mario games would be worse if they forced stories.
Miyamoto and the Super Mario Galaxy movie. This one comes from an interview he did with IndieW, and here he addresses the less than warm critical response to the movie. He says, regarding the critics' reviews of the first film, I remember thinking...
No, Miyamoto responding to the critic reviews.
They have a point, but I figured this time would be different. only to find that they were even harsher than last time, which I found rather odd. We stepped in from another
Why didn't
medium
you like
and did
the
our
music,
best
the
to help
movie, you
energize
guys?
the film industry, and yet the very people who are supposed to champion the film industry are the ones being so negative. It's truly baffling. And here, it's like, it's such a big thing, you know, critics versus audiences, and like, how should a person be judging a movie? And so, like, so often you get the critics are all grumpy about a thing, but the audiences are just dumb fun, they like it. And so, like, it's already such a big, like, messy conversation. But I do think it's interesting to see his words here. I think ultimately, like, it's so clear. It's clearer than ever that Miyamoto's not a story guy, you know? Like, I think he can appreciate a good story.
Big of speed
And, he
bump
did
joining the
deliver
party.
some nice story stuff in the Mario Galaxy movie. I love the whole Peach Rosalina thing. But I just, like, ultimately...
Here's the thing, though. He says, oh, Miyamoto delivered such a good story in the Mario Galaxy movie. First of all, he wasn't the only one in the writing department. Second of all, when you hear this shit from people like him, the only thing they can name is, oh my god, they finally canonized Peach and Rosalina being sisters. That's the only fucking thing people talk about from this movie. Nobody talks about anything else. Because the thing is, the movie itself is just dopamine for children. No time to breathe. The movie. Literally... no time to sit down and let things breathe. The movie's always moving. It's always going. This scene, then this scene, then this scene. It's like when you ask a kid to tell you a story, and the story is just, and this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then that happened. It's very TikTok coded for the YouTube Shorts generation. The only thing people talk about in regards to this fucking story is the fact they're sisters now, and how it might be canon in the games now.
He really doesn't actually know what
it's
makes
a run-on
movie.
movie,
I mean,
yeah.
Like, it's one thing to come up with a good idea, a concept for a story. He actually used to be Mr. Story back on the NES. He thought, like, no, we need, like, real characters, and we need to have, like, a real motivation, you know, that kind of story. But, like, a Hollywood movie, a script where you are being constantly delivered just for a solid hour and a half, just story, things happening, dialogue,
what's being bump stats looking like?
Stuff. That's a whole other ballpark, man. That's a whole
All right, he also
other
skipped drop.
thing that I don't doubt I would be very good at it. Even the best among them struggle to do that sometimes. And of course, like, you know, it's a Mario movie. Like, what are you gonna do with it? What can you do with it? But it's just funny that he personally felt like he addressed everything that made the first movie kind of weak in the story department, and he's like surprised
David Huckleberry
that it didn't work.
Let's go.
I think that, like, that just shows how he didn't actually get it. Like, he didn't actually understand.
Yeah, you put it on so your kid shuts up.
What the problem people had with it, you know? He might have picked up on, like, little individual things, like, oh, there wasn't enough Luigi in the movie, like that kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, no, you did fix that.
Yeah,
but, like,
that's fair criticism. Not called the Mario Brothers movie, but Luigi's not really in it.
You know, not to dig too deep into it, but the real problem is it's just the whole thing is kind of paper thin. It kind of
made it a Paper Mario
it's just
movie
a bunch
then.
of stuff that happens like in a row. There's no, like, real emotional weight to any of it. It really is just kind of like, here's some colorful stuff happening, and, like, yeah, you know, as I said in my full review, I don't think it's a great movie. I really enjoyed it though because I'm a Mario fan. But I can completely see that if I was not a Mario fan, I was not getting enjoyment just from, like, seeing these characters and these settings and these ideas represented on the big screen, and all of the references from all of the years. Oh, my whole entire life I've been playing all these games, and I just seeing it there. That novelty is that's the enjoyment factor. If I was not a Mario fan, I would not enjoy that movie almost at all. I think there's almost nothing to like about it, at least as, like, you know, a grown-up. You know, like a kid, they just like seeing,
it's not a
like,
movie for you
silly stuff
if you don't like
happening.
Mario.
Yeah, like, of course a kid, like, it's colorful. There's, like, fight scenes, and there's silly jokes, and, like, you know, absolutely.
Oh, Jelly Bean.
But, like, I can't blame a critic, or even, like, really any grown-up who's not a Mario fan. I can't blame them for not liking the movie. So, like, yeah, I think him really not getting what the problem was, it's just... And also, like, it's Illumination. Like, if you wanted a good movie, you wouldn't have picked Illumination. I'm sorry. Like,
you wouldn't have picked modern Disney either,
in terms of,
TBH.
like, animation and stuff, but, like, just look at their movies. They don't make good movies. They make popular movies. You know what I mean? I know it's, like, such a pretentious thing to say, but it's like they make movies that are appealing to broad audiences, families, kids. They ain't writing Shakespeare, you know, like, pretty much just about
It's
none
kind of the
their
goal
movies
for Nintendo as well.
Carry much,
You're really
like,
gonna say they
actual,
picked the wrong company to partner with?
Weight and everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's just it's kind of just silly fun. And if that's your thing, then, like, cool. And again, especially with kids, that's fine. But, like, you had Illumination make your movie, so, like, it's Miyamoto, who doesn't really know much about story, working with Illumination. I'm not surprised at how this turned out. So it's a little bit funny that he is. It's also a little bit funny. You can kind of tell that he I mean, you know, it's Miyamoto. Maybe he deserves to be a little bit too big for his britches, you know, but like, okay, we stepped in from another medium and did our best to help energize the film industry. So like, clearly he went into this movie feeling kind of like, oh, well, like, we're coming for video games, you know, we're gonna revitalize this stale energy, the stale industry with our fresh energy. So like, I think he already kind of had kind of haughty goals, and when that didn't really pan out the way he expected, he's just like, why are all of you people who, like, you're supposed to be championing the film industry, you're supposed to be making all of this fun, and you're being so...
I would say Miyamoto understands story from the perspective of the things that inspired him to make Mario in the first place, which were like old school Popeye cartoons, where the characters kind of have like, they have like set archetypes, right? Like you have Popeye, then you have Olive Oil, then you have Bluto. When he made Donkey Kong, you know, Jumpman was Popeye, Pauline was Olive Oil, and Donkey Kong was Bluto. So like he kept the archetype but just made it legally distinct. He understands story from like the classic perspective, but not how we think of story in video games as you would today. Hello, Kai_Aster on a 25 stream streak. He says, I am unfeltable. Yeah. Kai missed the last stream, but saved it by watching the VOD.
Negative. I don't know.
Welcome, Kai.
It is funny. I'm really not trying to say anything super negative about Miyamoto here. I think he may be a little bit clueless as to how a lot of this works. Which, you know, again, is very much reflected in these movies, but whatever, I don't know. I just thought that was another kind of interesting little thing. Oh, and then to touch really briefly on how the Super Mario Galaxy movie is doing, it did really well for its first couple weeks. I think it seems like its legs have kind of run out a little bit. I want to say
my theater took down their Mario Galaxy stuff.
Which is a lot less than the $1.3 billion the first movie made, but it has not been released in Japan yet. That's a really big thing to consider. The first movie made like 100 million in Japan, so it's gonna at least another 100 million or something. Overall, both movies have now grossed over $2 billion at the box office. So like, yeah, I mean, even if the Galaxy movie is an expected reduction in overall sales, it's still doing very, 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 very well. But we'll get a much better picture of how that whole thing shakes out later. We've got a couple pieces of fun news on Tomodachi Life. Apparently, the Tomodachi Life Living the Dream is the most successful physical game launch of 2026.
Really? We have the sales numbers now. It's done over 4 million already in 2 weeks.
Tomodachi Life.
It's actually done stronger than Pocopia.
The strongest physical
but it is on Switch 1
all year so far. Even beating
Pocopia is Switch 2 only.
Resident Evil 9, which was
These
a
are real players.
Release. Came out on multiple different platforms. Tomodachi Life was just a Switch game. We don't have the exact numbers, but a French journalist by the name of Oscar Lemaire claims that Resident Evil 9 sold 70,000 boxed units at launch. So if that is correct, then Tomodachi Life has sold more than that, maybe perhaps as high as 100,000 in France. Yeah, I don't know, but it's doing really well. I mean, it's doing pretty well overall. Like, I'm really excited to see the final figures. Obviously, like you can't paint the whole picture just from like little bits and pieces of physical box
comparing this game to a survival horror. Like, he's like comparing it in terms of like games that people considered popular in 2026, which Resident Evil Requiem would be one of them.
Nintendo to give us solid numbers at the next quarterly report, but it seems to be going pretty well so far. And then we also have reason to believe that Tomodachi Life was done and like ready to go nearly a year ago. We know
Many
that
such
Nintendo
cases.
does this. Sometimes they'll finish stuff and they'll just kind of
they'll just sit on games.
And yet it's still kind of surprising whenever it happens, especially with Tomodachi Life, because like they revealed it over a year ago. So like I don't know, like that means it was like done. It was basically done when they revealed it. It's what it was at least very, very close to being done. But yeah, so like as usual,
are they gonna
when
get a trap? What are we doing?
Age ratings, you know, there's different age rating systems in different regions, but a lot of them require
do something,
that for
Duck. You're scaring me.
Be given an age rating, it has to basically be done. You know, be like a certain percentage done, which is usually like almost all the way done, or definitely all the way done, or done enough just to start with like play testing and whatnot, as is the case with the USK rating system. And apparently this seems to have been dug up by good buddy John Cartwright. Big ol' shout out to him and all my GVG buds. As always, Tomodachi Life was given a USK rating in May last year, the 20th of May, 2025. So yeah, just about 11 months before the launch of the game, it was done enough to be rated. And Nintendo was just like, we'll just sit on it for a bit. We're fine. We'll let you know. And I guess it makes sense, you know, Switch 2 had a...
Well, they sit on it so they like to spread out their releases. You know, with Nintendo, they understand people only buy their systems for their first-party games. Certainly isn't for the third-party offerings, right? So they have to space out their first-party releases strategically. So you at least have one first-party release coming out every month, or if you can't have that, one first-party release coming out every other month, or sometimes you'll have like a month with no games, and then a month with 2 games, and so on and so forth.
Pretty good number.
So yeah,
of
they
games
really
come
will
out
just
last
finish
year,
games,
especially in,
then
like, the
sit
last
on them
chunk of the
until they're
year.
ready
So
to
they
come
just kinda
out.
Waited a few months into 2026, you know, pad out the schedule a little bit. All right, so that's pretty interesting too. Oh yeah, and then in reading the Nintendo Life article on this, I forgot about this. Apparently, Metroid Prime Remastered was rated by the USK almost 2 years before it was released.
Yeah,
that's
something
crazy,
like that.
and that would
Fire
be
Emblem
why
Engage
we
is
had
another one,
rumors about
the
it
Advance
for
Wars
so
remake.
So long before we actually got it. It's because Nintendo did it and finished it.
Now
and
this
just didn't
stock
release
is
it.
stalling.
Super
Do
interesting.
something,
Let's
please.
switch gears and talk about
Hello?
our dear little Yoshi. Previews have gone out for Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Nintendo invited various gaming outlets to try out a
They didn't invite Arlo. Arlo didn't get to preview the game. But yeah, previews for Yoshi are out. I haven't seen them yet. Not in a rush. It is a Yoshi game. I kind of know what I'm gonna get myself into by playing it. I will play it day one, but I didn't really see a reason to watch the previews. Like I'm already kind of won over. I don't need to watch previews. I'm like at that stage.
demo. So we've got, you know, some brief little write-ups on people who played like an hour and a half or so of the game. And the general consensus is that this is a much more kid-focused game.
I was kind of thinking it, and then Zerpachi said it. Yeah, they didn't invite him back because he ate the brownies.
Than usual. I mean, like, obviously, Yoshi has always, like, appealed to kids on some level. All these different games, you know, kind of...
Fringe thumbnail for part 3 stream?
Yeah, levels of, like, simplicity.
Oh,
and,
yeah, I'll watch the wrap. It's already 1 in the morning.
You know, like, the challenge
I'll watch the wrap
level has
after
certainly
this.
gone up and down. I never played Woolly World, but I heard that one was a little bit more like a traditional platformer. Then Crafted World was definitely a traditional platformer, but it seems like it was made a little bit easier, a little bit more
he ate all the
casual.
brownies at
And then the
PAX.
series book seems to be going, like, really, really casual with it. It seems there isn't even any, like, combat to speak of, like, at all. It really is just kind of, like, exploring and you know, researching these creatures and whatnot. So very, very kid focused.
Well, they didn't
But
shy
the funny
from the
thing is
fact
I've
that that
read
was
a
the
little
concept of the
handful
game,
these
Arlo.
previews, and there's a pretty good spread of opinions as far as like how much it might appeal to someone who's not a kid goes. You know, IGN's preview believes that, yeah, like this really is a kid's game. It's probably not gonna appeal to a grown-up as much. You know, like the person who played it was kind of, yeah, it's really not for me. It really is just like a thing for little kids. You know, nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But just kind of like, you know, wasn't really quite their thing. But then the Polygon preview was a little bit more in the middle. You know, just kind of like definitely acknowledging that it's on the easier side and good for kids.
I would say Yoshi games have always been B tier games. Like if you're looking at this like the next Donkey Kong Bonanza, like Donkey Kong Bonanza, Mario Kart World, this is not. It's just supposed to be a B tier game that builds up the library, so that by the end of the life cycle, you'll be able to say that the Nintendo Switch 2 has all these exclusives on it. But Yoshi isn't really a headliner title and hasn't been since the SNES game. Hey, Golden Cream. I'm sure I'll have fun with it, but the previews acting like they're upset because like, oh, this, that. Oh shit, I fucked up. I thought I had to apologize. What was I saying? Welcome in, Golden Cream. Arlo is a DSP of Nintoddlers. It's a wonder he didn't get mad that Nintendo sold an accessory for the Switch 2 as an accessory for the Switch. Hey, we're at the end. Just upset because it doesn't have mixtape money in the marketing. Okay, we got a level 12 and 2 level 12s. Yeah, Mixtape, the new woke game. DSP had a segment about it today. He put out I would say a pseudo-kingly tweet about it last night while we were playing Zelda. No, I can't use sound. He's blocking me from using sound. God, dude, I just said I don't have goggles. They really want me to do the luring. Cake the 11. Is it all cake? Do you want me to cake? Do you want me to cake? Someone hit the visor. What? Why are you ordering me around? I'm scared. You said someone hit the supervisor. I better be right. The people in this game can be very mean. No, stop! No, what needs to be organic? Why do they all know the math? Why do they all know the math? Oh my god, they're all arguing. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I got anxious. I got anxious. It's all good. it's all good, guys. Okay, what do you want me to do? I can lure? What do you want me to do? You want me to cake? I can cake. You want me to assist the thing here? Okay, this is my issue. They want me to use the goggles, right? Like, they're clearly waiting for me to lure. I'm already out of the goggles. I don't have any hypno goggles. So it's either the purple duck uses hypno goggles, or I use my magnet, which isn't as strong as the hypno goggles. This game is very serious. It actually is. I've talked about this occasionally, talking about this game. But remember how we were using the elephant trunks and shit and the foghorns? If you don't have the sound gag in this game, if remember when I said you can only select 6 of the 7 weapon types? If you forego the sound weapon type, people are basically racist to you in this game. You're supposed to pick sound if you want to speed up the grind in this game. So if you skip sound and you don't select it, you're basically non-personed. Like, you have a much harder time getting into lobbies. Hey, Toka. Hello, Toka-chan. Welcome to the sussy Toontown stream. This is a game I played a lot growing up. Okay, what do you want me to do? Cake? Okay. Last cake. I remember playing some of this. I'm on the fan server. Completely free. No way to give the guys money even if you wanted to. No membership options or nothing. Everything's free. Though you do have to download the launcher. It's not on Steam. If you like retro games, you should follow my good friend Toka-chan, who I see literally everywhere. Last team playing Battlefield 6.
Oh my god.
Toka, look out. Tokage Nico III. You have failed to establish.
Oh, it's the next stream. I was like, I don't remember you playing Battlefield 6.
C13 team, you are authorized.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, he's leveling up. Use my tune-up. Well, I guess Battlefield 6 isn't a retro game, but you can still follow Toko-chan to see him play Battlefield 6. Dude, I did like a 50. I did 50 HP. How are they still... I'm the only one who fully healed? Wait, was everyone near death? Like, what? Wait, what's going on? Okay. Is the deer gonna lure? Gag tax? Gags cost 2 times as much to use? Defense up. Cannot use tune up or gag up unites. So the fan version, the fan server I'm on, introduced status effects that the original version of the game didn't have. I'm not really familiar with most of them, despite playing the fan server for so long. They're kind of a more recent-ish decision. How do levels work in this game? Because you're like level 100 plus, the enemies are all like level 14. Yeah, so my HP is my level, essentially. How much HP I have is my level. Their levels, you don't really see their HP, but think of it as a level 1 cog has 6 HP. You can't really see the exact value, but I know they have 6 HP because I'm autistic and I know the exact value for some reason. Level 8, they got like 100 HP. What do they want? You want... Can the duck lure? I think we're okay, but I just don't want to make them upset. But yeah, the way the cog levels are calculated is different to the tunes. Level 14 didn't exist in the original game. In the original Disney server, the levels went from level 1 to level 12 for the cogs. So level 13, level 14 didn't exist. It's an addition by the fan server. So I just assumed that they have way more HP. This supervisor guy, he didn't exist in the original version either. Like all this, like this shit, didn't exist. Level 16? I don't know what they want to do. I could tune up. Let's see what the reaction is. No, don't tune up. I had a lot of stuff to do this weekend, so I had to cancel streams. Yeah, I remember you saying that. You know, sometimes you gotta look out for yourself. I wasn't even done checking what their status effects were. Yeah, fan-made content. The game does strive to replicate the original Disney experience, but it does have some stuff that was not in... Oh, shit. The rare miss. It doesn't have stuff... It does have some stuff that was not in the OG. But not as much new and intrusive stuff as that other server I was talking about. The other server does, like, so much, it's not even recognizable as the... to me, it's not recognizable. This one has just enough new shit that it's feasibly... It's stuff that you feasibly could have seen being in the OG game, if that makes sense. Organic gag? That might take him out. He's level 18, but he's still a Moneybags. I don't think Moneybags has a group attack. Okay, overpaid, status effect, more hit points. Tenure, immune to pink slips and being remote controlled, which are those are rewards you get from the boss, the raid bosses. He's lured, he can't throw. Oh no, that's just a lure status effect. And attentive, reduces lure effect to 1 turn. So you can't spam lure to make them stay like lured. So when you're lured, they can't attack. Man, they make these so long. Like in the OG game, you just spam sound and like you win.
But still, like, kind of, sort of engaging enough. Just kind of like a maybe. Just kind of like a maybe we'll wait and see how it turns out. And then the Nintendo Life preview is a lot more on the not like positive side, but on more of the idea that like, oh, this will appeal to a grown-up who's into this kind of thing, who's into Yoshi. Like they seem to have had a genuinely good time with their time with the game. So yeah, it is kind of interesting. I mean, I suppose you could argue that's the case for just about any Yoshi game. You know, like I guess.
No way.
Game, Kirby is very similar too, where there are some games are like a little bit more traditional and higher challenge level than others, but you're always going to get kind of this whole like interplay between like the challenge level versus just the sense of discovery. How much does high or low challenge in a game affect any particular person's opinion on that game? Like it's a whole thing. So I am very curious to see what I will think when I play it. Because,
oh my god, look at his HP. Are you kidding me?
I don't need a game to be hard to be good, but I
Please,
do need it to be
just one
engaging
eye
enough.
on the left.
And so far, it
then
does look
duck
fun,
help on the right.
I am pretty excited to play it.
Not that they can hear me.
I think the whole idea of like researching these creatures and stuff, it does sound fun. It's just like ultimately how satisfying will that be? How much will that engage me? I don't really know, but another consensus just seems to be that like that whole element is very clever. It does seem to be a pretty cool game. Just that idea of running around and finding creatures and just like, what do they taste like? What do they eat? How do they interact in these? It seems like Nintendo has crafted a pretty cool little system. So we shall see how the whole thing shakes out.
All right, he's finally down.
In a month. In a month. Boy, things are really starting to come out now. Jeez. Final pieces of news I feel like talking about today. Argonaut Games is teasing a, perhaps remaster, remake, or some sort of revisitation of Buck Bumble.
Oh, I heard about this.
Buck Bumble.
I've never played Buck Bumble before.
Game that I
That's a game you see at Blockbuster and either you rent it or don't.
Point, but never played and never knew anyone who played. Yeah, they're teasing something. They posted the awesome Buck Bumble theme song to their socials and said, "We will not be taking further questions at this time. Stay tuned and be sure to follow us for forthcoming news."
I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking.
Hashtag Buck Bumble. And yeah, apparently Argonaut was responsible for that Croc Legend of the Gobbos remaster.
They still haven't remastered Croc 2.
That was pretty good. They do pretty good.
What the hell? We're gonna
and,
do Buck Bumble before Croc 2?
I haven't texted him yet, but he's got to be losing his mind. The only footage I have seen of Buck Bumble in my entire life was him showing me the game and yelling about, like, just screaming his head off about how he loved it and how it was beautiful. It's a beautiful, wonderful game, and nobody gave it a fair shake. It is a wonderful masterpiece, and they are wrong. It is a misunderstood gem. Something along those lines. And he was super into the Croc remaster, too, so I can only imagine he's feeling pretty darn good.
You gave money to DSP. I already litigated that at the start of the stream.
Re-release news. It's not really a Nintendo thing. It's more of a Sega thing, if anything. But I did want to throw it in here. Echo the Dolphin Complete has been announced. It seems they're looking to package in like most versions of the first two games,
they're on
not
stream.
necessarily every Echo game ever, but like mainly the first two, as well as a new one, a contemporary game built for the modern era. And they're also talking about like
stream chat says hello, by the way.
and, like speed running stuff. So like I don't know, it sounds like a pretty big package.
Bean Bump says, "What up, stream?" They have no idea how this game even works, but they love hearing me yap for some reason. Viewers you got right now, oh my god. 52, I'm a small little guy. 52 is nice, always being nice. Oh, 52, I sure wish I could have 52 dinguses listening to me play Toontown. I don't know, him asking that, I guess he wanted me to say like 1,000 or something, so he feels good about being on a big stream. I don't know, I'm being humble here. Oh, I'm just a small streamer, guys. Let me go gag up before they talk to me about my stream. I'm the top streamer of Toontown. There was someone earlier who had 200 viewers, but he must have... I guess he went offline. I don't know, being in the Toontown category is kind of sussy, because you never know who's gonna come in. You get like an organic person who just wants to talk about the game. That's like, brother, the people in this chat like know less about the game than you do. Let's go to Clerk Phil. Is he just not doing a daily rap today? I don't see it in my sub box. Yeah, probably prioritized me as first because I'm in your follow list or something. Okay, I need to... Am I good? What was my... I didn't even check my status. Oh, I'm ready for the boss. Okay, let me see if someone's doing a raid boss lobby.
And apparently the brand new game that will be included is being made by a lot of the original development team, so like... Yeah, I don't know. It's promising a lot, which is kind of surprising considering they've not like shown anything. And that definitely makes me feel a little like, I don't know, saying we're gonna give you—
I played Echo the Dolphin once, but I wasn't very good at it, and I didn't play it for very long.
This big collection, and it's also gonna have a new game in it instead of just being like its own thing. And we're gonna like, it's just they're kind of promising a lot. I think I need to see this actually start to materialize, I think, before I believe it. I'm not saying they're lying or anything, but like, I don't know. It is just a lot. I mean, it's great. It is cool. I never like played these games, but I always like I loved watching people play it. I loved the just the whole aesthetic, the whole thing. It's just so,
yeah. I'm gonna need to see some gameplay of that first.
Deliciously 90s, you know, like just like
is it a whatever remaster? Is it a new game in the same style? Like what is it?
So,
there's no footage available
that's
yet.
Cool. I know some people who will probably be pretty happy about that. So that's it for this episode of...
Whoa, guys, that's it for this episode of Arlo Talks About the News in 30 Minutes. Whoa, buddy. Whoa, I hope you guys enjoyed it, man.
Do you know what, I really do. I need your comments. I need your opinions here. Is this fun? Is this good? There's a bunch of news in one day. Just like slap it all into one big old video you can just kind of put on like a podcast? Or do you prefer me focusing mainly on like bigger stories and releasing them as their own videos? Yeah, no, let me know. And if enough people do like this format, well then, you know, I just may have to...
It's the Arlo Morning Show.
Never return to it again, and then try something else completely different in 10 months.
Suffice to say, he has not uploaded video in this style since. It's 30 minutes, so I don't know. I feel like for him, the sweet spot for videos that he uploads should be no longer than 15 minutes. No longer than 20 minutes at max. I don't think most people can stand listening to Arlo for more than that amount of time. Like 30-minute video coming from this guy is honestly crazy. All right, let's slap on the next one because I don't see the rap.
Ooh, ooh.
Now this one is a Ramble channel video.
That's a rumor.
The Nintendo movie rumors are getting out of hand.
Rumor right there. Nintendo looking at making a Metroid movie. Oh, that's juicy. That is prime content creatable material right there. The idea is that Nintendo is currently in the pitching stage for a Metroid movie, basically trying to find a studio. And like the absolute best rumors, this one has got like the little like really specific detail that just like feels like it lends it a lot of credibility, you know? Right now it's looking like Sony is a real strong contender, but Universal is fighting for it.
Fried Pickles with Ranch is the party host.
Multiple studios like basically fighting for the rights to a Metroid movie. Oh, that's good. As a content creator, this is a perfect rumor, and as a Metroid fan, it is a delightful rumor. And I want to just talk about it more. I want to, like originally I thought this video would be, just kind of briefly bringing up
I do
the
like
idea
fried pickles
of a
with
Metroid
ranch,
movie, and how I would
TBH.
wonder, like that's what we always do for these kinds of rumors, just like what would that kind of look like? Here's kind of how I think it would be. Here's how likely I think that it is. I wanted that to be this video. Here's the problem though. Here's the problem. A couple weeks ago, we had a rumor that Luigi's Mansion was gonna get a movie. And also, we were gonna get like a Luigi's Mansion 4. That was kind of just like tied in with the rumor.
I didn't hear that
I almost
rumor.
did a video about it, at least the Luigi's Mansion movie part. But I didn't end up doing it because I saw too many people saying that like the person who proposed this rumor to the world essentially has zero credibility.
I'm playing Luigi's Mansion 4. Yes.
Literally
I'm
just
happy.
some person
I'm happy. I'm married. I'm happy. I'm happy.
So I was like, all right. I mean, like sometimes I'll still talk about a rumor just because it's like fun to talk about, and even to, like the idea of like, is this like a viable rumor? Could this be true? Even that's kind of a part of the conversation.
So when you join the raid boss, you disguise yourself as one of the cogs. So that's why all of a sudden I'm in this suit.
Being alive!
Love.
Being alive!
Thank you for the love bomb.
Love.
Being alive! I'm a tremendous
Joy.
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 Lovely.
Lovely. Joy. Lovely. Joy. Thank you.
I ended up not doing it, but then this Metroid one, it really got me going, and I was like, all right, I'm definitely gonna make a video here. The problem is, then I started digging into the accounts of these people who
One
are
of the
saying
cooler
these
lives.
things. This one right here, the Metroid one, comes from V Scooper. And I went to this person.
Sometimes he talks about a rumor, but all I know is half his videos is of rumors. You mean like the only reason you know of these rumors is because he talks about them? I would agree. I never heard of the Luigi's Mansion or the Metroid movie rumors. I heard about the Donkey Kong solo movie rumor, which seems like is actually credible, but these other ones, I don't know what he's talking about.
Profile and looked at some of the stuff that they were saying and some of the stuff that they were like retweeting from other people, and now I can officially say I am not convinced that any of this is true at all. And that's not to say none of it is impossible. Like I have my opinions about what Nintendo games and series could or couldn't be turned into movies. I had a whole video about what I thought was that, because like some of these series, they're very they're iconic and they're very well known, but does that mean it has a broad enough appeal to actually get people to come to the theaters? You can't just attract the fans, it's got to attract everybody, yada yada yada.
I mean, they can't even get people in America to buy Metroid games. What makes you think to watch a Metroid movie?
But like, of course, like you never know. Miyamoto gets his way, so whatever he wants, he'll probably get. The real problem here is just digging into this. Like they have gone too far. When you're just making stuff up for attention, you gotta rein it in a little bit. I'm not necessarily claiming any one of these specific people, social media posters, is making it up for attention. Maybe they're getting their information from somewhere else.
Half the stuff I've seen about Arlo is him doing conspiracy theories, which is rumors in my opinion. Oh, no, yeah. The Rambo channel, he laps this shit up because it's just an easy video for him to do. Like this right here. It's just 10 minutes of him talking about like unconfirmed Nintendo news.
Who's making it up for attention? Or maybe there are grains of truth in here somewhere.
Little nuggets of truth.
I'm just saying, I'm getting real big, like I got the printout for the Nintendo Direct energy from this, where it's just like, oh, I got a paper and it's got all these things listed on it and it's all this like wishful thinking stuff. Okay, so yeah, here's the thing. The rumor going around in like the articles is Nintendo's pitching a Metroid movie. Yeah, between Universal and Sony, who's gonna do it? They're thinking live action. They've got all these little details. They're thinking live action, but they're not 100% sure yet. But then I go to this person's profile and they are also claiming Pikmin is also getting a movie. and more little details. Nintendo insists to make it with illumination. They're looking for writers, you know, like all these. Oh wow, it must really be happening. Wow, so a Metroid movie and a Pikmin movie. Wow. Okay, and so then this person, this VScooper person, then retweeted somebody else.
VTuber. I just hear VTubers. Sloptubers love shit like this. They can babble about nonsense, and then when it turns out to be nonsense, they can say, "Oh, I was just reporting what I heard." Part of growing up is realizing Arlo only has 3 modes: speculation, confusion, and shilling. Confusion is my favorite. I love, of the 3, I love confused Arlo the most, where everything is just a thing that is a thing, apparently, that he doesn't understand. So this is like a thing now, I guess?
Wow. Okay, and so then this person, this VScooper person, then retweeted somebody else.
Who is the VTuber?
Retweeted them, who retweeted that. Whatever. There's this other profile, My Time to Shine Hello, who is a few days ago gave us an update on the Nintendo Cinematic Universe. So that's just absolutely a thing now. Here's the update.
We said it. wait, no. he just said it.
So that's just absolutely a thing now. Here's on the Nintendo Cinematic Universe. So that's just absolutely a thing now. Here's the update.
I don't think it can be a thing fully to your understanding of what you want a thing to be, because the Zelda movies being done by Sony, completely different company. I've already felt it. Already fucking tossed that shit into the ether, because I don't know, maybe Sony will play ball and they'll like allow crossovers. It's a live action movie. Like, how are you gonna do live action Zelda crossing over with animated Mario? Hey, jerky sucker.
You ready
Happy Mother's
for this?
Day.
This is big. You sitting down.
Or day after
Donkey
Mother's
Kong
Day.
movie is already deep in development and slated for a 2028 release. Work has begun on Mario 3, targeting 2029.
I can believe that DK will get a solo movie because he didn't have a prominent role in the second movie, which I think is both because of what I just said of him getting his own solo movie, and also because of cast bloat. Like, you add Yoshi, you add Bowser Jr., you tease Daisy coming in, you have Rosalina. Like, it's just too many characters. Like, DK doesn't need to have a part in the second movie, so they just reduced him to a little cameo.
Perfectly reasonable. Okay, yeah, sure. Star Fox movie is in development, eyeing a 2030 release. Okay. All right, what else you got? A Kirby movie is in early development. Wow. Luigi's Mansion, there's that one again. Luigi's Mansion is in the pitching stage.
I'm not sure I can trust Kirby movie. Like, when it gets to the second party IPs that Nintendo doesn't fully own or they co-own or something, like then you start involving other companies. So if you hear Kirby or you hear Fire Emblem or Pokemon, like that's when you gotta cock a brow at that, because they don't fully Nintendo does not fully own those IPs. You can't start that conversation without also talking to like HAL Laboratory, who owns Kirby, or Intelligent Systems, who owns Pokemon, Fire Emblem.
As they search for writers, very specific, very nice, a Yoshi's Island movie is in a similar stage. Despite previous statements, a Super Smash Bros. Movie is being planned, but won't release until after Star Fox. And finally, they're also exploring ideas for Bowser's and a Princess Peach and Rosalina movie.
Bro, I'm gonna actually be an unk for real, like no irony, actual joke. I will actually be ancient when these movies finally release. And I'll still be here with Anne and the fellas watching them in VC. Illegally.
So, and this again,
Boss
this
fight time.
here was retweeted by the person already claiming about the Metroid stuff, suggesting that they...
Fire Emblem doesn't need a movie. Fire Emblem needs a anime season that adapts one of the games. Or an OVA. Like they did in the 90s. You're already an unk? No, I'm so young. I'm so young. However old I am, I'm so young. Which is what I say after dating myself by naming cartoons earlier in the stream. What are you doing? Who are you getting? You're getting level 12. I help you with that? Is it organic? Can that kill the level 12? I don't know. I'm helping you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. I don't remember the mathematics. Some of these calculations, I don't remember the mathematics for. Sometimes when you board up with these guys, they just expect you to also know the mathematics for like what combination of gags kill what level of cog. I know some of the equations. I know some of the numbers. I don't have all the numbers, Mason. So when Mason is over here yelling at me for not helping the other tune cake the level 12, I'm like, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. But apparently an organic level an organic TNT kills a level 12, which sounds right. I do remember that being the case. So there I was with my niece. I mean, I'm not an unk! Well, look, listen. Brother Dingus, you know... Brother Dingus got, he got his jollies off probably a little early. And see, is that that's not organic. Do I help this guy? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want the bear to spurg out at me. Or wait, that's not a bear, that's a deer. Deers weren't in the original game, and they got added with this version.
They put their confidence behind this information as well. So according to the current leakers behind this whole Metroid movie thing, Nintendo is making movies for everything immediately right now. It's all like Nintendo Cinematic Universe is happening right now. Absolutely now. It's DK, it's Kirby, it's Star Fox, it's Luigi's Mansion, it's...
I feel like they can't do any of that, or... They would have to contract to even more studios, like they're doing with Zelda. Like, that can't all be Illumination.
She's Island, it's Princess Peach and Rosalina, it's Bowser, it's full Smash Brothers movie. All in development right now, or in the pitching stages, looking for writers. They've even got, like, the timeline, the vague timeline for the releases. And
oh,
here's
man, what
where
do you
I
want?
gotta just step back. I just put my hands up and step back and be like, I gotta... It's one thing to take a rumor
the
with
banana on the level 1?
This is too much. This is just...
I don't remember if you talked about Jared deleting his Twitter to hide the evidence and Bearing's DM leaks. I did not. The little banana slip. No, I didn't talk about that. Bearing leaked DMs between him and Jer. Bearing has now disavowed Jer. I talked about it with Goon on his stream. Goon said Bearing and Dankula probably should have stayed loyal to Jer. I said Dangula and Bearing were sweeping by omission by refusing to disavow Jer, and Goon hard argued against that because of guilt by association, which I kind of agree with. But at the same time, like, people were pushing Bearing and get Dangula to say something, and they weren't saying anything. But they had reached their tipping point. The combat is quite slow. What we did here with the sound, this is how you're supposed to fight. If you want to clear multiple waves of cogs, you do have to spam the sound gags, but you have a limited quantity, so you kind of have to conserve these for the right time. Or do they want to trap? Do they want to sound? We can sound. No one is sounding. Like, what are we doing? Okay, sound? Basically, you want to save your weapons for the right opportunity, jerky sucker. Like, if there's a level 1 cog and a level 2, level 3, weak enemies, basically, you don't want to waste the strong sound weapons on them. You want to wait until you get a full party of higher level enemies, then clear them out like that. I've been keeping up with DSP's attempt to leech off the quartering drama. I've fully boycotted all of his gay react shit. I had it on because a fake expand Dong gifted a membership, and it kind of played out how I thought it was going to, him trying to force himself into the conversation, while pausing more than Worski does. Yeah, you have to replenish your gags at the store. Once you max out a weapon type, you get access to the strongest variation, which is called the level 7 gag. You get one of those. And once you use it, you have to acquire EXP again to fill it up to reacquire it. Look, it makes sense if you actually play the game. See, here's my level 7, the Opera Singer, but I'm kind of holding on to it. You first? I guess we'll trunk. I don't know what they want to do. I would Opera Singer if there was more than one level 12. Yeah, it's a limit break. It's a fucking limit break. Everything on the final column of my weapons is the level 7 limit break of that weapon type. If I was to use the Opera Singer, then I'd have to get 500 EXP to get another one. The level 7s cannot be bought in store. Guess, what do you... Rabbit can get the middle one? Or get the left one. But yeah, I've been keeping like a low profile for that React shit. I only paid attention because Chowder added me that someone was gifting memberships under my name. And then DSP acknowledges it. He's like, "Oh, Expandong, I remember you. Yeah, I remember you used to be in my stream chat all the time, man. Like, what's going on, man?" Completely neglecting that neglecting the memory of him banning me years ago for saying that he was a fake-ass Metroid fan. Piece of shit. Dude banned me twice, doesn't even remember it, but remembers that I was such a good guy in his chat. Like, it's just ridiculous. No comment. Oh my god, these guys are so slow. Look at them. They're so fucking slow, man. All the bad memories disappear when there are dollar signs in his eyes. What's weird is that, like, I never gave him money. So if anything would have clued him to it being a fake Expandong, it'd be the fact that it's Expandong gifting memberships. But even though I would make fun of him, like, to his face and mock him and razz him in his chat, the reason why he always kept me there is because I was grandfathered in from the Twitch days. I was a known quantity, so he kept me around. Final Fantasy 9 example of this would be a very specific ammo that you could obtain by trading points for. That one bullet could be used for a ton of damage. Its only real use was combined with unlimited ammo buff to fire out one skill shot. Those who accidentally fired it would have to grind up points for another. It is literally exactly like that. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the devs got inspired by it. Because the game was in development from the late 90s to 2000s. I know Final Fantasy 9 came out in like 2000. Like, that's literally, when they were making this game and devising the battle system, Final Fantasy 9 was the most recent Final Fantasy. Alright, tried to tough it out, but you win tonight. 70-hour work week finished. I'm off to bed. Big ups to DS Pikachu Reel. If you're not subbed to DS Pikachu on YouTube, you probably should be. Oh, wait, did you say... I read that as 9. I'm sorry. I'm blind. You were talking about 11. I know. I know my Roman numerals, Dogsplain. I skimmed that. I did think he was talking about 9. Even so, I am correct still in that 9 would have been the most recent game at the time of development for this game. It's just that it's not the one Anne was talking about. I think this game came out before 11. It definitely came out before World of Warcraft. I think they were beta testing in 2001. With they were definitely doing concept shit in like 1999. I think if you went to Epcot in like 2001, 2002, you were able to play the beta test? Something like that.
Complete pie in the sky nonsense. This is just, they put Star Fox in the Super Mario Galaxy movie, and there were, you know, like articles about it, how Miyamoto was like, oh, I thought there was going to be more pushback about him in the movie, but all the writers were like, yay, and now we're all like looking forward to other opportunities to bring in other Nintendo characters. So like they've said in future Mario movies, they're really looking forward to bringing in other characters. So now the coals are really, the furnace is burning hot. Everybody's minds are just racing, you know? And
this guy get dizzy already?
Really well. Second one is doing pretty well, and then Zelda movies come. So like, yeah, like of course we're gonna just immediately start getting rumors about all of this stuff. All this stuff is happening. And Nintendo themselves, again, have also said they want to be putting out movies pretty constantly, pretty consistently. They really do want to make a lot of movies. They haven't said, is it all just gonna be Mario and Zelda, or what? Are they gonna be a little bit more adventurous? You know? Could there be a Metroid movie or whatever? So yeah, naturally.
Look at us go.
The environment
this is so stupid.
Is very... there's got to be like a scientific term for this. Just like the environment is receptive to the development and
it's not Disney anymore.
Perpetuation of these kinds of rumors. It's just, it's so easy. Literally anybody can just say a thing, and all the news sites run with it. Everybody runs with it. It's just
all
like,
the YouTubers run with it, including you.
It's like the perfect warm, wet environment where bacteria grows. You know, it's just like these rumors. It's so easy for them to just grow and thrive. But like if just the very nature, just the very nature of these rumors, how there's so many, and they're just going so out of control. If that itself is not reason enough to be pretty darn skeptical, I think the real problem is it's the specifics. It's being so sure and so specific, and even having like the years. Here's the thing. These like figuring out what studio to go to and being at like the looking for writers and stuff. These are the kinds of conversations that are had by like the top of the top executives.
Your top
behind these
men.
kinds of like these are the conversations that like Miyamoto and Chris what's his name have
Chris
Melandandri, whatever it is, like
Chris
these are the conversations that
Melandandri.
the executives have over lunch about
Miyamoto
like,
calls him
what
Chris
kinds
San.
of projects they want to do next. These are like the earliest stages, or if you want to be a little bit more generous, like one level down, you know, like the other high level executives and producers and stuff, you know, like these are the conversations that they are having, like saying that Nintendo is looking into pitching a movie and finding a studio. Like, how can you possibly convince me that you would be privy to this information, or that anyone
this guy
you know
died.
would be privy to this information? You know, oh, this movie, it's slated for 2028,
Zero
but
HP.
we'll see. And they want to
Zero
do Smash
HP got
Bros.
sent
They
back
wanna
to
do
the
it
playground.
after Star Fox. They're also exploring ideas for this and that. Just like, do you see what I'm saying? It's just too much. It's just so many times too much. Now, I want to believe it. Don't get me wrong. I super duper do. I think this would be great. I would love a Nintendo Cinematic Universe. I would just, the more the merrier. Kirby movie? Yeah. Pikmin movie? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I would love for all of this to happen. It's just so unreasonable to claim
my cursor's
that
fucking up.
anybody knows any of this.
Can't see anything.
And I think it's also just ridiculous to assume that Nintendo would be so gung-ho about this. I mean, like, they definitely, you know, they went a very, very long time not making movies, and you know, there was like the 90s Mario movie that didn't really turn out very well. That was a flop. And then in the early 2000s there were rumors of, like, they were trying to make a Metroid movie. They really did try. They just couldn't come to any agreements in any.
Dude, if I have too much shit open, sometimes like all my screens darken and I can't see anything. Well, I can see shit, but I can only see like one window. The power of having too many things open when you try to stream.
Shape or form. And then for a long time, Miyamoto was like hard no about a Zelda movie. Like no, like absolutely not. So like they finally came around and they're finally doing it, and they have announced big plans. They absolutely have. They want to make a lot of movies. We don't know how much of a risk they want to take on these movies, because that's the thing. Like, yeah, you've made 2 Mario movies and you got a Zelda movie coming, but like, you don't know how any of these are going to do. You can't greenlight like 17 projects when you don't even know how anything beyond Mario is going to do. How's the Zelda movie going to do? It's probably going to do well. I think maybe, probably, unless it, like, I don't know, absolutely bombs with the critics. It's fairly likely to be pretty darn monetarily successful, but like beyond that, you know, like what they do the Star Fox movie and it doesn't do well and it bombs. Oh, well, what do we do with all these other projects? Like it's Nintendo. They are nothing if not careful. They love to be careful. It took them this long to start making movies. They're not going to just start being reckless about it. You know, even if I were king of Nintendo and I could greenlight all these movies, yeah, I'd really want to, but you still got to be smart about it. You still got to, like, okay, let's do a handful and see what they do, and then from there we can kind of decide where to go next. You know, I think DK spinoff, safe, definitely. I think anything related to the main Mario cast is relatively safe. I would not say Yoshi's Island movie at this stage. Luigi's Mansion, yeah, possibly. That's, you know, that's,
I want to do Yoshi's
viable.
Island movie. You gotta have Yoshi
that, it's just
talk.
Like, it's a little ridiculous.
Which,
as a fan,
no.
I want to believe it. As a fan, I hope it happens for all this different stuff. But like realistically, it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, unfortunately. But I don't know, maybe we'll continue to get some more solid rumors from actual sources, you know, maybe some good old corroborating going on, and at that point we can have a little bit more of a serious conversation about the idea of a, for example, Metroid movie. I really would love to have that conversation. Maybe one of these days. We just will, because it's fun. But for now, all I can say is, yeah, I don't know, man. Except for the Pikmin movie. That's definitely happening.
Great video, Arlo. Things may happen. Wow, not confirmed. What do you say? Trunk? Sorry, I was looking away. I hope they didn't yell at me. I was trying to prepare the next video. So we're going from him talking about like rumors for movies that don't exist to him talking about the one that actually does exist and might be real, which is the DK spin-off movie. Let me just platform to the next battle first. Why am I wearing a Bazinga shirt? I think I changed clothes last time I played this, and I just haven't changed it yet. Honestly, because of my body type, I picked like a taller dog. All the shirts that I can wear are kind of stretched out. I'm not really a fan of any of the clothes in this game. But, you know, I didn't want to be a manlet dog. The appropriately scaled shirts are only for the medium manlet dogs. Oh, I don't know this shit. This is new. That was not in the OG version. I don't know what any of that is. I'll let my people take care of that. Want me to fog? Yeah, because I trunked the last one. Alright, this is him talking about the Donkey Kong movie. The existence of Nintendo's next movie has leaked!
Hello, my beauteous friends. We sure have gotten a whole lot of Nintendo movie news and rumors recently. Like, we waited a long time for Nintendo movies to become a thing, and now they're very much a thing. This is becoming a very regular part of the conversation, and the latest happening, Universal Pictures International Spain posted a release schedule, probably a list of tentative dates. Obviously, these things can change, but yeah, just kind of a roadmap for future releases. There are a couple in here that have been revealed with actual names of Murder, She Wrote,
The DK movie is happening!
Most of them, though, are untitled, untitled Universal event film, untitled Illumination event film, The Mummy franchise, etc. But there's one here that's pretty darn interesting. Untitled Illumination/Nintendo event film. And this is dated for April 12th, 2028. So obviously at this point, Nintendo has not officially announced any movies beyond the Zelda movie. We really don't know what their plans are after that, but we do know they have a lot of movies planned. They have said as much. And again, these things do have a tendency to change sometimes.
I hate game movies so much, man.
Seem to be
the Layton movie was good.
So, like, right now, there is a Nintendo Illumination movie planned for April 2028. And the timing lines up as well for whatever reason. I don't know if it's like a fiscal year timing kind of thing, but they seem to like releasing movies in April. But yeah, April 12th, 2028. It does make perfect sense. That could be another good time to.
I think they aim for April because their fiscal year resets in March, so it's like easy revenue at the start of the fiscal year.
Put out another Nintendo movie, but the question is, of course, what could it be this year, 2026? We got Super Mario Galaxy, and the next year, 2027, we know we're getting Zelda. So, what could they have ready for us after that? It does not seem likely that it would be another Mario movie. It really does seem like 3 years is kind of the minimum to make,
yeah, that
kind of across the
movie.
industry. It's just like 3 years is the basic minimum, and of course, it took them 3 years to put out the second Mario movie.
Before the Sonic live-action movie and the Mario movie, the highest grossing, movie with the highest Rotten Tomatoes score was the Angry Birds movie. That's how low it was for video game movies before Mario and Sonic got their own films.
But we do know that it is going to be animated. We know this is an animated movie with Illumination. So technically it could be anything. If it is true that they're going to do a Star Fox movie, I really have my doubts, at least at this stage. But
what are we doing?
Possible. I think it's got to be DK. We really can't know for sure. But I'm not the only one who's kind of just assuming that it's DK. It already seemed like a no-brainer. After Mario and Link, what's the next most recognizable iconic
Timeline where Ratchet became a movie franchise? No, because Sony always fumbles the bag.
Video game character to come out of Nintendo, the one that everybody knows, everybody has played some iteration or other. It's DK. It only makes sense. Out of all of the potential spin-offs that could come out of the Mario movie, DK is the absolute safest bet. It's a Donkey Kong movie. It's got that multi-generational, super wide appeal. Nintendo has been kind of trying to revitalize the DK IP.
I remember watching the Prince of Persia movie. I didn't completely dislike it.
Recently, Bonanza just came out. There's been a lot of DK love recently. And even before the Super Mario Galaxy movie, that already felt like the safest bet for the first Mario movie spin-off. But now that I have seen the Super Mario Galaxy movie, again, I don't think I'm alone in believing now the chances are higher than ever, because DK was basically not present at all in that movie. He was in one shot. He didn't have any spoken lines whatsoever. He was in a super brief shot. Otherwise completely absent. That in itself is not necessarily hard evidence. Okay.
But DK wasn't in Mario Galaxy the game
in the movie,
so why would he be in the Mario Galaxy movie in a big role?
Something about it just kind of feels right. It's okay, well, it's a great character, but we don't need to have him in this movie at all. Essentially, because we know he's getting his whole entire spin-off movie in a couple of years. It's
no reason to have him there if he's going to get his own spin-off movie later.
To that project, and again, because it's DK, because he's so well known, it's another probably pretty darn safe bet. You know, like I don't think it'll be quite as successful as a Mario movie, but it's DK. It is Donkey Kong. So it is very, very likely. But then, you know, another question is if it is DK, then how does that fit into Nintendo's greater plans? If we got Mario 1 in 2023 and then Mario 2 in 2026, 3 years later, but then, you know, Zelda the next year, and then 2 years after Mario 2,
I'll go for Goggle.
it's DK in 2028. Does that suggest that the following year we'll get another Mario movie? Is Nintendo willing to work on multiple big animated projects at a time? I mean, if it's coming only 2 years after Mario Galaxy movie, then yeah, probably there's some overlap there. But you know, like they're going to want to shift their focus wherever it is best, wherever it is most strategic. So could this possibly delay the third Mario movie? Because you know, if you're going by this list right here, then shouldn't we see another Untitled Illumination Nintendo movie slated for 2029? You know, is it reasonable to believe we're going to get a Mario movie every 3 years?
Do we need a Nintendo movie every year?
Or maybe it's not on this list because they haven't started production yet. Really don't know. It's just fun to know something else is coming though. You know, it's a nice little mystery to chew on for a while. And yeah, you know, I mean, this idea that Nintendo
I would ask that question before wondering if the third Mario movie is going to get delayed from this.
And they don't stop coming. I feel like every time I blink, there's going to be another Nintendo movie to look forward to. So that's kind of fun. Man, you know, I'm not going to get my hopes up, but can we recast Cranky Kong? I love Fred Armisen. I love him. I think he's hilarious. I love him and everything else. It's not a good fit for Cranky. Can we please just get... We're going to be watching him for like a whole entire movie. Like, can we please get someone else in here? You know, if they want someone good for King K. Rool, though, you know who they should call? Me. I do a good job. Hey, Donkey Kong. I'm gonna shoot you. Shoot you with my big gun.
What? Very cool, Arlo. All right, are we storming? Let's take a mini Arlo break. Is the daily wrap up yet? Being that funny should be illegal. Hello, Elite Bleb. Thank you. I feel like we are close to the end. Well, thank you, King Cheesy Pretzel. I share your sentiments exactly. Daily wrap, daily wrap, daily wrap. Did he forget to do the daily wrap? Where is the daily wrap? Where is the daily wrap? I don't see the daily wrap. Phil, you make me angry, Phil. Bro, straight up forgot to do the wrap. Okay, let's take a break from Arlo anyway. Chibi Reviews. You may have heard me talk about this previously.
Today, we're going to talk about doxing. Specifically, about a very basic ethical concept.
Yeah, we're at the end.
Let's say you think it's justified and important. Fine, whatever. There are several scenarios. But then, you must either go all the way, fully confirm the dox, and make your post unambiguous, or stop. Don't do it. If you don't understand why, this video is for you. And hopefully, I will also undo some of the damage that Chibi Reviews has already done. On April 24th, I warned Chibi that his behavior is dangerous not only to himself, and suggested that perhaps the people he's upset aren't speaking out, aren't doing so because they can see that as well. More specifically, I warned him that he is signaling that he can be used as an attack vector. The way he responds to things with his retarded flailing means other people can use him like a one-man
Basically,
Kiwi
he
Farms.
overreacts.
They submit a post to him, and he shows it to a massive audience. Worse than Kiwi Farms,
Yeah, I liked
really,
him.
because with him, a large level of exposure is guaranteed every time. And more than that,
Oh,
whereas
no,
a
no,
site
no.
like Kiwi Farms has rules against organizing and doing things to the people featured, Chibi Reviews has spent the past several days encouraging his audience to escalate. Chibi explicitly claims that this is his advice to his audience. Don't throw stones at people wanting you dead. Nah, if they're gonna low blow you, you return it back 120% given the chance.
Yeah, I watched Tim Jerky. That's actually how I found out about Neko. Birthday cake due? It did birthday cake the Wait. Stop. Okay, I got it. They're calling me dog. I'm sorry, I'm trying to fucking talk to Jerky, and then these fucking cats are yelling at me. You need to cake the 11. I don't know the mathematics, bro. Like, come on. Okay, hopefully that kills. Alright, there we go. But no, I've been watching Harmful Opinions since
Yeah, swollen dingus, literally, yeah. Actually, yes.
That's proof I watched him. No, I've been watching Harmful Opinions since the Internet Bloodsports days. He's one of the few guys who escaped Internet Bloodsports without any real controversy. Kind of really escaped it unscathed. Okay, what do they want me to do? He's gonna drop? Say they're gonna use drop. I just don't want to piss anyone off, because even though this is a kid's game, no one who plays this is a kid. Like, these are all fucking boomer unks, and they really take this shit seriously. Okay, they say they're gonna drop. Like, what are we doing? Want to sound? Are we sounding? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he had some vague drama with a girlfriend of some such, but this was during the time where I wasn't watching him, because he wasn't putting out YouTube videos anymore. Like, he had started Twitch streaming a few years ago, and had stopped putting out, like, actual, like, I wouldn't say news videos, but, like, skeptic tier, anti-SJW stuff. So if he wasn't putting out videos on YouTube, I didn't see him. So around this time, he had some drama with a girlfriend or something. I didn't know anything about it, so we talked about it when I started watching his Twitch streams. Alright, I'm sorry, let me rewind. I got distracted by the fucking cat yelling at me. Respectfully.
Like Kiwi Farms has rules against organizing and doing things to the people featured, Chibi Reviews has spent the past several days encouraging his audience to escalate. Chibi explicitly claims that this is his advice to his audience. Don't throw stones at people
So if they're gonna low blow you, you return it back 120% given the chance. Having rigid pacifism only crumbles into bloodstains on the dirt. So this is him telling his audience that, like, you gotta push back. You have to attack the trolls. Don't lay down. Don't take their bullshit. Da 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 da. He's invigorating his audience into being retaliatory.
You dead? Nah, if they're gonna low blow you, you return it back 120% given the chance. Having rigid pacifism only crumbles into bloodstains on the dirt. The only victory you achieve is being a coward while suffering alone. Yes, Chibi explicitly condemned not being violent, in the context of talking about people who want him dead. Yeah, based, you might think. Hold your horses a second. 10 hours ago, at the time of recording, Chibi Reviews uploaded a photograph of a letter he received. He
very
describes it as
nasty
a threat to his
letter.
life, though no such threat is present in the pictures. You'll notice there are 2 pictures as well. It's actually the letter twice, but the second one is a person's name and an address, with his underneath scribbled out. Now, someone who goes by Sly Fox San retweeted this post, and followed up by saying, keep Chibi Reviews in your thoughts. And they then said something very interesting. That's me! Bruh, Sly Fox retweets it again and says, a reason why I despise the Kiwi Farms, because they literally used my preferred name to send a death threat against someone I'm following. How confident are you that this is the person who sent that letter? Me, personally, not very, but this is who Chibi has painted a target on the back of.
So, the troll sent him a letter, the death threat letter, in which there is no death threat, and sent it under the name of one of his fans. A fan who allegedly is a PDF themselves, and they're also weird and freaky. That part I heard on Man at the Internet, but I don't know the full story on that person, you guys. But either way, they used one of his fans' names, the fan docs, in order to send the letter. And then him recklessly assuming that the fan name is actually the hater's name, publishes it on Twitter, and he still hasn't taken it down, I believe. Still has the docs of one of his dumbass fans on his Twitter page. And this person replied to him, clearly, he still hasn't taken it down. Like, they're obviously fucking with him. He posted it. They're using him as an attack vector to attack his own fans. He thought he was being like the cool guy over here exposing the trolls by publishing what he thought was the troll's name. But no, it's the name of one of his fans. A fan that I assume they must have doxed previously, and now they're using that as a name to send as the return address. But he galvanizes the rest of his fans into avowing violence and supporting violent countermeasures as he doxes one of his own fans. Like, he has no proof that's the troll. It's not the troll. It's the troll using someone else's name.
With responses to him.
Is there any proof that Chibi just didn't print it himself? No. There's no proof that he did print it himself. But then he would still have to go see. Okay, the fan who allegedly is like a freaky fucking PDF themselves. Their stuff is allegedly also on Kiwi Farms, according to Josh. So if he did print it himself, this means he would have had to have gone to Kiwi Farms, a place that he despises and disavows, in order to collect information on a fan to use as the return address that he can then accuse of being the hater. It doesn't make sense if he did it himself. It's kind of a self-felt. I would have just made up a name.
Further distributing this information and saying things like, payback is gonna be shit. Others I will not show for obvious reasons have been posting images of the property and suggesting visiting. Have been posting, for instance, the LinkedIn of a woman obviously unrelated and telling people that it's her, simply because she has the same name Chibi shared to make a target, as he
Yeah, so that's the thing they did. So because we had the name, Chibi's fans did some fail doxes and found a unrelated person of the same name that wasn't the fan, just had the same name, and then allegedly that person also got harassed.
explained he would do a few days ago in his statement against non-violence. Even if this fan of his, Slyfox, is the person who sent the letter, the dox is not done clearly enough to prevent collateral to other people who share details. Instead, he just regurgitated personally identifiable information he was sent in the mail. To a mass audience, he's been encouraging to reject pacifism and retaliate to threatening behavior in the past few days. This is why you either dox or you don't. You don't go halfsies. You don't put out a name and an address. Maybe it's where the person lives. If it's not, it's worse, because now there's an even bigger pool of people that might get attacked, especially as someone who's been inciting violence over the past few days, telling people to reject pacifism and escalate in their retaliations, explicitly stating this is his advice. This is why, especially if you're someone like Chibi who incites and endorses escalating retaliation, you either dox or you don't. You either confirm who the person is, confirm that they're responsible, and share enough that no one could mistake them for someone else when you're obviously, clearly, deliberately trying to paint a target on someone's back, having said explicitly that you are going to try to hurt these people, or you don't post anything at all. And you certainly don't just post a name and address you got in the mail and associate it with a threatening letter, having just a few days prior told people to reject pacifism in their dealings with people who do such things.
Say if it was Kiwi Farms that have used Christian's address, we don't have any proof that it was, we don't know if he did it and sent it himself and then is LARPing like the trolls did it. We don't know if it was like a third-party troll that isn't affiliated with Kiwi Farms that did it. It could have even been the Shardy. Because the thing is, he's going after Kiwi Farms and saying, oh, it's Kiwi Farms, they're doing this, they're doing that. But his proof that Kiwi Farms is going, oh my god, wait, fuck it, I'm sorry, my OBS is fucking up. It's doing a thing where it's, no, stop, the windows are resizing. God damn it. My game looks stretched. Hold up, I'll fix this. He's doing this thing where he's blaming Kiwi Farms, but it's actually the Shardy. Probably not everything, but the Shardy people were the guys who, one person who probably posts on the Shardy did the AI video of like digging his brother out of the grave and turning him to a chair and shit. He screen capped some posts of people on Kiwi Farms talking about that happening and then talking about people like going to his house for some kind of bounty. It was Kiwi Farms people talking about the bounty on the Shardy, like they were posting screen caps of the Shardy and then discussing it. Chibi looks at that and then says, oh my god, Kiwi Farms was talking about a bounty, they're going to my house and my family's under attack, my family's under attack. I'm inclined to believe it's Chibi printed it off himself. If it is him printed it off himself, I think that just looks worse for him. Because that means he went to go get a dox of his fan to use as the return address. And ostensibly the weirdo fucko fan was not involved because he responded on Twitter saying, oh my god, that's me, bruh, fuck Kiwi Farms and shit. But we don't have any definitive proof of who sent it. Hey, Kusa. Am I defending Kiwi Farms? Holy shit. No, I'm just saying, like, this guy's going after them when clearly they're not the people who are antagonizing them. At least to me, like, I don't see any degrading, I don't see any blatant, like, super serious, non-joking brigading being organized over. It's not really a site where you do that. If you go over there and do that, you kind of get told off and laughed at. No, I think it's the Shardy. If I had to blame any particular place, it would probably be the Shardy. But it could just as easily be like a third-party troll who isn't like affiliated with any site and is just fucking with him to make him go after these sites. Welcome in, Kusa. Do I run Kiwi Farms? Did you sell out? How much are they paying you? How do I get it? No, I don't want to have to be the guy who runs Kiwi Farms. I hear he's insane. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good evening. All right, let me make sure. Am my windows fucked up? No, they seem to be good.
Crazy. Absolute madness. Many people are defending it on the basis that it's not clear that that's that person's address, or maybe even anyone's address at all. Doing some digging suggests that's false, but additionally, that's worse. Ambiguous doxes put more people in danger. Precise doxes put one in danger. Now,
that's why that unrelated person was getting harassment, because they thought that that was the fan, but it was just another person who had the name. Yeah, like Kiwi Farms doesn't really, they don't really do that. And if you do it, you tend to get banned. Case in point, the Comcast guy who went to the farms to brag about doing it, like everyone told him off. Not everybody, but most people told him off. Let's say like 99% of people called that guy a retard, and then he got banned.
To be clear, if he'd nailed the person who sent him that silly letter, my response would be, fuck him, get owned. But not what's happening here. Even if it is some deranged follower of his who wants attention, even if it is that Sly Fox person, he hasn't doxed them well enough. Especially when you've been posting incitement to violence against people who do certain behaviors, and then attach that information to that kind of behavior. My understanding is that Chibi and I are about the same age. I think he's 30, 31. Based on his behavior, I wanted to check if he was just a kid or something. But no, we're about the same age. I'm 34.
Guy too.
Chibi, we are not little girls. We are men. You don't get a pass to do whatever you want because you're scared. When you were just endangering yourself in your little retarded slap fight with internet trolls, I tweeted at you to warn you that you're going to become a danger, but otherwise I was happy to watch. Now I can see you're an active threat to everyone around you and potentially anyone. Fucking cut it out. Grow up. Stop acting impulsively. If you think this is serious, start acting like it. Or, if this is what you want to do now, why not delete your YouTube, delete your Twitter, sign up to Kiwi Farms instead? You'll be safer doing it there. And nothing I or anyone else can really do if you're just another face in the crowd.
Sim weighed in on the quarter pounder yet?
Maybe not.
He hasn't made a video, no.
There too for being
maybe weighed in on stream?
By the way, in case I have your attention and I'm not just talking into the void, I sent you a message at the start of the month in Twitter DMs. No threats. Totally chill if you'd like a break from this kind of thing, and I'd love to hear your answers. A video addressing it would be fascinating, I'm sure, and it would be easy content. Anyway, just a quick one because I felt morally obligated to put the warning out there. Take it easy, have a good one, and try not to post any random personally identifying information that trolls send.
Tell you the story of how Nintendo randomly updated the Super Mario Galaxy 2 game for the Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 family of systems. All of the little children and absolutely full-grown adults of the world were already surprised when Nintendo decided to give the game its own brand new storybook in the first place. But when, on a random Wednesday night...
Oops, I skipped forwarded the video. That's why, don't tell me you're a corporate Clash chuddy. I was talking earlier about how the corporate Clash chuddies used to come in this chat like way long time ago. We're talking 2022. The corporate Clash chuds came in here and they just would not shut the fuck up, demanding me to put on corporate Clash for them. I swore off corporate Clash out of moral principle, because they would not shut the fuck up about corporate Clash. Like, I don't fucking care. I'm playing my version that's closer to the experience that I grew up with. I don't give a fuck about corporate Clash. I look at the shit they add to that version of the game. I don't even recognize it. This is not Toontown. This is your weird fucking Tumblr OC bullshit. I don't care. I do not care about corporate Clash. Respectfully.
On a random Wednesday night.
I just feel like their fans are just much more annoying. Like, just, bro, just let me play Rewritten. I understand. Oh, it's the lesser version. It has legend. I don't care. This is the version that more resembles the game I grew up with. That's literally all I want. Can you respect that? And no, I'm not talking to you directly anymore. I'm just like talking generally now. Can you respect that and stop bugging me? Like, can you, like, these people stop coming to my chat, like, demanding that I play the better version? Like, do you need people to play your version, bro? Like, Rewritten is the one with more players still, right? Like, we got... Oh, well, there was like 1,100 people when I logged on earlier, when I started the stream. We're down to 500 people. How few people play corporate Clash, right? That they need shills coming to my fucking, like, no viewer stream asking me to fucking boot up and shill it. They want me to become a shill for corporate Clash. More like turbo trash. No, but welcome in, Swai. I hope you're having a good night here. I was just doing some grinding while listening to Reacts a lot.
In April 2026, they added one more chapter out of the blue. Everyone was like, what? It was crazy. It was the Nintendo thing to talk about that week. Many wondered if this new chapter would have something to do with the lore established.
Clash has like 10 and 300 players, while Rewritten has 200 plus at most times, it seems. Which is weird, because I look at the Toontown category, man, and it feels like there are more corporate Clash streamers than Rewritten streamers. Like, corporate Clash is the game that all your friends play, but you look at the player count, and like nobody actually plays it. So like, Rewritten has the... corporate Clash has the louder minority, while Rewritten just has more quiet minority people that play. Like, the quiet majority, the silent majority. The silent majority plays Rewritten, the loud minority plays corporate Clash.
In the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which had released at the beginning of that month. Arlo certainly wondered. But at the very least, he just wanted it to offer a more satisfying ending to the storybook. Because the original
Is he gonna do the whole
ending
video
was
like this?
pretty vague, and like he totally got that it was.
I'm not a quiet minority. I'm a loud
way,
minority.
Like you're supposed to just fill in the blanks. It's the journey, not the destination.
I'm waiting for a group to open up.
Do we need every story to end all wrapped up in a neat little bow? Can't we just be happy with something a little more open-ended and imagine what might happen?
I played Clash because I felt more fun. I felt it was more fun until it got annoying to deal with the 0 player base active. I see the other streamers play it, and I just think it looks ugly. Like, I'm gonna be real, the new content that I see incorporate, like it all looks ugly. Like, it doesn't fit with the style of the OG game. The additions to Rewritten that weren't in the OG game feel like they're more in line with the art style of the original game. And I don't know if that's part of like their oath to stay true to the spirit of the game. I feel like corporate Clash deviates too much from the art style.
Happen next? I mean, sure, but like,
if you still play it, my name is
Rolly
Dizzy Doodle,
who are trying to find each other, and it like retroactively adds a lot of emotional weight to a game that was kind of dry when compared to its predecessor. Kind of recontextualizes it. And now we're super duper invested.
With the aspect ratio of the
will
game.
These two precious little Luma siblings find each other again? Dunno. Hope so. It's kind of a jerk move. In GL. And so, Arlo read this final chapter of the Super Mario Galaxy 2 storybook for the first time, while recording
try to be fair in general.
And his screen.
No, Swai. I see Swai in other chats. I think he's fairly familiar with me. Question mark, maybe.
So he could put it on YouTube after he was done. And he
I'm definitely louder in
dearly
chat than I am on
he
stream.
Wouldn't cry in front of thousands of people. Epilogue. Journey.
It's not following, so I'm making
The
assumptions.
Lady of
Why are you
Shooting
putting him on
Stars had
blast?
a premonition that a new star would soon be born. Usually on an occasion like this, she would invite a crowd of Lumas to the kitchen to celebrate. But this time, she decided to wait in the garden alone.
Sorry, bro, I'll follow now. Wow, thank you, Dogsplain, for one guying Swai into following. Yes. No, Swai's a good egg.
In the garden, she could take
He
in
mods
her
for like half the chats
with a
I'm in.
peaceful heart. On this night, she spotted
Point
two
flip
streaks
behavior
of
of
light in the
Dingus.
inky sky. Looking more closely through her telescope.
Look, me and Noah, we're just in toddlers. We just have that way of communication.
She saw that one was blue and flying like an arrow. Chasing it was a purple light.
Hey, if you think about it, Toontown is very
The two lights
toddler
never
coded.
touched, nor did they part. In fact, it looked like they were
He's actually gonna read the entire chapter, huh? Well, I wasn't gonna boot up Galaxy 2 anytime soon, so I guess I can have him spoil it for me. Spoilers if you didn't play the Galaxy 2 remaster.
The two lights began circling each other gleefully, as if they were dancing. Their pace got faster and faster, and their light grew brighter and brighter, until with one burst, they transformed into two suns. The twins.
The player base really acts like toddlers. They never leave me alone. Clash players hate me once they realize who I am, but always forget my name. Are you someone infamous? Well, I guess if Corporate Clash has like fewer players, then I'm sure it's like the way how my middle school had basically less than 100 people in it. Everyone just kind of knew everybody. Oh my god, I didn't restock gags. So yeah, let me use my my limit break. Check this out. Me and you, Swai, we're the only ones who understand the game. Everybody else is just kind of here. They're here for the Muppet in the background. Nobody else plays this in the chat right now. Don't lie about. Oh yeah, you're not here for Arlo. Clearly. Does anyone have a fog? I just used Opera. Someone has to have a fog. I just think Clash players are really sensitive and need to be coddled. It's true. My limited interaction with these guys, that's how they came across. Like they're the people who are on Blue Sky, you know, without getting too cultural worry about it. They come across like that. The limited interaction I've had with Clash people, they're Blue Sky people. The Clash people are Blue Sky people.
Stars continued to circle each other, bathing the garden with warm sunlight. As the sky turned blue, the sound of the wind seemed to turn into a waltz. Hello, new stars. It's nice to see you. A starbit fell from her eye. And also, welcome back. Then she heard a voice down by her feet. Don't...
Missed Dinger being bullied by people in this one. So what happened? So I got distracted. I got distracted talking to chat, and I wasn't picking the right gags. And I don't, you know, it's been a while since I played, right? So I don't remember the mathematics of like, oh, you have to have 2 birthday cakes on a level 11 to defeat him. So I was using like a cream pie, and this fucking cat was yelling at me because I wasn't using a birthday cake. I'm like, okay, like holy shit. People get like such an attitude when it comes to the teamwork in this game, but it's because they want to speedrun this shit. Everyone's on the grind, so they want to speedrun these raid bosses. They don't want to have to fucking wait any more than they have to. So I had the cat kind of yell at me. They apologized after. They're like, dog, birthday cake to level 11. It's kind of like, it's kind of patronizing a little bit when they call you by your species name and not your nickname. They don't say, Rolly, cake the 11. They say dog, cake the 11. Like, how would you feel if I called you human? Dude, I held all the percentages on speed dial in my brain till I kept getting grief by people who didn't want to follow orders, but they didn't. Yeah, like, when it comes to level 12, like, I understand organic TNT can kill level 12, and, like, everything else can't. But, like, when it goes to, like, the promotion levels, like level 13, level 14, I don't know shit. Do I have anything else? Is there anything I can use? I don't want to, like, use something powerful. I use a SOS. Organic's a foreign mechanic to Clash players. We just combo Lamau. See, that's foreign to me. Hey, Eagle. Bro, you missed me using my limit break in the first turn. My level 7. I did use my rarest item. Sounds pretty racist, honestly. Swai knows. Swai, I don't know how Clash is. If you're soundless in Clash, do they also hate you over there? Are they racist to you if you're soundless? I'm afraid to tell them I have 0 fog. I'm literally afraid to tell them that I stopped, that I didn't restock. I guess I'll just use level 7s then, because I don't know. I'll just use Squirt. Sometimes, yes. It used to happen a lot more on the official server. I feel like now the player base tends to it tends to sway like older. Like people understand what you're getting yourself into if you're soundless. But when Disney owned it, like, you did have like more kids playing it, and of course kids can be fucking mean. Like, you got fucking treated like dog shit if you were soundless. It's like admitting you have questionable kinks. Okay, you gonna, what are we doing? All I can do is ooga. Ooga! Ooga! Want a birthday cake? I'm just waiting for one of them to ask why the dog isn't fogging. I forgot to restock.
Cry, okay? Your mother's waiting for your tears to dry. The
There we
lady
go.
kept her gaze upon the sky. I know, but these newborn stars are so beautiful. It's hard not to be moved. Their light is so new and bright. And they're pulling each other together so strongly. Their orbit ensures they'll never part.
Not just a wedding cake.
She wiped a star bit from her eye. They each
Get to see all my
found their
level
special
7s.
someone. But when will I meet my special someone? The girl asked sadly. The lady's voice was kind. The strongest force in all the universe is a heart that never gives up.
Whoa. Power of friendship in my Mario game?
The girl regained her brightness and gripped the lady's hand. Yes, I think that's how we must be.
I'm glad you're torturing the audience by making them listen to Arlo narrating Mario Galaxy. I'd rather have Noah read this chapter to me.
And with that, the Lady of Shooting Stars went back inside, where she was met with a great number of Lumas in the bedroom.
What is this, LOL? I've been listening to Arlo videos, Kusanagi, and this is like the next one in my playlist. It's him like narrating a chapter from the Mario's Galaxy storybook because it got an update or something. You say that, but unironically, every third boss I go to, I have Mr. Max Laugh, 50x Prestige, 3 million hours, be like, lol, I was watching someone play insert Tumblr-esque fandom. I forgot to restock. Now, I have an excuse. I was distracted by chat. I wasn't distracted by, like, fucking super Hulock Tumblr memes. Look, I made it. I made it, and I didn't have to confess that I was out of gags. All because I used my level 7s. I'm not out of gags, but really, my issue was I didn't restock on Trunks and Fogs.
A bedtime story from their mama. Ever
Yeah,
since
he's reading
that day,
it.
The sun's light fills the garden, and it said that the wind
I get how you think it could be
whistles through the
AI,
meadow
though.
to the tune of a waltz.
Game took my gags. What the hell? What the helly, guys? What the heckarino, bros? Alright, he's done. He's done. He's done. I'm sorry I made you guys endure that.
Wow.
Wow. Thoughts? Thoughts, Arlo? Thoughts? What do you think?
Wow.
What do you think, Arlo? Thoughts?
I'm kind of confused. Who was it? Why were there? Hold on.
Dude, Anne was right. You either have like shilling Arlo, confused Arlo. This is confused Arlo. I don't understand you guys. Like, what is this a thing now?
I'm kind of confused. Who was it? Why were there? Hold on. Why were the two of them? Hold on. Okay, so it's Rosalina, and then she hears a voice down by her feet. She's crying. Rosalina's crying.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Go on.
But in the voice down by her feet, the little girl says, "Don't cry, okay? Your mother's waiting for your tears to dry."
Rosalina crying downstairs?
So the little girl is that, I mean, it could be Peach, right? It could be Peach, but it kind of just looks like a young Rosalina. But if it's a young Peach,
it's just
why did she say
Rosalina's
your
mom.
Mother's waiting. Is the little girl
It's
her mother?
Rosalina's mom. It's not
like
Peach.
The little girl told Rosalina, "Your mother is waiting for your tears to dry," and Rosalina's like, "Oh, I know," but it's just so
He
beautiful.
thinks it has something to do with the movie because it came out like near the movie's release date.
Rosalina is moved by the stars, which is called a. Hold on, she wiped a tear. They each found their special, but now it's suggesting that no, that is still Rosalina.
Oh my god, he's actually dented.
That's not the little girl now.
The thing is, in the base game, Rosalina's mom is shown from far away. It just looks like an older Rosalina. Like Rosalina's mom looks like Rosalina, because Rosalina is her mom's daughter. Like they look alike because they're related. It's not supposed to, like both of them are not Rosalina. Rewritten doesn't have the side cranes. No,
because it doesn't have the earrings. Now, okay. When will I meet my special someone? The girl asks sadly. The lady's voice was kind.
Dude, he slowly has to reread it. We're
It's
so
also a little
cooked.
confusing because at first the little girl tells her, "Don't cry," but then it says the little girl cheers up. I guess it's because she asked sadly. Okay, so it's really just that. Okay. Yeah, regained her brightness. But Rosalina was the one who was crying, and the little
Did
girl
he just
was saying,
read all
"Don't
of this
cry."
without like taking in any of it? Like he
So,
read all of it like a bedtime
I feel like
story
that's
and
gotta be
didn't process any of it. He just
But
read
why
it.
is she only there?
He read it but didn't process
Is this
anything
like-
as he was
is
reading
is
it,
a
you know?
memory? See, because this can't. It wasn't actually Peach, because now she's not there. And
Oh
at
my
the time of
God,
Super Mario
Arlo,
Galaxy
please!
2, Lubba is like this is that took place before. This has to be in the future.
We might
This
have
takes
to
place
listen to
after-
Synthetic Man next.
Because
Oh, shit,
because
no,
the
I'm
two
sorry.
Lumas found each other again, right? What am I missing here? I guess I'm not. I don't know if I'm missing anything.
Bro, you're not Game Explained.
Is it
Quit
just
making
like the
analysis
spirit of Peach
videos.
as her little sister is like her memory? Yeah, because she refers to Mario. She talks to Mario about Peach being his special someone. And she's like, when will I find my special? So this is like, is she like conjuring the memory of Peach? As she knew her as her little sister? That must be what's happening. The perspective was a little bit confusing, but I think I get it now. I think that's what's happening.
Get it?
I'm pretty sure. Okay, so yeah, no, that is very, very precious. That is, it seems they did find each other again, and they formed what's called a binary star system. That's when two
They're
stars
binary.
are caught in each other's orbit. And that sounds very crazy. That sounds. I remember feeling like that sounded very fantastical. But apparently, the majority of stars in the universe are binary systems. Isn't that interesting?
What do you mean, Synthetic Man? There's a few Synthetic Man videos I have to watch on stream that I've been kind of putting off. I know he did a video on Soros, and there might be one more.
You will find stars is like entangled in each other's orbit, which is really cool because then they're constantly like pushing and pulling at each other, and it creates like a lot of chaos and like I don't know, it's really neato. I also like how it refers to the
DSP
waltz, you know,
Junior.
like the observatory theme. It's basically, I don't know, kind of baking that itself into the story. Kind of like, again, kind of retroactively, like kind of recontextualizing it, you know? It's like, it's not just the music that's playing in the video game that you're playing, but it's like, no, that's the music that like people can kind of just hear in the garden. That's really nice. That's really, really nice. Yeah. That was good. That's really sweet. And with that, Arlo finished reading the book and came to the end of
Longest 6-minute video of my life.
This video, which he had recorded in a very gimmicky kind of way that will probably make most people mad. They probably will not stick around until the end. They will be too annoyed with the gimmick. But that's okay. Sometimes you gotta just yeah, I don't know. The end.
Oh man, that was tough. That was tough hearing that same fucking looping music in the background. Mario Galaxy is a good game. The story gets dilated just a little bit listening to Arlo tell me that tale. I'll read that chapter on my own and process it without a Muppet talking to me. In terms of Toontown, if I could have the player count of Rewritten but extra mechanics of Flash, I would any day of the week. I don't mind the extra mechanics. I just wish they weren't so ugly to look at. Okay, I know I have Synthetic Man shit. I do. Okay, this one's from a while back. I just never watched it. Take a brief detour from Arlo.
But this
What if DSP didn't post a daily crap because he wanted his
Might be
shitty?
one of the
I'm just
worst,
like you,
like,
for real,
pieces-
for real. Mixtape to take at the top. Oh, from the day stream pre-stream. I did see that he uploaded that during the night stream, or more likely his editor did, or he had it scheduled. Dog shit, dog water take. The thing is, he had a pseudo, we're gonna call it a pseudo kingly tweet about like, why are people like falling for mixtape? It's rage bait, like don't even give a fuck about it. Like real gamers, do I have it? I think I have it. Oh no, I deleted it. Oh, we'll pull it up this way. I don't want to paraphrase it. It's a dark side Phil tweet. We gotta read it. We gotta read it as God intended it. Because I look, on the face of it, it's kind of a good point. It falls apart once you know the context of the situation type deal. I see tons of posts, videos, and rants in an uproar about mixtape. What? That game doesn't exist to anyone who actually plays video games. We all know it would be like this, so why the noise? Engagement bait, fake uproar. People who aren't desperate for views ignore bad things. See, this would be almost based if it wasn't for the fact that today went on a 30-minute tirade about the game while claiming to not give a fuck about it, and then he ended up clipping it for, engagement and views. People who aren't desperate for views ignore bad things. Why did you cry about it for 30 minutes today? He cried about it for 30 minutes on his fucking pre-stream, his Just Chatting Yappuccino segment, crying about its existence.
But I don't really care about it though. Like, I don't care, guys. Like, I'm totally unaffected by it. Like, I only care about good things. That's the reason I didn't care about it, was because I only care about good games.
No, the reason you didn't care about it is because you saw it once at Summer Games Fest last year, and then no one in the chat cared enough to remind you that it was coming out. Same reason why he had Tomodachi Life sneak up on him, because he doesn't have any fucking toddlers left in his chat anymore. Expandong left him. He doesn't even have the fake imposter Expandong doesn't even actually like Nintendo games. No one is in that chat to remind him about games coming out. Nobody likes him that much. So games will just sneak up on him, and then he's like, "Oh well, I didn't know about it because I didn't care." No, you didn't know about it because you didn't have anyone fucking hold your hand and ball wash you and tell you when the game was coming out. Despite being a game journalist, Darkside Phil over here. Games journalist can't beat a baby game. Game journalist apparently doesn't know when games fucking come out either. Someone also pointed out that this followed a beg tweet right before. Let's see. I like the gaming journalist videos because by his own definition, he is a gaming journalist. Oh yeah, you're right. This is a good one. No, you say it's irrelevant. I disagree. I think this is relevant to the point that he's making. So he says that people who aren't desperate for views ignore bad things. And this was the preceding tweet. Since almost nobody has seen it yet, be sure to check out these awesome highlights and tons of added context from my first stream reacting to the Quartering documentary by June the King. Second stream is Sunday night, so don't miss it. It's like, oh, you said relevant, not irrelevant? I'm speed reading, I'm sorry. I'm like a manga reader, I'm speed reading. So he's not a misery merchant. He's not Mr. Views. He's not a drama whore. He doesn't insert himself in the drama. And the Quartering literally did nothing to him personally that would necessitate him doing this, that would like justify it and make it make sense within the context. And yet he still tried to insert himself into the Quartering drama. Like, the Quartering has done nothing to him. If I was the Quartering, I know the smart idea for Quartering is to like stay off social media. I would just for Phil's reaction, if I was the Quartering, I would light Phil's ass about this. I would put out a tweet saying, "Oh, I was so nice to him. Oh, I did all this for your Phil like 10 years ago when we did that softball interview. I haven't said shit about him. I never said anything about the WWB Champions thing. I never said anything about his wife. I never said anything when he went through the bankruptcy. I haven't said shit about Phil. And yet he's doing this to me? Like, I don't understand." I would honestly want Phil's reaction if JJ pressed him on deciding to do this. Like, I want Phil to crash out and say, "I'm not your friend, Jeremy. Like, what are you doing, Jer? Like, we were never friends, Jer. I talked to you once. I said that I might review your coffee, like, last year, but I never did. We're not friends, Jer." I want him to do the "Hello, Howard, we're not friends" segment, but to Jer. But Jer wouldn't have the balls to press Phil on reacting to the June the King video. And it's for the best. Jer should stay off social media, which he announced that he was doing so. Jer announced that he was going to stay off social media on social media. He went to YouTube to say that he would be off Twitter, and the comments are just Kino Casino fans making fun of him. I didn't really delve into it because I got distracted by the Arlo shit. But Dogsplain did ask what my thoughts were on it and if I talked about it. So Quartering hosted a podcast with Baring and Count Dankula. The videos on it, the channel went down, basically. It wasn't banned, it was taken down. The Quartering went to DMs to accuse Baring of having done this. He said Baring or Dankula did it. Baring and Dankula, no, they didn't do it. The only person who could have done it was the Quartering himself. All three of them have access to the channel. It's a shared channel to host the podcast. So they know the Quartering did it, but the Quartering is accusing them of having done it so that they could get the internet to think that the Quartering did it. But the Quartering didn't do it. But the Quarterings and Baring's DMs saying that that Baring and Dankula conspired to do it so that the internet would think that Jer did it. Except Jer literally did it. So it went from him saying Baring and Dankula did it to make him look bad to, it's false flaggers. My free speech advocates who advocate for free speech. My free speech is under attack. These free speech advocates took my podcast channel down. Then he said it was a YouTube glitch that was also simultaneously somehow also deleting videos on BitChute and Rumble. And then he said, my editor did it, actually. So while he was accusing Baring and Dankula of conspiring against him in Baring's DMs, while he said this, he had already told his editor to start deleting live streams of him with incriminating funny stories. I wouldn't even really say like incriminating evidence, but just live streams of him in which he embarrasses himself. Now, because he told the editor, we don't even have the DMs with the editor specifically, but because he told the editor to delete everything, the editor took it literal and deleted all the live streams across every channel, presumably, which included the podcast that he hosted with Baring and Dankula. Now, the reason why Baring and Dankula are pissed is because that's their work. It was a channel they all owned. They all co-owned the podcast, co-hosted it. Like, it was deleted without their permission. Like, the podcast wasn't very popular, but it had a dedicated fan base. Like, they would boot up at like 3 a.m. Baring's time just to placate to the largely American audience, and people would tune in. It was a podcast for the OGs. They would never advertise it on any of their individual channels. It was just like, if you know these guys and you fuck with them, this is where the cool spot is to hang out. And the channel was deleted by the editor because Quartering said delete everything. And Baring and Dankula are pissed because, they co-owned the channel. They weren't consulted on that. So he went from accusing them of doing it to make him look bad to, it was my free speech false flagging warriors, my free speech advocate enemies or false flagging to, it was a YouTube glitch that deletes videos on multiple platforms to, actually my editor did it. And then he took responsibility like later and said, it was actually me. Like I did it. I did it. I was testing out a theory about VODs lowering your live stream views or something. I don't know. He had a bevy of excuses. But we had 5 total excuses. Why did you start like accusing Baring of Dankula of doing it if you had already told the editor earlier to take shit down? It doesn't make sense. Like, why would you? He said Baring was fanning the flames. No, I think you're fanning the flames by saying that you're accusing Baring of doing it when you know earlier that they had told the editor to delete everything. Like, at no point while he was like LARPing about, it might be a glitch, it might be these false flaggers, it's the Kino Casino fans and they're false flagging, they sure believe in free speech if they're taking down my channels, guys, right? As he was saying this, at no point, like, if we genuinely consider that he was like, he's just trying to like, he's not lying, he's anxious and he's coming up with like different theories and he genuinely doesn't know what happened. If we try to humor that he's being genuine, while he's flip-flopping, ping-ponging between different theories, at no point when he was like coming up with these theories did he consider that it might have something to do with telling the editor delete everything. At no point. Like, I think if his story, if his explanation is genuine, it just makes him look stupider. I would prefer it if he just lied and just like was just trying to like make Baring and Dankula look bad. Also, while I was streaming, Count Dankula got a privacy complaint on one of his videos from years ago about Graham Linham, the guy, the anti-trans or pro-trans turned anti-trans fella. When I first heard about him, he was the pro-trans guy. Now he's like the anti-trans guy. I don't fucking know. But he got a privacy complaint. What a coincidence. First quartering accuses his old co-host of trying to make him look bad. Now Count Dankula has a privacy complaint about a Graham Blenheim video. He's a Rowling friend. Okay, that would explain his heel turn. So yeah, privacy complaint, which we've seen before. And at the start of the saga, the King of Casino was also receiving privacy complaints from the Bull. Under Jeremy's alleged orders. So just nothing we haven't seen before. But that's the drama for today. I don't think the channel is back yet, but it's not banned. So presumably, there might be a way to get it back. Like, if Jared closed it, can't he unclose it? I don't fucking know how it works, but it wasn't banned. It's not like a Kino Casino situation. It wasn't struck down. It was just closed, I believe. There's a different error message. Like, if you go to Kino Casino's clip channel, you'll get, like, terminated because of terms of service. If you go to the Incredible Salt Mine podcast, it says, oh, the channel's not available. So presumably there might be a way to bring it back. But Quartering was over here saying, oh, guys, don't worry. There's archives, bro. There's archives. There's archives, bro. There's archives. There are no archives. Because they got deleted off BitChute and Rumble also. He was deleting off all the platforms as he was saying there was a YouTube exclusive glitch that was taking down the videos. And at the end of the day, he cut his losses and apologized and said he was going on a social media break. And that's kind of where the story ends. And as far as the updates go, Kino Casino will surely talk about it tomorrow. I'll probably do a restream because it seems to be a fire episode. We have the stuff with Chrissy Meyer on the Chrissy Meyer stream that happened earlier today, or was it yesterday? I don't know. Triple P is heated up. Triple P is gassed up over the Chrissy Meyer thing. So he's gonna light a fire under her ass tomorrow, and I suppose I'll be here for it. Millennials should be put in camps. Mixtape is a war crime. I agree. DSB had a good point though. It's like, why give a fuck? Like, we knew it would be garbage, and we know why people like fucking Phil and the Quartering. If he wasn't on a social media break, we know why these types, the Synthetic Mans, the Lord Frogmeyers, we know why they would want to talk about a game like that. But realistically, motherfuckers, the basic bitch gamer, the blue collar gamer, shouldn't care about that shit. Okay, another garbage slop game that Jeff Keighley will give 10 out of 10 Game of the Year to during his garbage slop award show. Fine, whatever. Honestly, the lefties shouldn't like it anyway. I heard it was funded by Israel. Like, unironically, there's like some Israeli tied to it. Ellison, man. I don't know. Larry Ellison, I think his name is. He's got like ties to Israel. Like, that's just spread on Twitter. Spread that to Twitter. Lefties will stop supporting it. What?
But this might be one of the worst like pieces of content you have to pay for.
It was funded by a guy that gives money directly to the IDF. Okay, there. Thank you for correcting me. Spread that to Twitter.
I've ever played in a video game. I paid to watch loading screens. Just think about that. Think about that. I paid $10 to watch loading screens. I know that intro clip sounds like hyperbole, but seriously, Bethesda just released a loading screen DLC for Starfield. And no, not to fix the millions of loading screens that you're going to experience over the course of your playthrough. No, they added a new form of loading screen and disguised it as a feature called free lanes. I think it's obvious to everyone that Bethesda wants to pull an in-goodening of Starfield or something to that effect, much
Good
like
luck,
both
Todd.
No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk 2077 went through. But as I've said several times over the past few years, it is impossible to fix Starfield. It is rotten to the core. And it's not like they put an honest effort to fix the myriad of problems in the first place. No, the Terran Armada DLC is one of the laziest pieces of expansion content I've ever played in any video game. It is just 5 straight hours of shooting galleries in the same 2 copy-pasted ship dungeons and a series of space battles, which you're going to be struggling with quite a bit if you never upgraded your ship or put any perk points into the ship combat. With no story whatsoever. I'm serious. There is basically no plot at all in a fucking Bethesda
There's no
game
plot?
of all things. No, they want to turn Starfield into a extremely mediocre looter shooter. I guess you could argue it always kind of was exactly that, because there was no effort put into the lore or the character backgrounds or anything to make it memorable. But this DLC feels like a parody of Starfield to me, in the sense that Bethesda's response to all of the criticism of Starfield's universe and the bad writing, etc., all the things I covered in my review a few years ago, was to just not write anything at all. The villains, the Terran Armada, are just space Nazis. Yeah, it's basically the Empire from Star Wars, except there's no Darth Vader, there's no Emperor, there's no fucking characters at all. The only conversation I ever had with the villain faction in this DLC was at the very end. And you won't even believe this, dude. They're led by a black woman. Yes, the space fascists are led by a black woman. I swear I'm not making this shit up. And those of you who watched my stream on this game will probably be asking the question, wait a minute, you actually finished this? Yes, I did. Even though it was pretty apparent we'd seen everything there was to see by the 2-hour mark, I did go back and finish the DLC for no real reason. So if you're expecting some kind of
the only guy that finished
analysis of this, there's nothing to analyze in the first place. You could certainly argue to maintain the integrity of my critique that I should have checked out all of the features in the Free Lanes update and the new bounty faction quests. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm not spending another minute playing this giant piece of shit. The obvious short answer of this review is no, Starfield isn't fixed. It's impossible to fix. It is worth no one's time. If anything, this game's very existence should just convince you to never buy a Bethesda product again. Do not, under any circumstances, buy Elder Scrolls 6. Though I doubt any of the casual gamers who stumble upon this video, if any even do at this point, will listen to that advice. They'll just mindlessly consume the next product as soon as the hype machine gets rolling. But because this video can't be 3 minutes long, I suppose I should talk about the Terran Armada DLC in some amount of detail. Something you're going to notice immediately is that no time or budget was put into this whatsoever. I wouldn't be surprised if this entire quest line was outsourced to
Let
India,
the players sell
because
ships.
there is no
The game should have sold these ships like in Star Citizen.
human touch to be found here.
Unless it does.
Could have been AI generated. The expansion is so low effort that it begins from a random news broadcast on Aquila City, the Wild West area of the game. You just stand with a crowd
You
of
can't
people
just go
as you
that
listen
way.
to the news cover an evil space fascist group that wants to use an army of robots to unite
Don't
the
take
various
shortcuts,
colonies
bro.
together under one nation.
The real
And that's
G's go
almost
behind the
all
bullion.
of the detail you get on this evil faction. I'm not even kidding. There's a backstory about the big space colony war that happened.
DSP wants to use his wheels and pedals for Forza Horizon 6. How long do you think it will be before he switched to controllers? I think he'll force himself to do it for as long as he can. You want me to... Okay, the cat fogs. No one better yell at me. The cat fogged first. Let's say 2 streams, Bruno. I didn't know he had committed to playing it. I haven't been watching the pre-stream like that for a while now. That's the one that's going to take place in Japan, right? Does it have a release date? Your bet is first stream. The thing is, he needs to justify the purchase. He's got to justify purchasing it. So he's going to use it for as much as he can. But if it's not intuitive enough for him, he'll drop it. Oh, May 19? Shit, that's next week. Who's going to play that? Maybe Shybot? I hear Stomper in the background. I'll tune up. Even though I should be the one getting tuned up. He's A/B testing with mixtape. Yeah, I saw a different thumbnail on mobile versus desktop.
Before the events of the game, and how this led to the origins of the Terran Armada is just absolutely idiotic.
I don't think he'll get the deluxe version for Forza.
During that time, there was a large battle between a Free Star and United Colony fleet.
Love that he uses the Ratchet & Clank music here.
However,
Dope soundtrack.
Instead of following through with the battle, the commanders of the respective fleets met with one another. Last we knew, both fleets vanished.
Hey, Wiggle.
What, they talk no jutsu to each other and flew off into the sunset?
But as we've since discovered, They banned it.
Oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Has that ever happened in history?
We don't know why they left the...
No, see, he's gonna use it more. He's gonna use it more than the average gamer because he doesn't actually drive. He only gets like one opportunity a week. He'll use it more to keep up the illusion of driving. A simulation, if you will. A simulacrum.
They currently pose.
Now again, I don't think anyone expects good
I didn't say that
writing
right.
from
I know I didn't.
Starfield, but that's it, dude. They never elaborate how the hell two opposing sides just kind of
Full
left
playthroughs
and then
starting from level one?
together,
No.
and then fast forward however
It
many
is not a
years
game you
later,
wanna watch
and they have a
someone
giant
play from level
robot
one.
army. The very first mission in this DLC is a copy-paste job of the cruise ship mission from the main game, which was some kind of heist. I only vaguely remember it, but I do remember this layout one-to-one. They couldn't even design an original dungeon for the first major mission of their DLC. So as you explore the ship, you find out basically everyone is dead. They were killed by the Terran Armada's robots. After gunning down the clankers, you make your way to the vault, and you end up getting trapped inside by the very person who recruited you on this mission, and then you end up reprogramming one of the evil robots, and it becomes your companion, Delta. Ironically, this robot character probably has more personality than most of the humans in this game, but I wouldn't say he's particularly well written. Some have called him a discount IG-88 because he's a robot that talks a bunch of shit to organics, saying he's smarter than you, more capable than you in robot speak. This leads to you going to the secret headquarters of Void, a mysterious CIA or Mossad-like organization, except their headquarters is like a tiny room under a bar in the middle of nowhere. If you're wondering if this faction ever gets expanded on in any form, no. But they're the good guys, don't worry, Goy. You should do everything they tell you to. So they basically tell us to go die for space Israel because the evil fascists want to unite all the humans under one interstellar nation, I guess. They even tease a little bit that what we're doing is pretty shady, but there's no player choice here. I'm sure you're asking, can I join the villains?
It's a Bethesda game, there's never player choice.
Not, Chud. This is fucking predictive programming to make you think your political opposition are faceless robots, which the left already thinks that about the right, so this is just yet another piece of media affirming their beliefs. And the funny thing is, our character has the option to just go along with all of this, even though he just heard of the Terran Armada like 5 minutes ago. There's a shit ton of openly racist dialogue options you can pick, which is admittedly pretty funny. And then the rest of this DLC is literally spent doing Radiant quests. I'm not kidding, dude. They added a new type of Radiant quest called an incursion, where basically you lose the ability to fast travel. Yes, really, incredibly annoying.
I'm kind of hyped for if someone talks to him into using the wheel, because like I said, Rally could be tiring. I'm 100% sure he doesn't expect this, so we'll get to see a sweaty pig and someone will shit on him for not working out. He does work out. Haven't you seen his... have you not seen his guns? Have you missed the flexing segment, sir? DSP does work out. Walks to the mailbox every day, except Sundays. Mail doesn't come on Sundays.
Until you blow up this big ship that's in the area. And to do that, you basically have to get into
guns,
a short
bro? No, he
space
has
battle
guns,
where
I
you just
swear,
shoot
bro.
A couple other Terran ships. Again, if you don't have a good ship yourself,
He's not
or you don't
atrophied
have
at
any
all.
perks in the spaceship tree, and it's a 3v1 with no cover, get ready to fucking die, by the way. This DLC is meant for level 50 players. I was level 46, I believe, when I started, which, trust me, that was plenty for any of the on-foot gunfights. I actually demolished almost every single enemy in this DLC, outside of a few extremely tanky robots that looked exactly the same as the other robots. They just had 10 times more health and did like triple the damage for no apparent reason. Good difficulty design, of course. But as for the space battles, I actually ended up dying at least 5 times over the course of this DLC, which was obviously really annoying because I just wanted to get through this as fast as possible. Anyway, once you've defeated the ships, you then board the big ship, you go through a randomly generated dungeon that has like 100 copy-paste enemies in it, most of which are
just like Zelda
robots
4 Swords.
that are not even fun to shoot at. They also have the most generic design ever. It just looks like a Boston Dynamics like combat robot, kind of like Chappie, if you remember that movie. So you just kill 1,000 Chappies, a few humans that don't even try to talk to you at any point, so they might as well not even be people either. I'm certainly not convinced. You steal some kind of data cube, and then you set the ship to self-destruct. sucked, and you do that 6 times over the course of the DLC. 3 times for minor incursions and 3 times for major incursions. What's the difference between a minor and a major? No idea. I guess the enemies are a little stronger. That's it.
More
Outside
enemies
of
and they're
these
stronger,
6
maybe?
Radiant quests, there's only 2 or 3 real story missions. The only one that was mildly interesting
This was
is where you
paid
have
DLC,
to
right?
save a genius ginger scientist woman who invented these robots. Yep, not even kidding.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought Hollywood got rid of all you types.
Inventor. A lot of girl bosses in this DLC. The ginger scientist woman is the only one with even slightly a moral compass, saying that yes, there are normal people on the Terran side. What do you mean? Are you saying not all the Germans were Nazis? Well, you can't say that. You can't say that. That's not politically correct. Which just leads to one choice in the ending
just summon
that
his pet.
ultimately doesn't matter, because you know we're never going to hear from the Terran Armada again, especially because there's no way in hell there's ever going to be a Starfield 2. Oh, and I doubt I even have to clarify this.
Hey,
but
don't
no,
count
you
your
can't
chickens before
really
they
ask
hatch.
her any meaningful questions about the Terran Armada, why they're evil, why they suddenly decided to take over the rest of the galaxy, or any of that stuff. No, they just woke up one day and decided to take over Poland, I guess. The actual structure of this mission is incredibly annoying, by the way. Half of it is spent just watching this ginger bitch hack computer terminals, as if there wasn't enough padding in this DLC already. Since Starfield at its core is essentially just a mediocre looter shooter, and as I mentioned, most of this DLC is just procedurally generated dungeons, you might be wondering if there are some new guns to play around with at least. There's one. Yes, they added just one new gun, and it is just a space AR that
Well, at least it was
fires
free.
AK ammo. They couldn't even come up with a new gun. Once again, this feels like Bethesda responding to criticism, not by improving anything, but by just giving up. Because we all know how stupid the guns look in this game, and in most of Bethesda's games, if we're being honest. And maybe if you're high on that copium, you're telling yourself, well, at the very least, these robot enemies might have some new attacks or different tactics or something. Again, no. They're just reskinned humans. They don't have any unique functions. In fact, they have the same movement animations as humans. They'll even run away and take cover like several rooms away. These are fucking...
Do people actually give Starfield a second chance? It's pretty much unfixable. They're trying to do an end goodening of it, like with No Man's Sky. But yeah, I don't know of anyone who actually played this DLC besides Synthetic Man.
Machines, man.
He's in a league of
There's
his
no
own.
giant mech fight. There's like a robot dog that shows up one time, but you never fight it as an enemy. At the very least,
I didn't know it was getting DLC until he put out this video and I added it to my playlist. I thought it was fine, but I didn't play the DLC. Did it with a Star Wars mod. You can't end good in it like No Man's Sky because it's Bethesda made.
your companion robot gets
No,
an
come
upgrade
on.
in the second
Give
major
it 1,000
mission that
mods.
gives him like pseudo starborn powers.
Okay, they're gonna go for
I
the
think it's
TNT.
obvious to literally anyone that the Starfield universe is lacking
the first DLC
in
I tried and it
even
was
the
garbage.
slightest amount of creativity, because they're going for NASA punk, which is a sort of pseudo realism.
Would a Messiah give it a second chance?
Space gods that travel between dimensions and
If
have
only to make a video on
superpowers, which are just reskins of Skyrim shouts. Yeah, none of it makes any sense when you think about
Me
it.
when
for
I
more
play
than
Skyrim,
2
but I gotta run
seconds.
200 community-made
But
fixes for the game to
shooting
be better.
robots is no different from shooting
Yeah, like turn it into a
humans.
Mario
Big
game like Kubi did.
surprise. So something I haven't even mentioned yet
Yeah,
is
Skyrim
how
for
we
me.
get to these incursions in the first place. So part of the free update of the Free Lanes DLC is that you can now fly in between solar systems. Oh my god!
Couldn't do that before?
Dude, I can fly my ship in space. That's just what I wanted. Wrong. That's not what people asked for. They asked to be able to fly to the planet. You know, like No Man's Sky did a decade ago.
Wait, you
The
can't do that in
creation engine
Starfield?
Can't handle that shit. So now you can just fly
I don't know
in
much about
between
Starfield.
loading screens, which is a super long Omega level loading screen. It blew my mind that probably about a third of this DLC's total length is just flying in between objectives. Otherwise, it would be a 2-hour long DLC, dude. I'm not even kidding. Some of these free lane travels in cruise mode took upwards
Yeah, I remember
of
reading that
5
people
full
were not satisfied with the creator club, the thing with the paid mods.
minutes of doing nothing, just
at least it
staring
worked on
at the
console.
screen. Is this the future of entertainment in video games?
It's just loading screens.
I almost feel bad shitting on movie games in the past because at least you were watching a movie or something.
Todd L.
Even fake loading screens where you're squeezing through a crevice is only a few seconds at a time. This is minutes of nothing happening, to the point where I thought I was doing something wrong. Like maybe there was a secret way to be able to fast travel to these incursions. Nope. You have to go through the cruise mode. Now, of course, if I'm being completely fair, I do have to explain that yes, there are random events as you fly in empty space, which usually is just like random enemy ships that attack you for existing. Maybe there's some other random events, much like there is in the main game, where you just travel to a solar system and then some NPC talks to you about something, maybe leads you toward a quest. I honestly have no idea, and I wasn't about to waste even more time finding out. I think this is, without exaggeration, the most pathetic form of padding out a piece of downloadable content I have ever seen, and I doubt the vast majority of people will ever know that Bethesda did something this heinous, because who the hell is gonna pick Starfield back up for more than 5 minutes? People are just gonna realize, oh, it's the same dog shit video game they dropped 3 years ago. If there's one takeaway from this DLC, it's that Bethesda does not give a single fuck. So don't buy Elder Scrolls 6. I'm gonna say that at least one more time in this video. Anyway, back to the story, if you can
I don't think he'll take his own advice, to be honest.
even call it that. So after fighting your way through 6 incursion dungeons, it's time
That's assuming
for the
Elder Scrolls 6
climax
even
to
comes
take
out.
down the Terran ship that is in our solar system, Sol. How fitting. And the final battle is absolutely pathetic. Again, no surprise given the rest of this DLC. You have to shoot 4 bullet sponges while there's an epic space battle happening in the background. Thankfully, the enemy AI doesn't shoot you constantly in the back while you're taking out these shield generator things. And then you just shoot the flagship for like 5 straight minutes. Seriously, look at this. This is all I did in the final space battle. And then you're finally allowed to board the ship. And at this point, I was so fed up with the combat, I was just slowing down time and running past everybody. And then we finally meet the big bad of the Terran Armada. And it's a black woman. They couldn't even have like a Darth Vader ripoff or some kind of space wizard or some shit. Maybe a Starborn that would at least fit into the main plot of Starfield. Nope, it's just a random black woman, and you can only ask her one question.
Please say voiced by
about
Deborah
the
Wilson.
Armada, and then she just tells you to fuck off. And I get
No, wait, did he really say black woman and then I yelled no? No, I was reacting to the gameplay, I'm sorry.
you can talk no jutsu her. I didn't even try. I just shot her in the face with 100 bullets and killed her instantly. And I probably don't even need to point this out to you guys. I'm sure you all noticed all of the girl bosses and even just a short DLC with basically no story. The leader of Void is a chain-smoking brown woman. The lead scientist that invented the robots is this ginger woman. And of course, the leader of the bad
Hey, at least we
guys
have
is a
ginger
black
representation.
woman. I guess the
They don't even
future
exist
really
anymore, I'm
is
told.
female. So after filling Shaniqua with lead, we're given the one and only choice in this entire DLC. We can either reprogram all of the robots to attack any human on site, therefore having the Terran Armada destroy itself from within, or we just destroy the flagship and have it disable all the robots, I guess.
Is that a note here? No, you destroy the flagship in both options. The good ending just means that you can still do the incursion and radiant quests. So another one of Todd's classic illusion of choices.
Within, or we just destroy the flagship and have it disable all the robots, I guess. Obviously, I went for the kill everyone option. I don't care about any morals in this universe where none of these people are even fucking human. They're all golems. Then we blast our way out of the flagship. It blows up, and your reward for doing all of this is the space feds give you like 20,000 credits, which I had 300,000, by the way, so it was completely pointless. What an awesome DLC. Certainly worth picking Starfield back up, blowing $10 on this. I guess the only upside is that if you, for some godforsaken reason, bought the Ultimate Edition of this,
That's the only reason I found Starfield fun. You play without morals
for free. But
so it's a game that punishes you if you try to like do immersion and roleplay shit. You know, this is the way I assume people played earlier Bethesda games.
Ultimate Edition of this, or whatever it's called, it does come with that for free, but you're paying in time, man. I've said this many times. Bethesda should have paid me to play this shit because it was suffering. It was one of the most boring experiences of my life. At least with the main Starfield review I made like 3 years ago, it was actually fun to make that video because there was so much to make fun of. But I guess Bethesda, being little bitches,
dude, this
got
guy,
bullied
what?
so
Holy
hard
shit, he's
that
at
they
11
didn't even
HP.
put anything cringy in this DLC outside of, you know, the leader of the Terran Armada, and even then she only has like 5 lines, so who cares? It's crazy that I never ended up talking about the first major DLC for Starfield, Shattered Space, because I thought there was almost nothing.
I gotta go back to when we reacted to the Starfield review. Was it really 3 years ago already? I'm not greening. No. Bro, no one in the chat knows what greening means besides you and me. No, I'm not greening. Look, he's using a level 7. He's helping me. I have organic trap. I have organic traps. My traps are organic. They have penises. I mean, anyway, I want to see what the reaction was for the Starfield review. I think it was when I was playing... I can't remember. Was it during the Tony Hawk stream? Was it really 3 years ago already? Starfield's 3 years old? Anyway, I can't remember if people in this chat were defending Starfield. I had no horse in the race, but I think people enjoyed it enough to want to defend it against Synthetic Man. But I don't want to say I'm confident that that was what the reaction was. The stream is literally just you talking to your Topal-me about a game that nobody believes exists. Dude, I have no one else to talk about regarding this game. Nobody else plays it. That is like a regular viewer. I wish Anne played it, but Anne was a Final Fantasy XI kid. I wouldn't have defended it. I hate that game. I'm not gonna lie and say it's a good game, but I initially thought it was okay. And I'm curious. I really forget what the chat reaction was to the review. He said he had fun making it. I remembered him fucking hating it at launch, and at least he stayed consistent. Like, he's not heel turning with this DLC.
To talk about because it was so uninteresting. And
yeah, GPM dropped this game a few years ago during my first year of content. I told GPM that if he played the game, I would help grind him up so that we could do a raid boss together. It could be a fun little collab. He rage quit, I think, in the first hub world. He didn't get very far.
Somehow Terran Armada topped it in every single way. This is one of the laziest pieces of content probably ever produced for a video game outside of loot boxes and skins.
Reasonable.
I wish it was insufferable.
I was gonna do like the Cold Callers Guild.
I wish it had a bunch of insane bugs.
Here's what we were gonna do. We were gonna do the VP SWI, and we were gonna do the Cold Callers Guild, so that no one would be racist to him, and say that he couldn't join because he was too weak.
But no, this is just a copy-paste job, dude. There's almost nothing new in this DLC. I don't care if $10 is basically nothing in modern gaming because a Fortnite skin costs 20 or whatever the hell. Doesn't matter. Fuck Bethesda. This is a giant pile of trash. Stay far away from this game. Hopefully, I never have to touch it again. That's about it. See you next time, guys. I'm only human after all. You're a fucking bugman. You're gonna die.
My connection died. What did you say for the last 3 minutes? Oh, I was just thinking about Bugman. Okay, I gotta fix my aspect ratio. I'll probably do one more video. I don't want to be live for too long tonight. We do have a Kino Casino episode tomorrow, after all. We'll do... Do we want to stick on Synthetic Man, go back to Arlo, or do Frogmire? I'll use my last Stormcloud. I want to save, like, Arlo's Star Fox reaction. I know Frogmire did one too. I want to watch them, like, back to back. Back to back to back to back like Drake. Maybe we'll just... Okay, let's just do Saros. We're already watching Synth. So this is a Synthetic Man talking about Saros. Sar! Aren't all three the same character played by different voice actor with the same cadence? No, they're three different completely people. Three completely different people. So his title for this is A Game So Mid Your Wife Becomes a Lesbian. I don't know if that's true or not. Oh! They used the Jelly Bean, the Jelly Bean Unite Whoa, buddy. Oh my god, look. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta use mine. I'm sorry. Say hi to the stream chat, lol. Thank you for being so kind. TJ the dog says, hey stream, :3. The cat says, hi. Why am I reading the chat? You can see what they're saying. :3. Bro, TJ hit me with the :3. You know that's a brother behind the monitor. Shit. Alright, I think I'm ready for promotion. I gotta fix my aspect ratio, though. I think I fucked it up when my screen went black. GGWP? Doesn't he mean GG no re? I don't know what the current lingo is. Alright, let me restock, and then I'll see if I can do another raid boss. Yeah, that was a nice party. I wasn't commenting on what they were saying, but they were very nice. All right. Anyway, title is a game so mid your wife becomes a lesbian. Good game. Good gay. Well pissed. Well, I'm not gay and I don't piss my pants, so it makes sense why I wouldn't know what that means.
Rough last couple months for this channel. I've been roasting the decline of the AAA game industry for over.
Well, except for the Death Stranding 2 video, he's admitting his channel's on a decline.
Couple months for this channel. I've been roasting the decline of the AAA game industry for over 6 years now. And while many times I've had to suffer for my art, playing through games such as Forspoken, Dustborn, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, and more recently Outer Worlds 2, all truly awful video games, even the people who hate me the most would completely agree that these are trash, regardless of political ideology or any of that. But unfortunately, in the last couple years, I've been noticing a trend that we're getting more and more just mediocre games. Not even necessarily not woke. They still have disgusting DEI aesthetics, but they don't come across as like the Communist Manifesto. The gameplay is competent enough to entertain people. We're even getting more apolitical games again, which could certainly be seen as a good thing. And so, in a weird way, I should be happy that I was actually enjoying myself playing Soros. It's a Sony game that's not a movie game, truly unheard of, but I can't help but be disappointed that this isn't woke slop. I mean, yes, don't get me wrong, the cast is incredibly diverse.
He's had this critique before when it comes to games like this, where he wishes that they were more woke so that he would have more to talk about. It's funny that he brings up Forspoken, because he had that same critique with that game, and South of Midnight. South of Midnight was a very recent one that he played, where his primary complaint was that it wasn't woke enough. Like, it looked woke on the surface, but it actually wasn't that woke if you actually play it. Of course, people didn't play it.
Your character's boss is this old-ass hag with a giant head who is about the same height as our brave Indian protagonist.
Played it, really?
And despite the fact this game has very few true cutscenes, they purposely framed every shot to have her taller and more intimidating than you. Or at least they tried. This is a fucking hag. There's no universe where that bitch is scary. Not to mention there's the token black woman in your crew who, as it turns out in the true ending, actually has a very pivotal role to the story that we'll go into.
But it was super woke?
Well, as it turns out, that part of
I remember him just being bored about it, like there wasn't enough to complain about.
the ending was actually a lie, but it's almost as bad as what you've heard, I promise you. But yeah, as much as I would like to go all chud grifter mode or whatever, make some more based slop, I have to admit, I think the gameplay in this game is fun. Not amazing, you know, certainly like
oh my God, it's
7, maybe 7.5 out of 10 territory. But compared to all the other dog shit that's coming out, this game is
when my
pretty
screen
good.
blackens, it
I can
fucks with the
applaud
aspect
idea of taking
ratio.
a popular indie game concept, the roguelite, and essentially giving that a high budget. I think that's pretty cool, but a lot of the high budget was spent in the wrong places. There's just not enough variety here, as is the case with a lot of roguelites. If you're going to be doing the same thing over and over again, it better be fast, and it better have a lot of different weapons and upgrades and things that make every run feel different. This game doesn't do that. I actually almost considered not reviewing this, much like I skipped Crimson Desert and Pragmata. Sorry about that, by the way.
He skipped Pragmata? And wait, he did do a video on Crimson Desert. He just said a part 2 video was coming out, and then the part 2 video never came out. Is it we're just fucked on that? What? He lied. He said the Crimson Desert part 2 video was gonna come out, and then didn't come out. He lied. He lied to his audience. The fans denied. Hey, the cat wanted to be my friend. Thank you.
Neither game was good or bad enough for me to have enough interesting material for a review. Well, arguably Crimson Desert was, but that would require me to play another 20 to 30 hours of it to finish the story, and I just don't want to do that to myself. And in Pragmata's case, there's a reason why everyone's talking about the story and not a single human being is mentioning the gameplay. Because as it turns out, playing Candy Crush before you shoot every single fucking enemy is really repetitive, and people are just—
Whoa, Pragmata Bros, please respond. Pragmata Bros, please respond. Pragmata Bros, everyone big up in the game. They're not talking about the gameplay. They're only talking about the story. He's right, and you know it.
Story and not a single human being is mentioning the gameplay. Because as it turns out, playing Candy Crush before you shoot every single fucking enemy is really repetitive, and people are just making excuses because, well, do I really have to explain it? I think giving it—
If I need to remind chat, he one time described a third of his chat as being, he described a third of his own viewer base as being brown lolicons. These are his words, not mine. But that is why he just said what he just said.
Playing Candy Crush before you shoot every single fucking enemy is really repetitive, and people are just making excuses because, well, do I really have to explain it? I think giving a generic father-daughter story, even if it is an android modeled after someone else's daughter, don't read into that too deeply, is something that woke up all of the goal—
What? Is he saying you're a cuck?
Someone else's daughter. Generic father-daughter story, even if it is an android modeled after someone else's daughter, don't read into that too deeply.
So it's like a cuck story because it's not your literal daughter. It's your robot daughter, but it's modeled after someone else's daughter.
Something that woke up all of the golems from their slumber. Oh wait, I should have a family. Who took this from me? Oh, don't ask that question. The feds are gonna be knocking on your door.
Total Jewish bring it forth now.
Whoa, that's about— Whoa, wait.
I don't know how much you guys would believe me, but on my end, that's just emotional banter.
Yeah, that—
Oh, that's how I sweep that up when I get caught saying that shit too. Based? Question mark?
I don't know how much you guys would believe me, but on my end, that's just emotional banter.
I wonder if that worked. I don't think it might have.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with Saros. None of this does.
Emotional
I guess what I'm trying
damage.
to say in this long-winded intro is that I really wanted to make a bunch of generic Indian jokes with poop and mass graping and all of that stuff. But there's so little to actually work with in this game. It's hilarious. They fucking named the shit Saros. The only way this could have been better is if they'd named it the Redeemer.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm glad I minimized it when that clip came up. No, I'm just gonna keep. I'm not gonna rewind for that.
Okay.
I mean, can you imagine if they leaned into the racist Indian stereotypes in this game? Like, one of the bosses is a giant toilet, your worst fear. And of course, the final boss has to be a train, and you resist your natural instinct to throw yourself in front of it. That would be pure Ludo Kino.
No, don't play this. Don't play this video. I don't think I can play this.
Instead, we, you know.
Okay, good. You cut away.
All right, third-person shooter, roguelike game. Wow, there's so much to talk about in this genre. This is not going to be a deep analysis review because I'll be honest, I was kind of already starting to get bored about 6 hours in. And honestly, I think what pushed me over the edge to make this video is the true ending. So don't worry, there is one big piece of wokeness in this game that's worth discussing that I think is a legitimately good reason to not purchase this game if you were dumb enough to own a PS5 in the first place. So without further ado,
it's not on
here's
PC.
Saros.
It probably won't come
now,
to PC.
For all 5 of you who played Returnal, I'm sure this will sound very familiar.
Kevin Shroom and DSP and 2 other guys.
Really no expectations going into this game, but it's essentially a third-person shooter roguelite with a lot of bullet hell elements. I think the basic controls are pretty simple. You run, you jump, you can dash, which has invincibility frames. You hold
Shroom likes everything. Is there a problem with that?
Can absorb blue and later yellow projectiles, which charges up
I need a lobby. Where's the lobby?
You can then use as a special strong attack that can have various different effects depending on what you have equipped. The default is basically a rocket. You tap R1 to melee, which can get rid of these red shields around enemies and also do massive damage when they're stunned. You also get an overload ability, you know, just an ultimate, essentially. Shoot a big orb, does a lot of damage, kills some things around it. Pretty simple. Oh, and of course, in true modern game fashion, there's a parry that you get eventually.
It's not a modern game without
to
parry.
this game's credit, it's not the traditional parry where you stun a big boss and then counterattack them for
It's
massive
the red
damage.
shit, like Cuphead
It's more
doing the
like
pink
a
shit.
reflector for red projectiles specifically. You just punch
Yeah, they
them
just
and
stole it
send
from
them back
Cuphead.
to the enemy, and it does decent damage. I'll admit, it's pretty satisfying. My only complaint is that its range is very short. So when you're dealing with the slower homing projectiles, it's hard to know when you're actually supposed to parry them back. But other than that, I think it was decently well implemented. And of course, you have a small selection of guns that you'll come across on each run. This is probably one of my biggest complaints of the game right at the beginning, is that there are so few guns that you can pick up. Yes, they have a lot of different randomized elements that can slightly change the effect of said gun. And each weapon also has an alt fire, which is unfortunately triggered by halfway holding down L2. PlayStation is really...
For only 60-70, I just can't imagine wasting money on this. Like, roguelites, they tend to be indie games, so they tend to range cheaper in price. So you put out like a big budget rogue. I see what they're going for, but the genre is known for having like cheaper priced titles. So I imagine they have to cram a lot of side content bullshit to justify the price point. Maybe have like a grand story or something. I don't know. Like I didn't play Returnal myself, but it felt like people just latched on to Returnal more. Is this 60 or 7? Like what's the price for this one?
Proud of their haptic triggers or whatever.
I think
they're called.
Returnal launched at full
am not
price,
a big
right?
fan of
70?
this shit. It doesn't feel right. But anyway, getting back to the point, the only guns, at least that I came across, are basically a hand cannon with multiple different variations. Mostly it's like 3-round burst. A rifle slash assault rifle, which probably had the most variation between its various forms, because some had homing bullets, some it was more like a long range weapon with a slower rate of fire. You get the idea. And of course there's a shotgun, and the shotgun...
Returnal launched at full price, $60. So much has changed in the past couple of years.
Just kind of seems ass in most scenarios, because you want to keep a healthy distance from these enemies, especially considering it's a bullet hell type game. The shotgun's only strength really being that it does a lot of stagger damage, so you can get those follow-up melee strikes. And near the end of my playtime, I got access to a repeating crossbow, which had a decent amount of variation between each randomized version. One was like a traditional charge shot like a sniper. Another could shoot out little homing projectiles with its alt fire that would swarm around an enemy. There's another one that shot multiple bolts in like a shotgun style pattern. But I'll be honest, by the time I got to the swamp, I was pretty much done with this game. I don't know, the core gameplay loop just wasn't fun enough to hold my attention. This gun didn't really change my play style in any
Dowling
significant
Starfield?
way.
Don't blame
This
me,
game
blame
has
Synthetic Man.
a really healthy amount of auto aim, which normally I would probably complain about.
Look, I played the video, but his argument was the one that convinced you to re-download it. He's got a note here. Not all of the weapons have aim assist. The ones that don't are very hard for me to use because I'm rusty on controller. He's rusty!
Because I don't like that console gaming has become so fucking automated. It feels like game developers are trying to remove all skill from using a controller, to the point where in competitive multiplayer games, PC players are actually complaining about having to play crossplay with console
take it easy, old
players
man.
because they
Thank you
basically
for
have
stopping by.
the little aim
Good day,
bots.
good night.
I don't know how this became
Everyone
an
say good night to
acceptable
old man.
practice in the industry, but anyway, in this game's case,
Pancake
it's
Mix.
completely fine because most of the
Arlo Wash? No, I was listening to Arlo earlier. I did ignore Arlo. We've moved on to Synthetic Man.
In the industry, but anyway, in this game's case, it's completely fine because most of the skill does not come from aiming and shooting, it's from positioning and using your abilities correctly. I'm glad that aiming is not a massive component to the skill ceiling, just so that I can focus on when to dash, when to absorb projectiles, when to use my other abilities. So I think the strength in this game's basic mechanics is that they're really smooth and responsive. I really can't complain about the controls. I feel like your character moves moves really fast. The cooldowns are well balanced. You can't absorb too many projectiles, especially the corrupted ones, or your shield gets broken. Absorbing yellow projectiles also builds up your corruption, which temporarily reduces your maximum health.
We can
so
sound.
you really
I don't
have to
mind.
watch out for that shit. Red projectiles you just straight up can't dash through, which adds a whole nother layer of bullet hell to the mix. I think all of those elements were pretty well designed. I think the enemy variety too is fairly solid. There's some enemies that are incredibly dangerous that can just kill you in a matter of seconds. In fact, you have very little health in this game. You're heavily punished for fucking up, but the game never feels too difficult. In fact, a lot of times it actually feels a little too easy. I can't really think of a non-autistic way to describe the enemy variety.
That's because he played on easy mode.
Spending the next 5 minutes describing the various
Bros on
different
Babby
ways
difficulty.
enemies shoot orbs at you, because there's blue, yellow, red, and some are homing shots, and they'll hide red orbs in the middle of blue orbs, and it'll break your shield. Stuff like that. You just kind of have to trust me that, yes, the enemy placement's pretty good, the enemy variety's pretty good. The boss fights are too long. Out of the 4 I killed, 3 of them had 3 phases, and it takes a long time just to take out one health bar.
I watched a little bit of this off stream, but I didn't finish it. I remember him saying he didn't have very much trouble with the bosses that he faced, which I think was at this point of the video. From what I recall, Phil isn't having much trouble with the bosses either, right? They're easy. There's no challenge.
But I'd say all 4 of them were pretty cool aside from just taking too long. As for the level design, there's really not much to talk about here. It's hallways and battle arenas, and well, if you've been watching my channel a long time, you already know I don't like that type of level design. Yes, there are some optional side hallways with miniature puzzles
Last year we
or
started
maybe
having
a little
trouble.
platforming challenge.
Did this coincide with him saying the game is starting to get boring?
An optional mini encounter, etc., to get some extra relics. These
Yeah?
all kind of just
Oh,
feel
no.
like padding.
Don't finish
As
it.
long as you're paying attention to your mini map, you should pick up all the collectibles. If I had to praise one element of this, I do like the nightmare strands, which are optional, harder combat encounters that you have to do 3 of them, and you get some extra rewards. And you also
Yeah, it's just a
get your
coincidence,
second life
surely.
back, which is obviously a pretty tempting proposition, which led to about 1/4 of my deaths across my playtime. But at the end of the day, they are just more challenging combat encounters, and that's it. Which again, given this is obviously inspired by things like Binding of Isaac, Enter the Gungeon, Hades, etc., all types of roguelite action games basically do the same thing, but I don't really think it fits a high-budget game like this. I want a little bit more to chew on.
They say roguelike, but does anyone actually like them?
Honestly, just 2 videos ago, I complained about how games are too overly complex, and this game is, you know, fairly simple, but it's arguably a little bit too simple. I don't know, I guess it's better than the alternative. I'm glad it doesn't have a million superfluous mechanics, but it feels like everything that isn't just shooting the enemies.
I just want to say, I've been paying attention to the other side. The other group is arguing. The other group is arguing with each other. I'm kind of scared. I'm really glad I didn't end up on the other side. There's like a maxed out tune on the other side that's just yelling at everybody. He's got like this guy. Learn how to play the What is wrong with this? What Oscar Paddle Stoop? This dog is like bullying his side. Well, he is completely maxed out. What's wrong with him? Oscar, what's your problem? What's your major malfunction? Why are you bullying the player base? Just let him play the game. But if you've been reading their chats while I've been watching, yeah, look, it's just a game. Don't forget to have fun. Based? I'll type based. I agree, Roses. This is what happens when you play this game at 4 in the fucking morning. You get the real sweats on this fucking children's game. It's winos. That Oscar dude is typing out an essay. He's probably a fucking Redditor. I want to go over there. I just want to see what they're fighting about. Apparently, they were arguing about like conserving the foghorns. They nerfed foghorns. You used to be able to carry 3, but they nerfed it to you could only carry 2 to like inspire more teamwork. Sadly, it seems to only result in more arguing. I'll just take the 10 and see what they do. I always have fun. I also try to teach to those who... No! Read that! I always have fun. I also try to teach to those who want it. Wow! Did you see that before it rolled off? I always try to... I always try to have fun, but I also teach to people that need it. Wow! He's so pissed! Holy shit, he's Reddit! He's Reddit! He's Reddit! He's a Redditor! He's a Redditor! That's a Redditor! Dude, you read that shit, you know that's a Redditor. You know that's a Redditor swag. I try to teach those that want it. He's so upset because our side is now like chiming in. Dude, I cannot wait. I need to go back in the VOD and look at that. I'm gonna go back in the VOD and look at the whole conversation because I know the dog is in the wrong. I'm sorry. I just got completely like. I got completely, like, fucking distracted. Oh, let me, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's do that.
Thing, but I don't really think it fits a high-budget game like this. I want a little bit more to chew on. Obviously,
I do like the drama,
two
TBH.
Videos ago, I complained about how games are too overly complex, and this game is, you know, fairly simple, but it's arguably a little bit too simple. I don't know. I guess it's better.
I just don't
than
like
the
being. I don't like
alternative.
being
I'm
the
glad it
one that
doesn't
gets
have a
yelled
million
at.
Superfluous mechanics, but it feels like everything that isn't just shooting the enemies in these different battle arenas.
The guy, the dog just said good teamwork. Like, he used the speed chat phrase for, like, good teamwork, which is, like, somewhere here. I think that's him being shallow and pedantic.
Feels very half-baked or uninteresting. Now, as you've probably seen in other games in this genre, you unlock a variety of difficulty modifiers that you can optionally tweak.
Have you tried the IM11 gambit? No, because if I typed that, I would get banned here.
You can't make the game too easy. You do have to pick some
Gamer.
debuffs to go along with your buffs to be allowed to start a run. While normally I do like stuff like this, the few modifiers I did try out didn't really make enough of a difference on the run to make the game any more fun for me. In some of the
Dingus, I have a tune that's full mute speed chat only, and people get so mad over those. You're a real one. You're actually a real one. I see those are like unicorns. I see those every so often. But I'll tell you this, I never have had an issue with those guys. Those guys always know how to play the game. Am I playing this? It's a fan server. Completely free to play. Toontown Rewritten, if you look it up. My Mac changed Windows and I didn't know. She's playing on a Mac? I want to see a guy play this on Linux. I had to lean in to read that. How to get back for a minute? Wait, is she blind? She tabbed out. Hey, Halligan.
Some of them are just too obviously detrimental to be worth picking unless you're the type of person who really likes self-imposed
We could probably play this on Steam Deck.
It's like I boosted my damage, but at the cost of an artifact breaking at the start of each new
It's controller
biome,
compatible.
And I honestly
I just don't know
barely
why
felt
you
the
would play it
damage
with controller.
increase. And no, the game doesn't tell you what percentage it
Oh, is Steam Deck... I didn't know that. I didn't know... I'm not Mr. Steve. I didn't know Steam Deck was Linux.
increases your damage by. There are 3 levels of the perk, so I suppose when it's maxed out, you do a lot more damage, but I would really like more specific damage numbers here. Regardless, that will slightly increase the replayability, but speaking of replayability, like I said, the game wasn't that difficult for me. I actually first tried the first boss, and 2 tried the second boss, 2 tried the third boss as well. So while at least in the amount of game I've played at the time of
Dude, this
recording
fucking
this, I
dog
only had
better
to run
not,
through
like,
each biome
bully
2 or
us
3 times.
during the boss fight.
It was basically exactly the same every time. The main way that each run differs is the modifiers on the guns you pick up and the relics that you choose to pick up. Relics will boost your stats, give you passive abilities, and once the eclipse starts, which makes all the enemies tougher, you come across a different type of
I feel like he's
relic that all
silently
have
judging our
debuffs
crane
on them
performance.
on top of having stronger buffs. You can only pick a limited
Dog,
selection
hop
of
off the
relics.
crane. You clearly
unlock
don't know
more
how to use it.
slots by upgrading the skill tree. Yeah, there's
I'm
a
waiting,
skill
I'm waiting.
tree.
I know he's
I'll
in-
get
look,
into
he's
that
near
in a
me.
second. And while yes, some of the debuffs
I noticed you haven't
can
launched a
alter
goon
your
yet.
run quite a bit, I think any of the ones that actually are a significant downside are not worth taking in the first place. So you're either going to skip it or redraw. And you get enough relics that you can afford to skip a few in each run. As for the enemy encounters, on every single run, even though the layout throughout the area will change slightly, the combat arenas barely change at all. Even if the amount of enemies and the enemy placement does does differ with each run, since the combat arena is basically the same.
Oh, shit.
You're going to use the
Fucking
same
toss.
strategy every time, which means it feels like I'm just doing the exact same thing over again, which would be bad enough on its
The cat is talking about their degrees.
own, except going through a biome takes about 30 minutes. Can you imagine if it took 30 minutes to get through the basement in Binding of Isaac? Everyone would have dropped that fucking game. Now, obviously, it's not exactly
Dude,
the
he just
same
lectured
thing,
me.
'cause
He just
Binding of
lectured
Isaac
me.
is a
He just
roguelite,
lectured me.
Whereas this is a roguelite. And in Saros' case, you can
Behind
choose to
you, there's
start
a goon
from the beginning of
behind
any
you.
biome. So
Yeah,
if
thanks.
you beat the first boss and die to anything in the second area, you can just start from the second area. But there are incentives to start from the very beginning and keep playing. Mainly that you unlock sort of Metroidvania-esque abilities that allow you to pick more things up in the early areas. One of the important currencies is Halcyon, this purple thing that is required to get certain
Take me back to
nodes in
Halcyon,
the skill
Toontown
tree.
days.
So you want to get as many of those as possible, and you can get more of those once you have the Metroid.
Praise that sun. Hold up. Shut up, Synthetic Man. Thank you, Praise that sun, for the raid with the party of 2. Hello, welcome in. We are playing Toontown and listening, engaging, and interacting with the positive content. Now, I'm just doing some raid bosses while listening to Synthetic Man. There's this Reddit dog that's like arguing with the party. I'm trying to stay out of it. I just don't want him to criticize my crane gameplay. I'll shout you out in a second. If I tab out of the game, I think he's gonna yell at me for idling. Okay, I got you. Where are you playing? We're almost done. No, he's not dizzy anymore. It's really late going to bed, TBH? Yeah, I'm about done too. I was waiting for the Synthetic Man video to be done, but after that, I think I can call it a night. We won. You should follow Praise That Sun. Follow Detractor and Retro Enjoyer. Oh, Doomwads?
Saying you wouldn't want to. You saying you wouldn't want to go to the bathroom in this very fine establishment?
No, I was talking about how much I liked it. I'd love to just shit with like.
This guy's voice is completely in my left ear.
People watching me.
Hey, Jesse. Where you go now?
Not even know privacy
Probably raid
walls,
Noah.
right?
I need to tell Noah about the Toontown discrimination.
I'd honestly never shit if I went to prison. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Wait, what was the reward? I was ignoring these people because they were mean to me. I think it's a gag up.
Skill tree. So you want to get as many of those as possible, and you can get more of those once you have the Metroidvania abilities.
Yeah, follow Praise That Sun.
So for the hell of it,
You gotta
I
take
ran
off
through
Praise
the
the Sun, I
first
understand.
area again
Take it
one
easy.
time, and as it
Thank you
turns
for the raid.
out, the bosses respawn. Now again,
What happened? Did someone call Dinger a Toontown slur? No, there was the blue dog, Oscar, here, was being a Redditor and seething at people that weren't playing the way he wants them to play. He was, like, bullying people. I wasn't on his team, but he was, like, bullying people on the opposite team.
And I think that is the standard for this genre. But the boss fights in this game are way too fucking long, even after getting way further in the skill tree. You know, I'd beaten the third zone, basically, and I went back to the first one. It took just about as long to kill the first boss as the first attempt. I didn't feel any stronger. So who the hell is ever gonna run from the beginning of the game all the way to where they're at? You're just gonna teleport to the start of whatever zone you've made it to. So it's severely lacking in replayability. The actual roguelite cycle element wasn't that well thought out. What about the progression? I would argue this is the biggest strength of this genre over roguelikes, is that when you die, it doesn't feel like you lost all your progress because you keep a bunch of this currency that you use to upgrade a skill tree, and then you're more powerful for the next time. And you've also gained
level 35,
experience against whatever killed you last time. You know its moveset better, so you're more likely to succeed. So there is less repetition than the roguelike genre in that way. At at the cost of there being less of a required skill progression, arguably making winning less satisfying because you don't really have to master the area or the bosses. Well, the skill tree in this is full of filler. I'll just put it at that. Like I already said, I didn't really feel significantly more powerful after beating the third area compared to where I was at the first area. It seems like the most important nodes are the ones that allow you to pick up higher level weapons, because most of your DPS seems to come from weapon damage or your grenade ability, whatever the hell it's called, I forgot. I would much rather each individual node in the skill tree make me feel significantly more powerful than have this fucking placebo of progression. Now, some
Master
of the nodes do give you new abilities, like the ability to do a melee finisher on stunned enemies is an ability you have to unlock, and there's some other examples that are pretty strong.
Stuck for a bit, but then it's good. I'm glad to see you made it through it.
That actually is significant progression. But most of this is just +1 defense, +1 shield, +1 to the amount of money you pick up.
Dingus, have you ever seen the video of the guy that explored a dead MMO and talked to a weird clown that turned out to be a ghost or something, even though it was likely somebody he knew fucking around? Was it that World's MMO game? What did he... Wait, what's he saying? What did he say? I hate playing this late because no one will be on. I know that feel. He's complaining that nobody is online right now. Bro, it's 4 in the morning, I get it. Back in the day, a lot of people were on this late, he says. Yeah, I used to play the old version too. No, but take it easy, Praise That Son. I see ya. Have a good stream. Thank you. No, the stinky emotes is this is all like the mean shit. It's all like here. Well, I guess what I meant back in the day was 2018. Oh, he meant like the old days of Rewritten. I played Toontown online, but I was too young to remember. Same, but I have a few vivid memories. Like me playing in my brother's room when he wants to do Netflix and chill with his girl. Ack, ack, ack. I hope he's not a yapper. I had too much yapping in that last boss fight. TBH, I'm kind of good on it. Oh, he's a good egg. He just wants someone to talk to at 4 in the morning. I'm sorry, Eagle, are you talking about the World's MMO? No, I'm not gonna leave him! There's this MMO called Worlds, and there's a lot of creepy shit in it that reminds me of LSD Dream Simulator. I don't know if that's what you mean, though.
Yeah, that shit sucks. So ultimately, while I think the core gameplay experience is pretty solid, I think you can kind of just look on screen and see this shit gets hectic as hell, kiting the enemies around, making sure you don't get flanked, using the arena to your advantage. Looks pretty hectic and specifically color-coded, how many projectiles you can block, and then using your stronger abilities to nuke the weaker enemies to make things easier. All of that kind of stuff is pretty fun.
I had it on 480p.
I like the bullet hell elements. I don't care that the projectiles are a bright color so you know exactly what to press. Yes, I've complained about that type of gameplay of putting the square in the square hole many times, but I think for this
DSP style journalist gameplay,
my issue is more that they really fucked up on the roguelite elements. There's just not enough variety to this game. The best roguelikes and roguelites are meant to be played for hundreds of hours. There's no way this game has that much replayability. I know people gassed up Returnal, but it's probably just because it was a Sony exclusive, and I'm sure the same will happen to this game. No, in reality, I think there's dozens of indie games that have done this concept, but better. It's just normies like high-budget games, so they're gonna pretend this shit is a masterpiece when it's just, you know, mid. Now, to briefly talk about, like, aesthetics and story, I think it's obvious this game is fucking ugly. And I'm not just talking about the main cast characters. I mean, the actual aesthetic just looks gross. I guess that's not entirely fair. I think the aesthetic at first seems pretty damn interesting. I think black and gold generally go together pretty well. I like sort of the H.R. Geiger and Lovecraft inspirations. I don't know if it's just because this is more Unreal Engine slop or just something is wrong with the general attempt at hyper-realism, but this game just looks really blurry and unclear. None of the designs are memorable on any level. It's just one of those games that gets uglier the more you look at it. I realize this is based on The King in Yellow, which inspired Lovecraft, but that's a book. This is a visual medium. I don't understand how aesthetic design is effectively dead. If you took any normal person and had them look at this shit, they'd know something is off. This game.
Well, the problem is Nintendo didn't make it. We need a Nintendo roguelite or roguelike. It did a good job with that DK DLC. I had fun with the Bonanza DLC. I don't know if it was worth the price point though.
Is genuinely just kind of hard to look at certain points, and while this is certainly the type of game where the core gameplay loop is far more important than other elements like graphics, aesthetics, the soundtrack, etc., I still think all those other elements still matter.
Isn't the Squid Game going to be a roguelite though?
The best game possible, I would.
Did they say the maps would be procedurally generated? I guess a roguelite doesn't require that. I think it's just going to be an expanded single-player version of Salmon Run. I say single-player, but it'll have, like... They said it would have multiplayer. Hey, Undertaker. Hello, Mr. Dingus, sir. That's me. That's my name. Don't wear it out. We're watching videos while I wait for people to board this bullying party.
Hope if you're a game developer. Now, as for the story, there's very minimal story in this game, and it's told kind of incoherently. I enjoyed the part that is minimal, for sure. All my favorite games
the L is silent.
An hour of cutscenes.
You're an L.
However, the difference between this game and the games
I only
of 20
take
years
W's.
ago is that even if you're only half paying
L's don't
attention to
exist
what's
to me.
going on in those old games, you know exactly what the basic story is. In this one, I was purposely trying to pay attention, and all I understood is that, okay, we're stranded on this alien planet. For whatever reason, there's countless robots and alien tentacle monsters that are trying to kill our hero. Of course, there's the whole element of Apu here resurrecting every time he dies, but it doesn't really seem like any of his crew members are questioning why he's gone for days. And his crew is
just
the
like
fourth to be sent to
War, the T is
Carcano,
silent.
while
True.
his wife's crew was the very first, and it's implied that hundreds of years have passed somehow, but he's still looking for her. And of course, there's the Lovecraftian element of
Wah! The T is silent. Wah! Every time I go wah, I'm actually saying want.
Of what's actually real. Oh my god, I'm going insane. We've already seen that kind of stuff a million times by now, and this isn't a horror game, so it isn't really pulled off all that well. Now, you can say that's more than enough story justification to keep going. I think arcade games probably have about the same level of story, but all of the characters keep talking vaguely about everything that's going on. You could say that's much better than
Wait, you're telling me it's a Vague Post King story? Like they all Vague Post to you? That's kind of funny. The Vague Post King, the game. Actually, meant DSP says "wan." I actually can't even put into words how he says it. John, they want us to sleep in the same hotel bed. They say we're gonna make love to each other tonight.
Characters keep talking vaguely about everything that's going on. You could say that's much better than exposition dumping, but maybe you could have.
Is no one gonna join this group?
An internal monologue to explain to the player what's happening. This strikes me as yet another modern game that has been influenced in the wrong way by the popularity of Souls-likes. The reason something like Demon Souls, Dark Souls,
it's like he's gotta add a
Bloodborne,
syllable
Elden
to every
Ring can
word.
get away with having minimal story is because the universe is inherently interesting. There's a lot of environmental storytelling. As much as people like to meme about the item descriptions telling the whole story in Dark Souls, the environmental storytelling actually does a lot of the heavy lifting. It makes you wonder what happened here. As I'm playing through these arcadey shoot-'em-up levels, I don't give a single fuck about what the story is, and none of the cutscenes give me a reason to care about any of these characters. This is some
He comes up with a good argument here. Like, FromSoft games tell their stories through environmental storytelling and like item descriptions and shit like that. The story's not really necessarily in your face, but he doesn't care about it for this game because of the But here's the issue, is like FromSoft games are known for doing that, so every time he plays a new FromSoft game, he knows that that's how he should approach it. You don't really get that from like Returnal or this game, or roguelites in general, so he doesn't approach it in that same manner. Like, it's not a Souls-like game, so you don't approach it with that mentality. Like, he's only approaching FromSoft games like that because he knows to do that with other FromSoft games. Like, he knows that that's how they tell their stories. I'm trying to think of, like, is he in the right here or not? I don't think he is. I think he's biased. If the game was made by FromSoft, he would care more about the story and the way in which it tells its story. It's probably a dog shit story, TBH.
There's a lot of inviting. The reason is position.
I'm gonna listen to it again.
Dumping, but maybe you could have, I don't know, given our protagonist an internal monologue to explain to the player what's happening. This strikes me as yet another modern game that has been influenced in the wrong way by the popularity of Souls-likes. The reason something like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring can get away with having minimal story is because the universe is inherently interesting. There's a lot.
No, because it's made by FromSoft.
Of environmental storytelling. As much.
I guess you could say too, it has the settings of those games are more in service to the art of environmental storytelling. An alien landscape like Sorrows probably wouldn't be as strong. Like you have the nature of the fallen kingdom. The kingdom is fallen, so you want to know what happened to the kingdom to make it a fallen kingdom. Whereas Sorrows, you have alien landscapes and ruins, but you don't. It's not enough for you to really care about like what's going on. And then you have the high intense action gameplay of the like. You have they're two different genres of game, right? Roguelite and then Soulsborne, Souls-like, whatever the fuck. You don't care as much because you're more focused on the gameplay and dodging like a gazillion projectiles. Like, how are you going to give a shit about environmental storytelling when you're dodging a gazillion blue projectiles, waiting for the one red projectile to fire at you that you can parry back?
Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring can get away with having minimal story is because the universe is inherently interesting. There's a lot of environmental storytelling. As much as people like to meme about the item descriptions telling the whole story in Dark Souls, the environmental storytelling actually does a lot of the heavy lifting. It makes you wonder what happened here. As I'm playing through these arcadey shoot-'em-up levels, I don't give a single fuck about what the story is, and none of the cutscenes give me a reason to care about any of these characters.
I'll agree that it is the game. It's the game's responsibility to make you want to give a fuck about what's going on and to care about the environmental storytelling if there is any. But I would also say the setting is at a disadvantage compared to the settings of like Soulsborne games. And then again, you have the bias of entering a Soulsborne game. Like if you let's say he played Demon Souls when it came out, and then he was organically interested in the environmental storytelling from that game. When he plays Dark Souls, then Dark Souls 2, then Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, any FromSoft game afterwards, he already knows that he should be focused on the environmental storytelling because he enjoyed Demon Souls PS3 so much. Oh my god, we finally got a 4 for their lobby. I'm just saying, because he knows it's a game made by FromSoft, he's already pushed in the direction to care about the environmental storytelling more than in a game that's not developed by FromSoft.
Playing through these arcadey shoot-'em-up levels, I don't give a single fuck about what the story is, and none of the cutscenes give me a reason to care about any of these characters. This is something that seems to be missing from a lot of modern storytelling, and I assume it's because a lot of these fucking danger hair incompetent fucks who write video games already are in love with their characters and forget that they have to convince the audience to care as well. I sure as hell didn't give a single fuck about any of the crew, but you'd think it would be easy to get us to care about the character we are playing as. But no, I couldn't give a single fuck about Rajesh, and I think the devs on some level didn't care either because they were ashamed to get any good close-ups of his face at any point. Truly, they are scared of the synthetic man thumbnails, and I can't blame them. Mary Jane's jawline is worth more than 1 million views, apparently. In any case, I might as well just get to the point. So, apparently, Returnal had a huge Shyamalan-esque twist where it was all a dream dream. I don't know how the fuck hack writers are still getting away with that shit. No one likes that twist. There's not a single fucking person on the planet Earth who likes, oh, it was all a dream, or it was all my imagination, or I went back
it was all a
to
simulation.
erase the story from ever happening. You know, these are all hack writer bullshit when they write themselves into a corner, or they're pseudo intellectuals huffing their own farts. And so, of course, Saros has to have a twist of its own.
Yeah, I refilled
At least
gags.
this time, it's not. It
You
was
saw
all a
me do
dream.
it. You
No, the
forgot
twist
that I
is
refilled
that
gags.
Rajesh cheated on his wife. His best buddy found out, so the Pajit had to kill him. And I guess his wife
I
found
don't think we
out
can say that.
anyway, and she went on a mission for the mega corporation to the planet that we're stuck on. And so our dude is trying to chase her down. This is a story all about regret and forgiveness and all that gay shit.
threw a baseball
now,
at me.
apparently there's a bit of confusion around this ending. I don't know who originally started the rumor that the black woman in your crew is who your ex-wife
Hey,
falls
SCP.
in love with, but that's just not the case. It's a completely different character. So yes, Arjun's wife still becomes a lesbian, but it's not with this ugly black woman. It's with some other character named Kira. Again, I didn't finish the game. I have no idea who this is. The point is you become a cuckold and your wife gets with another woman. I think that's bad enough on its own. Modern game devs are severely mentally ill, and something needs to be done about them. In Minecraft, of course. And I fear this is going to be the future of wokeness in video games. You just hide the message so deep into the game that the so-called anti-woke people never find out about it. They call your
Or
game
they find out about it and then get called schizo for pointing it out.
Over Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because of this exact thing. And a more recent example is Mouse PI. That game was about killing Nazi rats to protect the shrews.
No, wait. No, he's going after the mouse game. No, he's going after the mouse game. Ah. Okay, who am I getting? I don't have TNT. I should have stormed. They're already telling me that I got the wrong one. It's over, haha. I'm sorry! I didn't look! It's been a while since I played. What is to squirt him? Okay, what was I saying? Oh, Mouse PI. He's not a Mouse PI fan.
Deliverance 2 because of this exact thing. And a more recent example is Mouse PI. That game was about killing Nazi rats to protect the shrews. Oh yeah, totally anti-woke, dude. So yeah, I'm just calling it now. This is the new strategy for the video game industry. You leave all of the woke shit out of the first 10 hours of the game so that all of the quote-unquote anti-woke YouTubers shill your game. And then you put your real agenda past that point so that you can get the money from BlackRock and appease your cultural Marxist lunatic
I just like Mouse PI for the graphics.
Right, whatever, let's just get to...
I think for me, Swy, I was interested, but then I watched so many other people play through it that now, I'm either never gonna play it, or I have to wait a few months until I forget what the game's about, and forget the level design, so that it can be fresh for me. I literally watched too much Mouse PI gameplay.
The conclusion.
That's
Should
all
you
on me,
buy
though.
Saros? I mean, if you really care about the culture war shit, no. And I think most of you probably do if you're watching this channel. If for some reason you don't and just want to play a kind of fun video game, I'll be honest, while it is pretty good, it's not that good. This is like a deep sale kind of game, you know?
It's a good Game
definitely
Pass
is not
kind of
worth
game
full price.
if it was on
There's not
Xbox.
nearly enough variety in the gameplay. Once you've run through a biome, you've basically seen it all. I don't know how the fuck roguelites keep fucking up one of the basic tenets of the genre, feels like. Replay value is severely underrated in modern video games. This has virtually none, despite being in a genre known for replay value. And again, on the surface, having minimal story and just being mostly gameplay is awesome, but what little story there is completely ruins
Yeah,
the
PS
experience
Plus
once
game.
you get to the end. That's about it. See you next time, guys.
Kayla, please.
Why would she know? Look at her, dude. Physiognomy check. Working with like an 80 IQ right now.
Whoa.
She's a genius engineer, obviously. I mean, look at her. She knows the right way to peel a banana. That's fair.
Oh, wait. Oh, my game. Wait, my game tapped out. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, what was I saying? He didn't completely dislike it. Of course, if you're a fan of his channel, you obviously engage in the culture war. Therefore, you should still not support that gosh darn old mean Sony by purchasing a copy. It's fine. They'll give it for you for free on PS Plus in a couple months. Or, it's a Sony first-party game. It'll be on sale for $40 off in about 2 months. No! Sorry, I'm fixing the audio. I'm raising it up. No! I swear I'm good at the game. Out of videos for tonight, so I think I'll do a very dangerous thing. I'll let you guys listen to the music of the game. Next battle. I'd say the music is nostalgic in the same way that the Club Penguin music is nostalgic, but I wouldn't call it necessarily iconic. Did they clear this room already? Right in time. Yeah. I was distracted, man. Alright, where's the audio? Let me lower that for me, goddamn. It's like a fan remix they put in the... This is not from the OG game. Clash has some great music. Oh, whoa, what a surprise! We're talking about Corporate Clash again. Never played Club Penguin? Go to game. Over time, I became a much bigger Toontown player, but I played a lot of Club Penguin as a kid. What are we doing? We're just fucking... I guess we're just Reddit forced cream pieing. I don't know what you're suggesting, Jezzy, but I'm assuming it's one of GPM's acolytes. I'm just gonna microdose aggressions regarding Clash on you the whole time. No, you're welcome to do so. Probably shouldn't have used the link. It's definitely just Pokemon, but don't copy too closely, BGM. Even this song is a remix. I'm kind of being thrown for a loop because I always have the music muted, so I was expecting the OG tracks. Was I one of the autists who pretended like they were running the pizza place in Club Penguin? It was either that or you were LARPing as a baby in the pet shop. You don't hear it? The way that sounds like a Pokemon track? No, I hear it. The updated Floor 5 music and stuff, it's unironically good in my opinion. Wait, people did... Yeah! Dude, people would go to the pet shop in Club Penguin and LARP as babies, and people would go there to adopt the babies. It's one of those things that it seemed kind of innocent to me as a child, but looking back, you know... Some of those people were probably adults. I'm gonna call it for what it is. Like, as a kid, you play games like that and just assume that everyone else is a child just like you, but there were probably some adults LARPing as babies. Just statistically speaking. But no, I was definitely a pizza place LARPer. I didn't understand the baby phenomenon. Like, I got it, but I didn't get it. Ragnarok Online? I didn't play that. I played a little bit of MapleStory. A little bit that I still have nostalgia for it, despite not playing that much relative to old school Toontown and Club Penguin. I played a little bit of Habbo as well, Habbo Hotel. But I didn't like how there were so many scammers in Habbo. Like, what the fuck? You'd play Falling Fernie and you would win, but instead of getting your reward, they would just kick you out of the game. And welcome in, Nurgle, if I didn't say so. I see ya. Shame the Cogs won in the end. No, we're still taking it back. We're still taking Toontown back from the Cogs. The Coggers, if you will. The Clankers. Have a friend who's a major MapleStory head. I think I chose the route of Magician as my class. I didn't get very far, though. I remember, rather than doing the quest lines, I would just explore the overworld. My dogs woke me up to go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom! Go to the bathroom! Why didn't you let him go before he went to bed, Nurgle? How many more sets do we have? I'm gonna moonwalk into the fight. Didn't need to go when I went to bed at 10 p.m. Fair. Where's the last one? Cat! Jasper! Okay, she says she fell. Mine always wants to go at 3 to 4 a.m. these days. Well, did they know you guys are night owls? You guys listening to Dingus streams? Dingus streams at 4 in the morning? You're making a ruckus. How can they go to sleep? We need a fog barrel? Yeah, we kind of do. Caught up with the latest casino VOD yesterday. I really enjoyed the PPP malding at women's segment at the start. I'm caught up with Maddie, but I do need to finish the last Kino Casino episode. Speaking of women, he's gonna go all in on Chrissy Meyer tomorrow. As in today. As in later today, because it's 4 in the morning, as I just said. If you pull up PPP's Twitter, it is just a fucking crucifixion. He's crucifying Chrissy Meyer for not pulling him on her stream earlier today. He demanded the link. The link wasn't sent, so he's gonna light her fire under her ass later today. And I guess I'm gonna be here for it, right? Storm, Health. Friday Night Tights telling Chrissy to lay low. I thought it was funny how Quartering misinterpreted that to accuse them of being free speech advocates, banning Chrissy Meyer from the program. $50 to my Cash App immediately. What? These crazy dogs, I don't know what they're saying. 2 cakes for the 11? I know that now. Yeah, hard to lay low when PvP has got his sights on you. I kind of like this track, TBH. I've been saying TBH a lot tonight. It's a good beat. Maybe a little toony for a cog boss fight, but I like the beat. Ow. That ain't kill the 11? Yeah, wait a minute, 2 cakes didn't kill the 11. Yeah, it's because one of them's not organic. How dare they accuse me of not having a maxed out... Okay, what do you want? Are we just squirting? Can you squirt with me? I can't throw. They were about to accuse me of not having a maxed out birthday cake weapon. TBH, you're saying TBH because other people are saying TBH if you want to know the truth about it? Can you squirt with me? I have to squirt because they have me with the gags cost twice as much to use status effect, and I only have 1 cake left. So if gags cost twice as much to use, I can't use the birthday cake. Would count as 2. I'm being yelled at. We need to go for the supervisor. Thank you for the clip, Jesse. Alright, gag tax is gone. I'm getting distracted by you guys. Chat's distracting me. I don't want to be yelled at. I didn't do anything. Oh, big ups. They both have pianos. As I said earlier, if you don't play the game, the drop gags do a lot of damage, but they have very low accuracy unless the cog has been hit beforehand. I thought you said drop was stupid. For me and my build, my Toons build, I prefer not having drop. What's HP look like? Oh! Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, okay, the monkey can go ahead and heal. The monkey has got the most HP. Or laugh, as they say. Wahaha, ack. If you could customize your laugh in this game, I'd make mine ack. You dead? I like how they, whenever you dodge, they kind of go like the little animation, little emote he does. Yeah, what you got? What you got? What you got? Try that again. Try that in a small town. Tell them to go grind on the cog. Dingus, if they're accusing you of a non-maxed cake. I'm like, brother, I'm 119 laugh. Like, how the fuck would I have a non-maxed out cake? If anything, they're lower levels than me. But yeah, when you acquire a weapon, it starts out at low damage, and then as you use it more and more, it gains higher damage, obviously, as you acquire more experience. So that's what they meant by non-maxed cake. I think the birthday cake, when you get the birthday cake, it starts at like 60 damage, and then goes all the way up to level 100 damage. And go a little bit higher if you have it as organic, but my organic gags are traps for higher damage. Say hello to stream chat. Will they say it? Will they say it? Lucky Bean says, "What's up, chat?" Master of the Tooniverse says, "Oh, hello there, you guys." Ginger Razzle Nugget says, "Hey, chat." No, you can't swear in this. W's in the chat, says Master Tooniverse. Chat, I know it's late, but let's do a CFO run. No, I think I'm good. They were a good crowd. $10 gifted for the CFO run. Oh god, I haven't heard this track in years. Yarg. And by years, I mean last year. I'm pretty sure I did at least one Toontown stream last year. Actually, it was probably, like, very recent. Like, November, wasn't it? But you know, it's already May. Time flies. Oh! I can't even do the boss even if I wanted to. That one bullying run didn't max me out. So, we can't even do the raid boss with those guys. L. This means, next time I'll probably have to do... I guess a building? I don't have to do a full dungeon. Lord help us if Dingus and Ann find an RPG or grinding game they both love. It could have been me and GPM, Jesse. Alright, let me reread this. So I can still fight the boss, the Cellbot boss without having the promotion. But if I want to promote, I still have to max out the experience. Keep the teleport access. Really choose the suits. No additional benefits. I guess... Oh, do we promote? Oh, fuck it. Ah! Oh, I'm broke! No, I'm melting! I'm melting! Now, who do we want to be? Now I can choose my suit. I think I want to be... You want to be fat? Let's be a fat fucking chud. Let's be a Gladhander. Does Corporate Clash have this where you can just choose whatever suit you want? This wasn't here the last time I played this. I don't think this was here. Yeah, let's be a Gladhander. Let's test it out. I'm still behind on this. Why? I don't even have my fucking boss bot suit. I'm pretty sure on the Disney server... I must have gotten to... I want to say I got as far as Corporate Raider. And I want to say I maxed out Cellbot. But I didn't... I must have been Robber Baron Cashbot and... Maybe Legal Eagle Lawbot. I can't remember. But I'm behind. I don't even have my boss bot suit yet. And I've been playing the fucking fan server since it fucking dropped. Backstabber, Lawbot, Robber Baron Cashbot. Alright, Chud suit. Let's show it off. This is the raid boss where all the noobs hang out. Look at me, though. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm a fat fucking chud. I'm a glad hander. I'm such a glad fellow. I'm full of joy and glee. That's a cool feature. Being able to choose a suit. See, that's a feature that's in line with the spirit of the original game, giving you cosmetic choices without going too far. It's not a Corporate Clash tier fan fiction decision. I'm being too mean to Corporate Clash. Hey, they earned it though. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's gonna be it. It's 4 in the morning, it's almost 5. I really didn't think I'd be playing this long. Okay, but I got too into it. We didn't finish Arlo. There are still many more Arlo videos to watch. We did catch up on Synthetic Man. We're caught up on Synthetic Man content. Not Frogmire though. A lot more Frogmire videos to do. Tomorrow, probably a restream for Casino, because it's going to be a big show. They're going to go after Chrissy Meyer. go over the quartering updates. Quartering is melting down. Quartering deleted the podcast. Dang, incredible salt mine. I talked about it earlier. So I want to be awake for that. So we'll probably do Animal Crossing. It might even be more Toontown. I don't know. It depends on how I'm feeling, man. And then I promise, eventually I'll have to go back into Rayman and Bomberman hell. Bye-bye, Dingus. Hope to see you later. Thank you, Swipe. Yeah, I'll probably raid Noah, because he's playing old browser games from the 2000s. There's one on the Cartoon Network site I really liked. It was an Ed and Eddie game where you made, like, a Jawbreaker machine or something. I'm sure that's archived somewhere. I played a couple of those Cartoon Network Flash games a couple of Halloweens ago. Alright, Pablo, let her rip.
It's nice to rest your eyes.
Thanks for stopping by! Big ups to the dinguses that made it to the end of the stream. If you're listening to the sound of my voice, right here, right now, present day, present time, you're here at the end. I appreciate you for making it to the end of the stream. You spent your evening with me when you could have spent it literally anywhere else. It is archived? Based. Yeah, that one. I look at the URL, I already know that it's the one. But no, I appreciate everyone stopping by. I hope you had a happy Mother's Day. I hope you spent it with your mama, doing whatever it is that you do. I hope you, if you couldn't spend time with her, I hope you called her, at least texted her. And if you could spend time with her, I hope you did, or you're the worst son ever, and you need to go to hell. Oh, no, I don't really mean that. But yeah, if she's no longer with you, my condolences. I hope you keep her in your hearts. And if you have a bad relationship with her, maybe she's not in your life anymore, good riddance to bad rubbish, you know? Just move on. We keep moving forward. The Spin Stadium with the tops? Yeah, I played that one too. I like the Billy and Mandy, like, platformer. It was like a Halloween-themed platformer. That one was pretty good. And the Courage one, that was like, top-down adventure. I played that one for one of the Halloween streams a while back. I had to download this app to get it set up and everything. I forget what it was called. I deleted it shortly after. It was like a flash preservation app. I forgot the name. If you love your mom, please support the stream. And if you hate your mom, please support the stream. I was listening to some quartering clips earlier. Bro, when Charlie Kirk got, he said, like the video as though Charlie Kirk were staring down at you from heaven. Like, as though Charlie Kirk would be upset if you didn't click like on the quartering video. My god. I have the whole Garfield library of browser games to play. I really only played the Spooky Scavenger Hunts. I actually don't know what the other Garfield Flash games are like, or if they're even worth playing. Thank you to Mushroom Cryptid for the follow behind the scenes, and Insomniac, thank you for the follow. Denim Lag, thank you for the Prime sub while I was offline, thank you. And thank you for the raid with the Party 24. Buddy Boy, thank you for the follow. Old Man Windbreaker, thank you for the tier 1. The organic tier 1 subscription. Whoa! Swai, thank you for the follow. And being such a good sport. And Rand, thank you for the tier 1 for 20 months. And Praise the Sun, thank you for the massive raid with the Party of 2. Noah is playing all of these classic Cartoon Network browser games and more, I think. I mean, he was, but now he's back on his regular screen. I don't know. Was that just a segment? Was that not the whole stream tonight? No! Oh well. I'm sending you there, because it's been a while since I stopped by. Raid style. I'm always there, like normally. But it's been a while since I raided. The raid message is... I got one. I'm gonna predict what he says when I get over there. So it'll be like, it's a 2-part raid message. But adios, bye-bye, Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we saw you, if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. I hope you guys have a good night. Of course, alternative programming, I think Shroom is still alive. And, oh, I guess Tevin, I guess Tevin went to sleep. Oh well. But, I'll see you tomorrow for the restream. Bye-bye! Take it easy. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Onward and upward, as they say. And, I hope you had a happy Mother's Day.